I don't love Keenan Allen. I just know that he's not going to bring a 3-ring circus to town.
Do you think the Commanders signed Chris Hilton Jr. as a free agent just because Jaden said, I like him, he's a good receiver? I mean, that's my guy. Can you go out and get him? Or did they scout him and say, we like him. We didn't want to draft him, but we like him as a training camp player?
Probably combo.
I mean, they may have gotten a hint from Jaden about him, but I'm going to assume they're not going to sign him to the team unless he can actually play.
Yeah.
Like,
True.
It's not good enough just to be buddies with Jaden Daniels, aside from Sam Hartman.
I knew you were going to say Sam Hartman.
Because we know he can't play. Because he had a chance to play last year and then went out and signed Jeff Driscoll.
And they drafted a kid from Rutgers, who I'd never heard of.
So we know that he can't play and that he's not part of the plans going forward. 800-636-1067 is the latest red flag from Brandon Ayuk, being that the Niners can't contact him, other teams can't contact him. Does that scare you away from the Commanders trying to acquire him? Let's go to CJ calling from New Jersey. What's up, CJ? You're on with the Junks.
What's going on, fellas? I'm calling to check in on Brandon Ayuk to say, it's one thing to say that this guy is a bad teammate or he's doing, malicious things to be arrested. He's not. He acts out. They're not granting his wish. If he does show up, if he is in shape, when he get traded to the team that has the biggest trade package, so now he can potentially go to the Browns. He wants to get out of the contract. They're not honoring it. I'm not going to be mad at the player for saying, hey, look, I'm frustrated. He has his own gripes and grievances for his reasons. It could have been the doctors they chose, whatever surgeon they wanted him to go to, and then you want to force him to come to practice early if he's not ready. It could be a multitude of things. But to just say, we wouldn't want premier talent because he's not accessed right now by them, they're not granting his wish. Now, unless it's being petty, he's saying show up or we're not going to honor your contract or whatnot. But I want him in D.C. There's not that many players that want to come to D.C., so I would like him here.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, CJ. Appreciate the call.
That's 3 consecutive callers. 3 consecutive fans that want him here. 3 out of 4.
Here's what I need explained to me by somebody from Brandon Ayuk's inner circle. What did the team do that upset you so greatly that you wouldn't go to the team's facility and rehab your damaged knee and you cost yourself $30 million?
Don't know.
Like, that is irrational, bizarre behavior.
Yeah, I agree.
By anybody. I need to know why. What was the divide there between him and the Niners that caused him to basically just kiss away $30 million? Got
to get his agent on the show.
I don't understand why anybody would do that. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Steve in Fairfax. Steve, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Morning, boys.
What's up?
I want them to go after him. I feel like the team is still recovering from, Ron and the Marty party with all their picks, all their talent that they picked. And honestly, this team, it doesn't have talent right now. Yes, we had the draft. Great. I think it was a solid draft, but the cupboard's bare right now. And you know what? We have to take risks like this right now. It's unfortunate, yes, but we have to take flyers on guys like this because we're still recovering from what the past regime was unable to do. I mean, they passed on Christian Gonzalez for Emmanuel Forbes, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's just ridiculous that the talent evaluation they had 3 years ago, and they're still just recovering from it, and they have to go down this road. It's just unfortunate, but yes, they just have to.
So you're okay with waiting until he's released and signing him to a cheap deal?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think trading for him is a good option, but I think just getting the talent, seeing what it's about. I mean, again, the Ron and the Marty's talent evaluation over the past 4 years that they were there was horrible. Is there anybody left on the team that they drafted? I mean, it's crazy.
Well, none of the first-round picks are there. That's for sure.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. 800-636-1067. Does Brandon Ayuk's latest behavior scare you off from the Commanders acquiring him either via trade or if he's released from the 49ers? I would be so far out on him.
It scares you and I off. It doesn't scare JP.
No, it scares me to an extent.
Yeah.
Like I said, but if you have a deal that is not going to cost you that much, it may be worth it. There's enough upside if you're not giving away much. What is the downside of bringing him in and it doesn't work out?
Yeah, 'cause you could just cut him.
If you're giving him, if you're basically giving him a minimum contract, a prove it deal, You're not really giving up anything. You're not giving up
as
draft capital
as long
or
as
player.
he's okay around the other receivers that you brought
Yeah.
in, around the young guys.
Is he divisive in the locker room? That's
It's all-
But he
I'd be
might not
concerned.
be. He might not be.
He
We
may
have no
not
idea.
be.
Yeah.
He may be a completely different person once he gets out of that 49ers bubble.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just gotten so bad and toxic with the Niners
Yeah.
that it's led him to act irrationally and act unlike he did earlier in his career.
But what is he doing to act out? He hasn't done anything really to act out with the team. He's just not showing up. Like
Well,
when you're saying he's acting
he's-
irrationally, you're doing that on kind of a financial basis, and I understand that.
Well-
like he's walked away from money. But let's say he had a dispute. Now I'm going to make one up. He had a dispute with the way that they dealt with him in the rehab. Like his doctor was saying this is what you should do, and they wanted him to do something else.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Kyle Shanahan turned on him, John Lynch turned on him, and he was like, "Well, f those guys." But he hasn't done anything really in the locker room. He's just hasn't been there.
No, it's what he
He's
hasn't
walked
done.
away from the team.
It's what he hasn't done,
right.
and that's communicate
Yeah,
with
he's
people.
pulled a disappearing act.
I think
It's what he hasn't
what,
done.
What magnifies this is just going AWOL.
Yes,
That-
he hasn't gotten in a fight. He hasn't done anything like to the coach. He hasn't been arrested for anything, as far as I can.
No, it's nothing
see.
criminal.
Yeah,
But a lot of people could look at the way he's acted towards his team and say, well, he's just not good in the locker room. It's not worth the risk.
Right, like what is going to stop him from doing the same exact thing here in Washington?
Yeah.
He could act the same way.
He could. Or he could be really happy and say, I got a new life. I got a new
Maybe-
NFL life.
Maybe that's possible.
And JD's going to be throwing to me.
Because to give him the benefit of the doubt before all of this toxicity between him and the Niners, I didn't hear that he was a bad character guy or a bad locker room guy. Like, it's only bubbled to the surface because of this dispute he's had with the team.
right. So I see it as an upside, and if he becomes a locker room disruption, you cut him.
Yeah. All right,
And it's not like you're paying him the $27 million.
Right.
You give him a minimum prove it deal.
Yep, that could be the case. All right, don't forget, coming up at 8 o'clock, Dave Richard from CBSSports.com. He'll discuss the past NFL draft this past weekend and how it affects your fantasy rosters going forward. He'll join the show coming up at 8 o'clock.
Hey, the Junkies have been telling you about Surfside for a long time. We love Surfside. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. It's your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, it's refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, no bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack. It includes flavors like raspberry half and half, which is in stores now. Surfside is awesome. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
So a viral video that I think is about a year old has resurfaced, and I guess has garnered a lot of traction online that we're going to discuss here. It's a video from a bar. It's a mostly empty bar. I'm guessing John Taffer would have a field day in this establishment, Valdez. I know you like to watch Bar Rescue. He'd probably go in and tell them to change a million things. But in the video, there's a man and a woman, a husband and wife, that are about to play a game of pool. And as the husband is racking the balls at one end of the pool table, his wife is standing at the other end of the pool table with the pool stick in hand.
Okay.
And a drunk dude that was hanging out at the bar comes over and approaches her and gropes her like on her butt, like while she's getting ready to play pool with her husband. Husband sees it, rushes over, and just cold cocks the guy. Just lays him out.
All right.
Okay. Now, the husband is much bigger than this dude, and this dude is clearly intoxicated. Like, he's been overserved. He's hammered. Now, it doesn't excuse his behavior, but it kind of... He's doing it because he's been drinking too much. If he's of sound mind and body, hadn't had too many drinks at the bar, he's probably not going to engage in this sort of behavior.
Right.
Probably not.
So
unless he's a serial groper.
Now the internet is divided. Should the husband have done what he did and laid the dude out when he's clearly, had too much to drink, or should he have basically just confronted him, not hit him, squarely in the head, and dropped him in the bar, and had the bouncer escort him out and let cooler heads prevail?
It's understandable why he cold cocked the guy
Yeah.
and hit him, but we shouldn't have a society where we allow that. So the answer is no. You shouldn't let him punch the intoxicated guy, even though he groped his wife. I understand why he did it, but you just can't have that.
I mean, he just pummeled the guy.
I mean, he just pummels the guy. Like,
I
that's
mean, the guy's completely 100%
That's
hammered.
the sort of punch that, like, you don't hear about it a lot, but sometimes, like, one punch and then the dude, like, either from the
Oh, he
force
could
of the
die,
punch
of
or
course.
his head hitting the bar floor.
Yeah.
Like, you could definitely die from that sort of behavior.
It's risky.
It is risky.
Did the guy get arrested for assault or anything?
I don't know whether that was the case or not.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your opinion, Cakes? You asked the question.
I mean, I think you clearly, like, at least at a minimum, you shove the guy away from your wife. And if you realize
Looked
that,
like he already was away from the wife at that point.
He was backing away. He
Yeah.
was kind of backing away.
at a minimum, I shove the guy away from my wife and get some distance between them, and probably get the bouncer involved, because that's the bouncer is there to provide security at the bar. Like,
I think verbal assault. I think verbal assault. Okay, like, hey, fill in the blank curse word. What are you doing?
Right.
Yeah.
That's my wife. And then you can go up there and stick your chest out if you want, but you can't cold cock. He's like running. It looked like he had a running start on that punch.
I mean,
it's almost like a Superman punch in MMA.
That's just how certain people are going to act. And
Right.
the other guy might have been hammered too, right?
I mean, he's
So he might
I don't
act
know.
more irrationally than if he wasn't. But
so, like, I get it. You're defending your wife's honor.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're going to end up in jail, which he might,
it's not
for
worth
assault,
It. It's not worth it. Yeah. But some people just don't think about that before they
Right.
act.
He saw that there was
You know
like
what I mean?
a threat near his wife, and he wanted to protect her. And I mean, it's pretty aggressive.
I mean, he just crushes the guy.
I mean, the guy has no resistance to the punch.
But again, that guy is close to the bar.
Yeah.
He could have easily hit his head on the end of the bar, or one of the
yeah,
chairs.
definitely.
And gone to the emergency room, and then you're in trouble.
is there video of him groping?
Yeah, right
Oh
there.
yeah, there's video.
So he just one-handed tried to grab her butt.
He like walks up behind her and like puts both hands.
Both hands.
Yeah, like on her waist and like on her cheeks.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
suggestive. It was definitely suggestive behavior.
I mean, I would never do that. I would definitely go over and push him away.
Yeah, of course.
Do that again. All right, I'm going to throw one. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't do that and risk going to jail for 6 months, a year,
Right.
5 years. Just wouldn't do it.
No. I try and stay away from confrontations.
But I can guarantee this: my wife and I wouldn't be in some bar, this empty bar, playing pool either. mean, that's just not going to happen.
You know what that bar needs? It needs some happy hour specials.
Yeah, I
It
was
needs
gonna say,
some more butts in the seats.
I mean, it's broad daylight.
I mean, that place is.
I mean, it's
down
not
to
3 in the
belt.
morning.
Yeah, I mean,
The place should be packed.
You know what? They need some happy hour like BOGO deals.
Yeah,
Get
right.
some appy specials. Get some butts
It's
in the door.
Just what those drunks need are buy one get one drinks.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but you know what?
This guy's
It's going to
getting
bring the
overserved.
drunks.
Need to get your numbers up.
So you're saying that the guy was not arrested?
I don't
No,
see.
no charges that were filed for either person.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
And where was it exactly?
I don't think it says where the bar was.
Okay.
Feels like Florida.
Yes, it feels like good chance it could be Florida, no doubt.
That is crazy.
What if that guy was doing cat calls like all night?
Well, that would be annoying too. If he's just like every woman that walks by him, he's doing like just throwing out
He's
lewd
drunk. He's
comments.
drunk and horny and
Well, it's-
accosting every.
Well, at some point, the bartender or another person in the bar has to go to the bouncer and say, "This guy's acting like an a-hole. He needs,
I know,
he
but
needs to be thrown out of here."
He's doing that for hours on end, and finally that guy had enough of it. Is that still?
Does every
In the
bar
right-
have a bouncer? Not every
Yeah,
bar has a
that- yeah.
bouncer.
No.
Every bar
That
has a
bar-
bouncer? Probably not.
That
but-
bar doesn't look like it has a bouncer.
Well, there was definitely a guy who came in that I think it referenced him as the bouncer.
Okay.
At some point, there's another guy that comes in, and I think he tells the guy
Well,
who
the
threw
guy-
the punch. He tells the guy who threw the punch, "You got to get out."
They
of
might
here."
not be able to afford a bouncer. It looks like they got no customers.
It's a very good point.
Well, the guy who threw the punch looks like he could be a bouncer too.
I don't
think
know.
so.
I don't think you can justify it.
Yeah.
I understand it. I understand that's probably what you want to do, and the guy probably deserves it. But you just can't have a society where you
Yeah.
can just have vigilante justice.
Sure.
This guy grabbed my chick's ass. Let me punch him in the face.
Now, if he really escalates it and he's like attacking your wife, like, and you feel like her life is in danger, then
That's different.
it's on.
Well, let me ask you this: what if, and we haven't seen this, but what if he had been looking at her, saying things to her, leading up to this?
Yeah.
For an hour.
yeah, I don't know.
You know,
And then it
maybe
escalated
it
to this.
escalated to this, and the guy
Yeah.
just got pissed off and said, "All right,
Maybe.
you're down." We just don't know what the background is. But again, it's not worth the risk of going to jail.
It's bar justice.
Hey,
I like the headline there. It says, "Perv gets served."
hey, can I hire that guy who threw the punch? He can be my personal protector at the starboard in case Rom gets too annoying. he can just punch Rom right in the face.
Is Rom
right
coming?
right out of the door? I don't know.
You think he's not gonna come?
He's doing the whole thing like, I might come, and if I come, can I be your Rom mate?
Of course he's gonna
He's
come.
doing all
Yeah.
that. Like he has done many, many times before. Whenever we have any sort of road
Yeah,
trip.
the party's going on with or without you.
Yeah, I mean he's
That's a good song.
he thinks that I'm going to say, "Oh no, Rob, you have to come. You got to come." Like it's not going to be a party if you're not. Like I think that's what he's expecting me to do, and I'm not doing it. I'm not giving him that satisfaction. Though I did tell him he could be my Rom mate possibly if my wife doesn't come. So we'll see. We'll have to see how that works
You mean
out.
he can't be your Rom mate if she comes?
Well, that would be weird. That would be a bizarre thing.
Third wheel.
If it was my wife and I and Rom hanging out in the hotel room in Dewey Beach. So I don't think that's going to happen.
I just want to know where the freaking bar was.
You know what's weird? I don't know that I've ever seen, in all the times I've been, even in college,
Yeah.
like a fight right in front of me. Now you were part of one.
I was part of one, but that was outside of the actual bar premises. It was like in an alley next to the bar. But I was so hammered, I didn't even know what was going on until the next day. When I woke up and my face looked like somebody had taken a cheese grater and just done this to the front of my face.
You're lucky you didn't lose a tooth.
These chiclets are still intact.
Didn't you have to go to a wedding after that?
The next day.
Yeah.
The next day. And I had to explain to everybody
What happened?
why my face looked like it got run over by a steamroller. You think that was fun? You know how I dealt with it? I drank more.
Do you have any idea who the guy who punched you in the face
No
was?
idea. No idea. I'm just glad that my.
It's funny. You might have had classes with him the next day.
I mean, possibly. I don't know who that person was. I don't know.
Hey, think about that resiliency right there. Is that you go out all night drinking to the point where you get in fisticuffs,
Yes.
and then you wake up the next day to go drink more at a
Hey,
wedding.
let me. Just
I don't
make
think it's fisticuffs.
let
I
me
don't
make
think
it
cakes
clear.
are a punch.
I was like the groper in this video. Okay, I wasn't the guy.
It was a cheap. You got cheap shot it.
Yes, I didn't. I was not the aggressor. You think I was the aggressor?
But wasn't it because you yelled? You thought you could recognize the chick
I
across
thought
the
I
street?
recognized
Yeah.
a girl who
Cakes
lived
the
on my
groper.
floor. So I had been overserved at Poor Richards.
Right.
Okay. Overserved. And I was trying to get her attention by, like, I'm sure yelling what I thought her name was at the top of my lungs. And I guess this, person X who hit me in the face took offense, hit me in the face in the alley. And then luckily my roommates scraped me up off the ground, threw me in the back of a car,
Got you out of
and
there.
brought me home.
Yeah.
You think I was the aggressor? No chance. Now, I may have started
You've
it
never
by,
been an aggressor
by
in anything.
being loud and annoying, but I was certainly not the aggressor and probably didn't even throw one punch, if I had to guess. I'm guessing
I
there
would
was-
agree.
There was one punch thrown. It came here, and I went blah, 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 blah. down on the ground.
Down goes cakes.
Down goes
Down
Cakes.
goes cakes.
You know who else probably never threw a punch in a bar? Dave Richard.
Dave Richard, I'm going to guess, has never thrown a punch at all. We can ask
I mean,
him.
he's a bigger guy.
Yeah.
But I don't think he doesn't have that type of personality. He's not wired that way.
he's
He
a
wouldn't
big-
throw a punch.
He's a big teddy bear, as
Yeah.
far as I know.
I agree.
I don't think he's going to get into a bunch of bar fights, but we
But
can
we
ask
could be
him
surprised.
next.
We could
So
be surprised.
Dave Richard, he's going to join us next from CBS Sports HQ. He's a fantasy and draft expert. We'll break down the Commanders draft, break down fantasy ramifications, and more. We'll do that next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. No baseball for the Nationals last night. They got Monday off. Nats are on the road tonight up in New York to face the Mets. 7:10 first pitch here on The Fan. Dallas Mavericks star Cooper Flagg beat out his former Duke teammate Con Knippel Monday to win the NBA Rookie of the Year award. Flagg received 56 first-place votes. Knippel got the other 44. Flagg, the first overall pick in the draft, led all rookies in scoring this past season. NBA playoffs late last night. Nuggets avoid elimination with a Game 5 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Also, the Oklahoma City Thunder down the Phoenix Suns to finish off a 4-game sweep in their series. Hockey Stanley Cup playoffs. Pittsburgh Penguins avoid elimination with a 3-2 win over the Flyers. So Philly still in front 3-2 in the series. Game 6 now will be Wednesday night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You hear that music, you know it's our pal Dave Richard from CBSSports.com. What's up, Dave? How are you? It's been too long.
Richie.
It has been too long, but I know that when the NFL draft comes around, it means that people are getting excited about fantasy again, and that includes you, gentlemen. So it's great to be on with you. And I can't wait to talk about this totally mediocre rookie draft class that we're about to take care of.
Ooh, totally mediocre. You're not.
Yeah, this.
Oh.
No, I'm not joking. This is not a good draft class for fantasy. Everybody's going to go crazy about Jeremiah Love, and then after that, it's just a ton of question marks. This is a side effect of the whole NIL deal with college football keeping players longer. It means a lot of great players that may have normally come out to the NFL via the draft.
Yeah,
they're still staying in college. They're getting paid a ton, and it sucks. And we're going to feel it this year in fantasy.
So, Dave, give us the rookie first rounder that landed in the best spot fantasy-wise, and give us the worst, the guy that you're staying away from no matter what. You just don't want to go anywhere near it.
I can't say that Jeremiah Love landed in the best possible spot, but he's the one that's going to get picked first by a mile over everybody else in this draft class.
Yep.
And he is supremely talented. He is really one of the best running backs to come out of college in a long time. And I know that people said that about Ashton Genty. He is different than Ashton Genty. He is way faster than Ashton Genty. Mm-hmm. He is better than Ashton Genty. And I know that you think about a running back in the Cardinals and you go, oh, gross. Well, this is the franchise that did deliver us James Conner after he was cast aside in Pittsburgh. This is the franchise that has Mike LaFleur as their head coach. This is the dude who spent 7 years with Kyle Shanahan and 3 more years with Sean McVay. I think he's going to be able to put together a good offense. They've improved their offensive line a little bit. We know that they've got a good enough passing game based on what they did last year. They're overhauling the system. It's going to look a lot like what the 49ers and the Rams have been doing the past few years, and I think Love will benefit from it. I think he's actually going to be a great fantasy running back. And we had a huge debate on our show, Fantasy Football Today, about where to draft Jeremiah Love, and my colleagues think he's a round 4 pick. There will not be a fantasy draft on this planet where Jeremiah Love is available.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Well, that's what I was going
to be excited about.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where do
about no matter what?
Where do you have him on your RB list right now?
He's in late round 2 for me, and I really believe that he'll be worth that pick. He's going to get the ball. Everybody's worried about James Conner and Tyler Algier. Man, it's 31-year-old James Conner, and it's 3.4 yards per carry Tyler Algier. And it's Jeremiah Love, who's this outstanding player that the team just spent a 3rd overall pick on. They are not about to give him 10 carries a game. They might do it in week 1 or something like that. But eventually he will explode. There is a great track record of running backs taken in the top 5 and how they do as a rookie and over the NFL. I am confident that Jeremiah Love will be worth that top 24 capital.
You know,
It's all downhill from there, though,
Yeah.
for all the other rookie wide receivers. But I'll tell you, the one that I am so disappointed that the Jets took Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr.
Uh-huh.
Now, if they had taken one of them, I'd be super excited about one of them.
Yeah.
But they took both of them, and not only are they going to cannibalize each other, but they're going to hurt Garrett Wilson, too. Garrett Wilson was getting over 9 targets per game last season.
Right.
And now I wonder if he's going to get like 7 per game. I wonder if he's going to be like 12 PPR points per game. That's going to be even worse in non-PPR. And it's the Jets anyway. They're not going to score a ton of touchdowns.
All right, so out of the receivers, so Carnell Tate goes 1. So Tyson goes 2. Mekhi Lemon went 3. KC Concepcion went 4. I'm just talking about the first rounders. Then you mentioned Omar Cooper.
Yeah.
So out of those first round receivers, who do you like the best?
It's Tate.
Yeah.
Best position to wrangle the most targets and get all the stats that we want, the catches, the yards, and the touchdowns. And Tennessee's
Hey, Dave, hold on a second.
Put him on
We're having
hold,
some
put him on
hold.
technical
We're gonna put you on hold.
difficulties. We'll have to fix that connection.
Yeah.
Put him on hold there.
Carnell Tate, who will, of course, help Cam Ward immensely, one would think.
Oh, I think he's going to be the big-time security blanket now for Cam Ward. I mean, you don't draft
Oh, yeah, it's
a guy
gotta
in
be.
the top 5 and not utilize him and make him one of your starting 2 wideouts on that team.
Oh yeah, he's going to be the guy. Just a matter of how can he get open against DBs,
Right.
NFL DBs, and I think he can. But I don't know what kind of numbers to expect from him.
I mean, they're
No
also going to have
idea.
Wan'Dale Robinson there too.
Right.
That's a big ad during the offseason.
I
That's
could
a guy
see
who's capable of catching 80 or 90 balls
I
every
could
year.
see him putting up some numbers. Yeah.
Certainly.
All right, let's see if we can go back to
I
Dave.
think they're trying to contact him right now. It's
Okay.
not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean Tennessee's got obviously Tate, and they've got Calvin Ridley, Wan'Dale Robinson. I don't know who their number 4 is, but with those top 3, I mean, and he's got Cam Ward throwing to him, who didn't complete a high percentage last year. I mean,
He showed some flashes
he
in a
showed
couple
flashes,
games.
but their offense really did.
Now
show.
he's got a new
Good
offense
question.
coordinator.
Yeah. All right,
and
go
new
ahead,
head
Dave.
coach.
Dave's back.
Go ahead, Dave. What's up, buddy?
You there?
Yeah,
Hello?
we got you.
We're good.
Junks?
All right, we can't hear you. You can't hear
So
us.
we can hear him. He can't hear us.
Man in the box. Somebody is messing around
You
with
wanna put-
technology.
You know what? Maybe the phones are just like Dave Richard outside of football season. We just can't make it happen. We're just trying to do something a little bit different.
Man,
That's all.
I had so many questions for him too.
I saw a debate on TV. He mentioned Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
And it was the Cardinals apparently don't have a very good offensive line.
They do not.
So are you putting the cart before the horse? Do you do that? There's some that would say, yeah, because you might not be able to get a Jeremiah Love talent next year
True.
Yeah.
versus building the offensive line now. But does that hurt Jeremiah Love's development if he comes in without a good offensive line?
It's possible. We're going to try it a third time. Dave,
Yo.
There it
you
is.
can hear us. Good. All right. That's much better.
All right. So you were mentioning Tate. What kind of numbers do you expect from Tate with Cam Ward?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be amazing. I don't think there's going to be a receiver in this class that will be amazing.
Yeah.
Although there is one that you can make a dark horse case for. Tate, let's say around 6 targets per game, probably scores 6 times over the course of the year, flirts with 1,000 yards. I think he's better than people give him credit for. Everybody looks and says, well, how could he be any good? He was the number 2 receiver on his team. He was playing with the best wide receiver in college football last year.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. It could have been Lemon, Tyson, anyone. They all would have been second fiddle to Jeremiah Smith. But Carnell Tate is very good. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but he knows how to get open. He's got amazing hands. And so we know that Cam Ward, not exactly the most accurate thrower. When he's a little bit off target, Tate can get those passes. And on top of that, we know that Brian Daboll's the play caller now in Tennessee. I think he'll be there for a couple of years at least. Tate should be the one who has not like a Malik Neighbors type year, but it's still a very good year with Daboll calling the shots.
Dave, what did you make of the Commanders' third-round pick and went 71st overall? Antonio Williams from Clemson, 5'11", led Clemson in receptions during the last 2 seasons, played primarily in the slot this most recent season.
I think this was one of the best fits of all the rookie wide receivers in the draft. And I'm not messing around with you guys. I think he's tremendous for what the Commanders need. And if things stay the way that they are, i.e. they don't add Brandon Ayuk, which, I mean, I think they're kind of going to add Brandon Ayuk at some point, I think that Williams is in the position to kind of take over a lot of that role that we were hoping from McCaffrey, from Jalen Lane, and maybe even a little bit from Zach Ertz. The one thing that I've noticed since Jaden Daniels had entered the NFL, he needs somebody in the middle of the field to go to when the first read isn't there.
Right.
And it was Zach Ertz. He was his little security blankie for like 2 years, and it was awesome for fantasy. And now I wonder if Williams can be that guy. He's somebody that I wonder I bet we could add him late in our draft. And after a month, if nothing's doing, okay, we're cutting him, but there will be weeks where I bet he gets 5 catches a game.
Oh, that sounds like a full point PPR monster you could get late in a draft. Okay.
Exactly. Like I'm looking at my rankings right now. I've got him ahead of names like Cooper Kupp and Juwan Johnson, a bunch of tier 5 quarterbacks, Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley. Like he belongs. He's going to be somebody that's drafted in every league.
Okay.
Dave, where did you have Jaden Daniels on your quarterback list before last year, so last summer? And now how much has he slipped, if he slipped at all?
He slipped very little.
Okay.
He was 3rd last year. I was a little bit worried about the league catching up to him. I didn't even think about what could happen if he were to miss time, and obviously that's what happened. And so now I think Drake May's kind of taken his spot as the guy who was great last year, and now he's going to be a top 3 quarterback this year. And Daniels has slipped to 5.
Okay.
And the new rule for quarterback drafting, you're going to be hearing me saying this in July and August when I talk to you guys then. You have to wait until it is a total steal on a quarterback. There are too many great quarterbacks in the National Football League right now, and the difference between Josh Allen, who's at the top, and a quarterback like Dak Prescott or Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, even Matthew Stafford, we're talking about a few points per game over the course of the season.
Yeah.
And it's just not worth it taking a quarterback early when you can just wait, and even take 2 of them. We're going to see Patrick Mahomes, who's coming off of an ACL injury, not even get picked as among the first 12 quarterbacks taken in fantasy drafts this year. That's going to make him totally valuable when you're taking him in round 10 or round 11. Just think about Patrick Mahomes in round 11 is an amazing type of deal when you're talking fantasy. And even if you don't get him, there's other quarterbacks that I mentioned before that will be there. So I love Jaden Daniels, and I do think he's a top 5 quarterback, but I wouldn't take him where people would normally take a top 5 quarterback in fantasy. All of everybody listening who's in the world of taking quarterbacks in round 1, round 2, don't do that. Don't be that guy. Be the guy that waits on quarterback this year. It's got to feel like you're stealing him from the rest of your league.
Dave, speaking of steals, give us your highest impact player that was selected in the draft outside of the first round. That's going to be the biggest impact on fantasy drafts, at least for 2026.
It's a great question, and I'm looking through them now. And gosh, I wish Jadarian Price was a second-round pick because Jadarian Price would have been that guy. I don't know if I've got somebody, and that's a reflection of the draft more than anything else, Cakes. I don't know if there's a player that went in round 2 or later. I guess it would have to be, by default, Jonah Coleman of the Broncos, who is probably more like J.K. Dobbins than he is R.J. Harvey, but he's a blend of the two. He's physical, strong type of running back. He could easily push J.K. Dobbins off the roster if he has a good camp. And if he's doing that, then he's going to go much sooner than the round 10 value that I've got him at right now. He's going to end up being somebody who fantasy managers will actually go after and chase with like a round 6 pick if that happens. But for now, you're able to get him in the double-digit rounds. He would have to be the player.
Yeah. When you look at the quarterbacks drafted right now, obviously Mendoza.
I'm not.
I know. Obviously Mendoza goes 1, but he's not going to be a starter out of the gates unless there's an injury. Ty Simpson, he's not going to be a starter. Carson Beck, I mean, he's not going to be a starter. Drew Aller, who knows what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, but we don't think he's going to be the starter. Klubnik is a 4th rounder. I mean, I don't know what these guys are going to end up being after 10 years in the league. But out of all of them, I mean, do you think Mendoza is going to be a quality quarterback year 2 on?
It's kind that you think that these guys will be in the league for 10 years. Some of them might not be in the league for 3 years.
True.
I think Mendoza will be good for the Raiders, bad for fantasy.
Okay.
If that makes sense. When I watched him, I thought he was excellent when there was no pressure on him. But when defenses in college, and including in the national championship game, when they got pressure on him, he was not good. He kind of fell apart. He was very inconsistent, and that's putting it nicely. I wonder if he can overcome that. Now, if he can overcome that, he's going to be a great quarterback. Eventually, the Raiders will get him a bunch of weapons, and maybe he will be a top 12 quarterback for fantasy. But I'm nervous about him. I kind of like Ty Simpson to be a little bit better when pressure's on him, and he landed in a place where he's got a great play caller in Sean McVay. That team will eventually build around him. I wonder, I think people in dynasty leagues where you can keep a player and then never give him up, I think they'll take Mendoza first, but Simpson shouldn't be that far behind him. I think he's actually got a lot of traits that make him better than Kirk Cousins, or not Cousins, than Mendoza. I keep saying Cousins for Mendoza because they remind me of each other, and now they're teammates.
All right, real quick. I know you want to give a shout-out to your nephew, Dave.
I do. Daniel Berkowitz, I was at his bar mitzvah on Saturday. He did an amazing job. He's an awesome fantasy football manager, although not as good as his Unc. Congratulations on a great job, Danny.
All right,
Good
very
job, Danny.
Dave, your phone is clipping on us, so I think we have to bid you adieu.
We'll talk to you
But we
soon,
will
bro.
talk to you soon, my friend. And
Talk to you in July.
What's wrong with phones in Florida?
Cell
I don't
phones,
know, man.
cell phones in general suck.
Sunspots. I'm going to blame it on sunspots. I don't know if that's still a thing or not anymore. It has anything to do with phones.
Thanks, Dave.
Dave, thank you as always. It's Dave Richard from CBS Sports HQ. He's their fantasy football guru.
I was always a little jealous of my Jewish friends who had bar mitzvahs because
Yeah.
they would get like a 5-figure haul.
Oh yeah, I remember I went to a kid's, I guess bar mitzvahs for boys, bat
Yes.
mitzvahs for girls, right?
Correct.
He had like the trailer pull up in front of his house that had like an arcade in the back of it. I was in heaven. I was in 13-year-old Cake's heaven with a Pac-Man machine, a centipede machine right out in front of this dude's house.
Like
It's
at the
great.
same age, Cakes and I did CCD, went to St. Edward's Catholic Church in South Bowie. You might have like some sort of confirmation party. I don't even think we did. You might get like your grandparents send you a check
Yeah,
for
it
like
was-
$50.
It was low key.
And then you go to a bar mitzvah and that kid get like 12 grand.
Yeah, I mean they were set up for the rest of their life basically. Or so
oh my
or so you
God.
thought at that
Yeah.
point as a dumb teenager. All right, so good to hear from Dave. Of course, we're going to have him on a bunch later in the summer as you get closer to your fantasy football drafts. We're the Junks on the Fan. We'll be right back. Every great team's got a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., Marine Corps vet who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting around with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They'll help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. I know that we're sick to death of mock drafts because we looked at thousands of them leading up to the actual NFL draft this past weekend.
Just wait until we find out where the Wizards are picking.
Well, we'll definitely
We're gonna
do that.
get right back into mock drafts.
We'll definitely do a bunch of mocks for the Wizards, but
Yeah.
I think we have to go through at least the top 5 picks and who they have the Commanders selected for in the CBSSports.com's way too early 2027 NFL mock draft.
Well, the
It's already
ridiculous thing
out.
is they've slotted the Commanders.
Yes. They have them like right in the middle of the pack.
They got them at 14.
They have the Commanders picking 14.
Yeah. They have
All
him,
right.
have him picking Boubacar Traore from Notre Dame, edge rusher.
Yeah.
They're gonna need
6'5", 250 pounds.
They're going to need another edge rusher.
I think so.
That's what we said this season.
I think they are because like
Some
at
of those
least
guys
a
are
few
on
of those
one-year
guys
deals.
are on at least 2 of them are on 1-year deals.
Yeah, you might be right.
To my knowledge, the only guy that got a multi-year deal and a lot of money was Owe.
Yeah.
Like Chason got a 1-year deal up to $12 million, and Amenahu from the Chiefs is on a 1-year deal for
All right,
right
but
around
think-
$8
but-
and
million.
it might
But
be
things are gonna-
Armstrong's last year
Yeah.
here.
But things are going to change. I mean, this is obviously the way too early. This is April of 26.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Arch Manning's a projected number 1 pick.
Yes,
They
he
have
is.
Arch Manning coming off the board, number 1
To the Jets.
So they have the Jets actually picked number 2 in this most recent draft. They have the Jets as having the worst record in the league.
Not a lot of confidence in an Aaron Glenn-led turnaround.
Well, would you have confidence in, in Geno
Geno?
Smith at
Not
this
based
point?
on last season.
Not after the way he played
Now,
last year.
They did draft some weapons to place around him and Garrett Wilson.
Yep.
So, but it should still be a lean year in New York.
Yeah.
So they have Arch Manning coming off the board first.
Could you imagine being a Jets fan? Like Commanders fans, Redskins fans have had it bad really the last
Yeah.
couple of decades. But that team hasn't made the playoffs in 15 years.
Yeah, they're brutal.
They haven't been in the postseason in a decade and a half.
Will Aaron Glenn be the coach of the New York Jets for the first game of 2027?
Probably not.
Does he survive through 2026?
Probably not. Every year they fire 7 or 8 guys. He's
Yeah.
got to be top of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not. I would say no.
All right, so they have Arch Manning going number 1 overall in the 2027 mock here on CBSSports.com. Same cast of characters up high in the draft. The Cardinals, they have picking second.
All right,
They
so
have-
the Cardinals probably will need a quarterback too.
Mm-hmm.
So who is the number 2 quarterback projected next year?
Dante Moore.
Yep.
loves to flash the O like drab T-shirt. They have Dante Moore going number 2 to the Arizona Cardinals. And that makes sense because, look, the Cardinals right now, they've got Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew.
Do they want to be in the business? Isn't Dante Moore small?
I think he's like 6'1".
No.
Oh, he's not?
No.
I don't
He's at
think
least
so.
6'1".
Yeah, I mean, he's not that
Let
small.
me look up his listed height.
I'd say maybe
I feel
even
like when I
taller.
watched him,
he's
he
not-
looked small.
No, he's not small.
I would say even taller than that. But he came back to Oregon to get paid.
What's his NIL deal for 2026?
I don't know. What do you think? $8 million?
Oh, he's listed at 6'3".
Wow.
Yeah, he is taller than that. The mock that I was on had Moore slipping all the way to 13 to the Vikings.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you've already looked at a different 2027
I mean,
mock draft?
that's what I do, man.
You look
That
at,
and the beach.
you look at tropical beach scenes and
Yep. I
way
got
too early
mock
mocks.
drafts on this screen and the beach scene on the other.
Do you
Yeah.
fire up both screens at home too?
Oh, yeah. Sit there and just do my thing, man.
All right, so another team that
And then my wife comes into the office and she says, "You got to watch this on Instagram. It's so funny." But
Right.
it's so funny.
is it ever funny?
And she sits down next to me, and I'm just trying to do my stuff, and she sits down there for 15 minutes showing me the videos. And I can't say, "Honey, leave." I can't say that.
yeah, and in those
But I don't want to see the Instagram videos. I don't want to watch those.
in those 15 minutes, you're probably seeing 20 videos because
Oh,
they're all
yeah,
bang,
yeah.
bang, bang,
And-
bang.
And it's usually videos of dogs with the little
Okay,
kids,
right.
Or pets with little kids,
Yeah.
acting goofy. And then, okay, one of them I might chuckle, but
Yeah.
I don't need to watch them for 15 minutes. She just won't leave, honey. I got to watch the beach.
Yeah, doesn't she know that
See ya.
that you don't like to smile and laugh?
I don't.
Like you're just not.
I never do.
A smiling and laughing guy.
All right, so who do the? Let me see who the this mock draft has the Commanders taken. Where are they? Oh, Zabian Brown.
Where do they have the Commanders picking?
12?
So they're
Same ballpark.
I'm taking a corner out of Bama, Zabian Brown.
Okay.
So they have him taking the edge rusher. So they have him going defense most of these mock drafts.
All right, so in the CBS version, at number 3, they have the Dolphins, which I think the Dolphins are clearly in contention for the worst record in the league. They're going to be right there neck and neck with the Jets. By the way, how many just false wins are the Patriots and the Bills going to rack up?
Oh, yeah, they're
like
gonna
the
kill
Dolphins and the Jets twice.
You would think 4-0 there.
So this has the Dolphins taking Jeremiah Smith, the wideout, out of Ohio State.
I mean, unless he has an injury, he'll be the top receiver taken.
Yeah.
But they could use a quarterback too, right?
Probably somewhere in the top 3.
He became just the second
They've
receiver.
got Malik. Talking about the Dolphins?
Oh, that's true.
I don't know if Malik's going to work out, but they gave him, what'd they give him?
They gave him I think
pretty big number,
25 million?
3 years, 67 million, I think.
Okay.
I thought he was going to get 30. I lost a bet. I was aiming a little bit too high for the bag that he got, but he got paid. Just the second receiver in Ohio State history to post back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. So they have him coming off the board third to the Dolphins.
Okay.
Rounding out the top 5, they have the Cleveland Browns taking Colin Simmons, edge rusher out of Texas.
Yep. This same mock has
Pair
the same
him up
player.
with Myles Garrett.
Yep. And at number 5, they have Leonard Moore, a 6'2", 200-pound corner out of Notre Dame.
Big dude. It's going to be interesting to see if, because we were talking about Brendan Sorsby earlier with the gambling deal, and he's going to go to rehab.
This mock has him 8 to the Steelers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, first of all, if he's suspended for the year or if he's suspended for, a small percentage of the games, 30 to 50%, and how that affects his draft status. It's obviously going to affect it if he's suspended for the year. If he's out for the year, I mean, he's going to have to play, but we'll see what happens there.
There was a report yesterday about Sorsby from Pete Nakos from On3. I think that's how you say his name. That Brendan was going to Reds games when he was at University of Cincinnati and repeatedly betting live wagers on balls and strikes.
Oh man, he's like
you're a DJ.
Yeah, he's a full-on DJ. Like
Yeah.
he's probably going to need to spend all 30 days in the rehab center.
Well, it said thousands
it.
of bets, right?
That's what he said, yeah.
Thousands of bets.
How long does it take for you to do 1,000 bets, Jason? Probably a month.
I don't know. I only did 3 last night.
Just 3?
But during a college football weekend, you'll
the
do like 20.
I mean, during the football season, because you have obviously college and pro, and then as you get in further, you get college hoops and NBA. Yeah, I could get up there maybe up 50 to 100 a week.
What's it like for you during the Major League Baseball All-Star break? There's literally nothing to bet on. Like what do you find to bet on?
There's just
What fills your time?
whatever golf tournament's going on that week.
Golf or tennis or
I won't bet on tennis.
Have you been making hockey bets?
I was. I did 2 hockey bets. I did the Colorado Avalanche in Game 4, and I did one other. I think I did the Buffalo Sabres in one, but I haven't made more than 5.
Some days I make 20 bets.
I just have a prediction.
Sorsby laughs at that number.
About the Sorsby thing?
Yeah.
Something's coming. Like, this is the tip of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really just go to gambling addiction help unless there was, like, a massive issue.
Right.
And I just assume we've been in this business long enough. There's a report coming. Something's going to come out where
he threw a game.
I don't know if whatever. It's possible.
Might have just
threw
bet
a
on his team.
Bet out on his own games. They're trying to get ahead of it. And the NCAA might be investigating him for something. Or maybe he's betting on the NFL games, but this isn't the end of it.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure he was betting on NFL games.
Because
he said he was betting on college games that he wasn't playing in. He definitely was betting on the NFL.
I'm just going to guess it's going to be remarkably hard for him to kick the habit because he's like in the middle of the storm.
Yeah.
Like at least if you're just a rando like accountant with a betting issue, like it's not what your work and your life is all about. Like he's in the middle of like he's living what he's having a problem getting away from.
How hard was it for you to quit online blackjack?
It wasn't that hard because I realized if I kept doing it, I was going to drive my family to financial ruin.
All right. Well,
so
he might have come to
turkey.
He might have come to realization. Hey, if I keep doing this,
I
might not get drafted in the NFL. I might not be able to play college football.
Maybe. maybe this is exactly what he needs, is to get away from everything for a month, go through a program, detox from the gambling, and hopefully he's able to stay away from it.
I mean, they're already playing professional football.
Yeah.
They're playing
Yeah, he's a
professional
pro.
football in college, especially if you're making $5 million plus. And that's life-changing money.
Of course.
You don't even have to make it to the NFL. Just be a good college football player,
Yeah.
and you'd be set for life.
So,
And he probably, what do you think he was making last year?
No, I'm
2?
glad you brought that up because there were
2 or 3
there were
million?
at least a couple videos. I'm
not
sure
that
you guys
much, yeah.
saw them heading into the NFL draft or after the draft, where players are hosting draft parties.
Oh, yeah.
At the houses that they've bought or leased with their NIL money, and people are like attacking them. Like, can you believe? I think it was C.J. Allen, is a linebacker, I believe, out of Georgia that
Yep.
got drafted by the Colts in the second round.
He had a
So-
nice house.
He had a beautiful house, and
Yeah.
people are like, "Can you believe he's a second rounder and spending all this money on his draft party?" But it's
Yeah.
like you're not even taking into account how much NIL money this kid has been paid
Right.
by
Yeah, people aren't
Georgia
thinking
or
about
whatever
that.
university. Like there was also a picture of a beautiful house in Waco that a lineman for Baylor bought with his NIL money. I mean, it looked like something out of like the Housewives of Beverly Hills. I mean, it was an amazing spread. Now, you get a lot of money. You got a lot of house for your money in Waco, Texas. I'm guessing you can buy more. You get more bang for your buck. But I felt people were just attacking these kids for, first of all, celebrating the biggest day of their professional lives, getting drafted into the NFL. Like, let them splurge a little bit. They're not even tapping into their NFL money yet.
I think
this
it's
is the
a-
money they made in college.
Right. I think it's a warning sign. I saw one where allegedly $250,000 was spent on a draft day party.
Right. It seems
The
like a
reason
lot.
why people
That is a
are
lot.
firing them is we've seen all these stories of people that have made millions and
I
millions of
understand.
dollars and blown through it. So when you're spending $250,000 on just the party,
Yeah.
all right, even if you're making $5 million NAL money after taxes,
Mm-hmm.
like that $250,000's a lot. Like that's probably an indicator that this person is going to blow through their money.
Right. That they might want to rein in their spending a little bit.
Yeah.
going
That's-
back to Sorsby, first off, like, how did they miss this? How
Yeah.
do you bring in a guy for $5 million and you don't know that he's got a gambling
Yeah, you haven't
addiction
vetted him?
from the previous year? Like,
Right.
you haven't talked, like, obviously Cincinnati knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
People around him knew about it. You spend $5 million. It's going to be interesting to see how enforceable that money, that NIL deal is if
Yeah,
he never
true.
plays. And also, if he doesn't play, he's a first-round NFL draft pick.
Yep.
Is he?
I know.
He just could tank his NFL career and be undraftable.
I know. That's what I was saying.
I mean,
But if
that's-
he's such a tantalizing talent, now sitting out for years is going to hurt the
Not
draft
if he,
status.
If he
you
bet
might
on
still take it.
anything related to college football or his games or anything like that, they'll never draft him.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
maybe
would
college football, for
It would
sure,
crush him. It would crush him if he's not making the $5 million. Plus, he's an undrafted QB. That would kill him.
There have to be already huge red flags in every NFL war room that, look, this kid's got a really bad gambling problem, and
Right.
he's not even made it to the NFL yet. Like, he's probably getting pushed down draft boards already, even though this mock has him going top 10
Yeah.
next year.
Well, did that come out before the
Yeah,
story?
That's
Yeah.
a good question. I have to see when this story was released. I don't know. I don't have that answer.
But wasn't he sued because
This was
of?
posted on April 26th at 10:30 a.m. Sorsby news came out like
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess.
So if the next mock draft that comes out, he's not going to be on it. Wasn't he sued by Cincinnati for leaving, like an NIL lawsuit? Thought he was sued.
He may have been one of the ones that was sued. I can't remember. I thought he left pretty quickly, though.
Yeah. Well, it sucks, man. And look, plenty of people have that addiction of gambling.
Trust
But
me, I
college
know.
quarterbacks who are going to go make $5 million at the next school and
Yeah.
possibly get drafted in the first round, you got to do something about it and
Yep.
stop it.
Yep.
Cake sits down with those people all the time.
Those are my
Yeah.
people at MGM National Harbor. I love those people. JP, that's my community.
I know.
These are my people. When we come back, we're going to tell you why trivia is out at bars in this area. We're going to tell you what the new craze is that's drawing people into bars in the D.C. area. We'll do that next here on The Fan. Washington Post headline. Sorry, pub trivia. Nude drawing might be the hippest new event at DC bars. That's a real headline from the Post. I didn't make it up, JP. You're laughing and scoffing. This is a real story.
Well, you're acting like you didn't know. Aren't you one of the nude models?
I'm so sure I would get naked and let people draw me at a bar.
How much would it take?
Somewhere in DC. I mean,
if somebody offered you $1 million,
Of course.
of course I would do it for $1 million.
I'd do almost anything for $1 million.
I can tell you this: the people who are showing up at these bars, they're not getting paid $1 million. They're probably getting like 3 free drink coupons at best. But anyway, it's called Kink and Draw. And I guess there was a
Kink
session
and Draw
at a bar called As You Are in D.C. The event is part of a proliferating practice around D.C. where people could shell out a few bucks to draw live, naked models at a bar. No commitment or experience is necessary.
So it doesn't say if the models are male or female.
Well, I mean, in this story, the picture is a woman.
She's a female, yeah.
And she's not, at least not in this picture, she's not fully naked because it looks like she's wearing at least a top. Now, the bottom half of her body is obscured. Maybe she is naked. I don't know. But it seems...
So she's Porky Piggin?
She could be Porky Pigging it. Porky Pigging is
how long has this been happening?
I think it's a relatively recent trend.
Kink and Draw?
It's gone from 0 to 1?
Kink and Draw is the name of it.
Well, it's the kind of the name of the event, like a karaoke night.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a certain
So
night.
instead of going out and nerding it up trivia-wise with your buddies, you go with a
because
a
some
sketch
bar,
tablet,
right.
and you have your drink, and you sketch the model.
There's no way a group of guys do that. That maybe like a date night or...
I don't know.
I could see a date night.
Yeah.
It's kind of erotic.
Because I know, like, for date nights, you see, and there's one of these places close to where I live, you see these places where you drink and you draw stuff. You paint. You never seen those?
I don't think of it.
We have one in Rio.
But I don't understand. Isn't trivia silly? Is
trivia is fun? All trivia is
bar
fun.
Bar trivia is so much fun.
It's just the funnest. It's just so fun.
Like that's out.
Well, I guess it's out in some spots.
This is the new hot fire in DC. Apparently,
I mean, if you're a bunch of dudes, would you rather go out and answer trivia questions or go see some hot chick and draw her?
So the founder.
But how do you know it's a hot chick? That's the thing. It's probably not.
Okay, well,
and you might get a dude.
Now,
I'm guessing you're not going to get a dude.
All right, so the 27-year-old founder, her name is Dominique Landinez. So she led the 43 attendees through warm-up exercises.
Right.
And it says here, for 2 minutes, keep your pencil moving on the page. 2 minutes. It sounds like a long time to just keep your pencil like on the page.
Well,
and
you're supposed to be looking and drawing, I guess.
Then she says, this round,
that's weird.
Draw only with your non-dominant hand. Is she kidding?
She's doing shtick. I couldn't draw with my left hand.
I can barely do any sort of squiggly line with my left hand, let alone try to accurately draw a nude model that's in front of me.
Is she being serious? Why do that?
Another exercise. I guess these are warm-up exercises. Draw the negative space. What's around the model? I mean, it would just look like a stick figure.
That's a lot of work for a date.
But I guess it's becoming a popular thing, and I guess it's pushing trivia to the side.
Well, you got to remember, people
becoming a thing.
During the week, especially, are drinking less and less. The Gen Zers aren't out drinking as much as the generations before them. They're looking for any edge possible.
So you got to get people out there.
You got to find maybe trivia is old news. Maybe it's just too boring.
Draw only with
Also, maybe Gen Zers don't know anything about trivia. They
could be stupid.
They could be stupid. So it doesn't interest them.
Could be the case.
I just tried to draw something with my left hand.
Hey,
Yeah.
You
could draw. You can't, JP.
I know I can't draw with my right hand.
You can't draw with your right hand. Let alone your left hand.
Hidden Creek does trivia every Friday, just for gift cards too, like nothing big.
Yeah.
You should see the amount of donks that are crowded in the bar to go play that.
Fighting like they're in Gladiator.
Tell them
I know.
Gift card.
Just for a $20 gift
Yeah.
card.
Well, dude,
Tell them to bring in a nude model and see how many people come in.
there's a bar / restaurant fairly close to where we live. I don't want to give the name. They have bingo night, and I walked in there one time. It was packed. I couldn't believe how many dogs were sized to play bingo.
I mean, I used to work right next to a huge bingo parlor in Wason's Corner, and it was freaking packed to
All
the
the time?
gills all the time. JP, it's gambling.
You
People
think
love
bingo's not
gambling.
fun?
Bingo, all bingo is fun too.
It's a great time. I've never had a
No.
bad time playing bingo.
It's for the older set. I mean, if you walk in any sort of bingo hall, it's going to be like 60 plus, probably 80 plus all over the place. But at least bingo used to be wildly popular. I don't know if it still is. I don't know if it's still a thing.
I don't think the kink and draw is going to last very long.
You think it's just a fad?
I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, unless you're getting smoking hotties in there.
I don't even know if it's a true fad because he named one spot that has it.
Apparently, it's happening all around DC.
So it's not
I'm
just
kinda-
as you are.
No, that's
Yeah.
one spot that's hosted
Yeah.
it. I don't know where that is. I don't know where As You Are is.
I bet you Mike Marr knows. Mike Marr.
I bet he would definitely go to a nude drawing event with his boys.
That'd be a great fantasy football last place punishment. Is that you got to be you
You're
got to
the
be
model?
Yeah, you got to go be the model for new drawing.
Man, that is real motivation not to finish in last place. I know that. I've never been in a fantasy league that has a punishment for last place. My son has.
Oh,
My
yeah.
son's definitely done that.
My buddy's son finished last place. He had to sleep in a parking lot of a grocery store all night.
Like in a car or like,
Yeah.
Okay.
He had to sleep in it. Well, I think actually it might have been 24 hours.
Right.
It was either sleep overnight or I had to spend 24 hours in a parking lot of the grocery store.
Okay.
In the car. Just lay there or sit there or lean up against the car.
I do chuckle at the ones where you're like, where people are like, you have to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House,
Yep.
and every waffle that you eat knocks an hour off of your time spent in the Waffle House.
Oh, really?
So if you eat 12 waffles,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
only spend 12 hours.
Oh, I would definitely do that.
I think you probably would have to. I would drink so much coffee. I would drink 8 pots of coffee if I was in a Waffle House for 24 hours. But I wouldn't be there for 24. I would eat 8 or 9 waffles and cut my time almost in half.
Yeah, I would definitely do 12.
And a side of at
Because
least
if you're going to order waffles, and that depends on
Side
how
of
they're
bacon or
presented.
two.
But you're generally going to have like 3 or 4.
Yeah, but the problem is, have you had a Waffle House waffle? You know
I've
how
not.
big it is?
Oh, they're like this
It's
big.
like the size of like a sewer lid.
Oh.
But they're thick. They're like this
They're
thick.
big.
Oh, so then I wouldn't be able to have
It's
12.
not like eating Eggo waffles. I mean, I could eat 24 Eggo waffles.
No, they're big and thick.
You can't eat 24 Waffle House waffles.
I've
You'll
actually never been to a
die.
Waffle House.
Oh,
so
you're missing
speculative.
out. You're missing out.
Been to Cracker Barrel, IHOP, all those type of
It's
things.
very similar.
Yeah.
Waffle House, a little white trashier, but still pretty good.
So, Drabby, next we got to find out when the kink and draw is going to be in Ashburn. We can go out there and hang out.
We'll go together.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll hold hands. So we'll all be
Happy
draw.
hour.
Pick and draw your model, John Herr, Big John.
The Hurricane.
that would be a kink.
The
or
hurricane.
Drab
More
could
ink.
do his
Yeah.
Belfie.
All right, when we come back, we will get into not EB's, but Cakes' entertainment page. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Playoffs continued last night, and both hoops and hockey start in the NBA. Oklahoma City Thunder down the Phoenix Suns to finish off a 4-game sweep. In Denver, the Nuggets avoid elimination with a Game 5 win over Minnesota. Also, Dallas Mavericks star Cooper Flagg edged out his former Duke teammate Con Knippel on Monday to win the NBA Rookie of the Year award. Hockey, Pittsburgh Penguins stay alive in their series, beating Philly 3-2. Flyers still in front 3-2 in that series. Football, the Commanders made another move on Monday, inviting former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. And the first round of the NFL Draft averaged 13.2 million viewers last week, the third most watched first round ever. There was also an attendance record, 805,000 fans in Pittsburgh last week, including a record 320,000 for the first round on Thursday night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We'll get to the entertainment page in a bit, but joining us right now in studio is Christian. I'm sorry, I don't know Christian's last name. He is a sales account executive.
Thank you.
Christian Hunt,
Mr. Hunt
is joining us. He was our point man at Honor Brewing last week for the NFL Draft, and he's also, I didn't know this until about an hour ago, he's a big time trivia host here in the DC area.
like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I said about an hour ago. So
5 minutes ago, he was listening to us. Thanks for listening to the Junkies.
Of course, absolutely.
He was listening and heard our discussion.
Yes. Yeah, so I heard, because I saw the article that you were talking
So
about.
is your job in jeopardy because Kink and Draw is now going to overtake trivia?
I'm not worried about
Are you looking over your shoulder?
Kink and Draw just yet, but we'll see. We'll see how many other bars copy it and how many other spots take it over.
But you're big on the bar scene and trivia scene, so explain your connection to trivia.
Yeah, definitely. So I started a company 16 years ago called Capital City Showcase, and then we started doing trivia back in 2014. I started hosting personally at Bread Soda, which is in Glover Park, and then coming out of COVID, the bars that survived were desperate for content and programming, so we grew that up to 15 spots a week now. So I host 3 myself, and then we have 12 other weekly spots all around DC and Virginia as well.
So when you're host, you're like an MC?
Exactly, yeah. So I host the event, I read the questions, I grade all the questions, all that good stuff.
Wow.
So yeah, it's packed. I was listening when you on the way in. I think it's still just as popular as ever with Gen Z.
Yeah.
Bread Soda, if you're not familiar, that's right in Glover Park, just with the Georgetown. So you got Georgetown University, you got AU, American University right up the street, and we were packed last night. We had about 26 teams, and mostly young. I mean, there's still people around my age that do it as well, that live in the neighborhood, but it's predominantly, that room especially, is all college kids from AU and Georgetown.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
So
what are the other big nights? Like some bars might have karaoke night, I'm guessing.
Karaoke's popular. Bingo's popular. We have 3 bingo nights a week now. We're at American Ice Company. We're at Atlas, the new Atlas in Bridge District, right across the bridge.
See, this is why you are the bar guy. I never realized, but generally speaking, the last couple of years, when the Junkies have been out and about at bars, it's been a Christian client.
He's the guy. He's the tip of
He's
the
the bar guy.
I think I've become the restaurant bar guy, so which I'm happy to be. But yeah, because we actually did, that was kind of our first, the shout out Atlas, we did the first Grant and Danny Friday field trip was at Atlas. That was kind of the spark of the idea back in 2024. Shout out Justin and Corey and the gang over at Atlas. And then that kind of became the germ that became the Friday field trip, where we're doing bars every Friday during the football season.
I've never really done the bar trivia. I think I'm a little intimidated because I know there are a lot of people that are regulars that are really good at trivia. I feel like I don't want to dip my toe in the water. Am I just being a trivia wimp? Or
no, not at all.
Are there a lot of trivia beginners? What's
absolutely.
that scene like?
So we actually have a last place prize at all the rooms that we do.
Okay.
And it could be basically anything the bar wants to give away. Sometimes it's beer, sometimes it's leftover hummus from a happy hour.
like all
that,
this.
that was a true story that happened.
It's not like Jeopardy where you have to buzz in, right?
No,
it's
so the
written
way-
down answers. Do you have like a way to prevent cheating, like people going to their phones?
So it's funny you mentioned that because back in, I can't remember if it was 2023, 2024, there was a huge trivia cheating scandal. I can't remember where it was, but one of the other players that wasn't cheating was with NBC News, and he tweeted it out, and it became a big, huge thing. And so I'm old school. Our company's old school, and we do pen and paper. So the phones have to be, you can't even have your phone out during trivia. So that makes it a little bit easier because then if someone's like, hey, I think that team's got their phone out, most of the time it's just because we all are on our phones, we forget, we check a text or something. But because we're pen and paper, that makes it easier to prevent
if
cheating.
the Junkies formed a team, would we be like the lowest seed?
I don't think so because the thing is, I have to. No.
Cakes is pretty good. Valdez is good.
I've got a lot-
if we had like if we had a big team, like how big can teams be?
Yeah, can we have 20 people on the team? Like,
Well,
what
a
are
lot
the
of times
limits?
the big teams, it hurts you because you have too many cooks in the kitchen.
Oh,
So
that's true.
But I have to kind of, because we have regulars that are, again, Gen Zers that are 22 all the way up to like 60.
Right.
60 plus. So I have to make sure, so that's hard as I get older. I've been doing it a long time. I have to kind of slide my pop culture scale up. So I try to make it so that no matter what age, no matter what, ability level, everyone can have a good time.
Do you know who Ella Langley is?
Ella Langley. That sounds familiar, but I do not.
Isn't that the name that we were talking about yesterday?
Come on, Christian, give me some love. I haven't heard of her either.
No, but
These
here's the
guys
funny
think
thing
she's the
about
next
this.
Taylor Swift.
So yesterday,
Yeah.
I heard Ella Langley on my radio. So I came in unaware. We talked about it yesterday, and then
hugely
yesterday it
popular.
popped up.
Is she like the next Taylor Swift? Is she a little bit younger? Or?
Country sensation.
She's
right?
she's a hotter Taylor Swift.
She's the
Pop.
number one song on Billboard 100.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
she's-
just some
Yeah.
niche country thing.
Right.
No, but she's from
I know,
out-
but
Well, hold
sometimes
on.
the number one Billboard song is Lil Uzi Vert.
She's got
Doesn't
a
mean I
country.
know it.
Hold on, she's got a country voice. She's from
course.
she's got that southern twang, so that's why she's country.
But country has crossed over. into
Country
pop.
has crossed over, but it's
Yeah.
a country song. She's a country singer.
You know what? I'm disrespecting my trivia host here a little bit.
Well,
he doesn't know
but it's
Ella
funny.
Langley.
That
He
is
can't. I
the
gotta
hard
find
part.
somebody
because,
else.
I'm a
Yeah,
90s kid.
what kind of rubes you got forming teams?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm a 90s kid, so like my basis, grew up on like, grunge, 90s hip hop. So I got to remember that, people are, if you're a Gen Z or you were
So
born
Christian,
in 2000.
talk me off the ledge. I do love trivia, even though I don't really actively participate outside of my house, but I do watch Jeopardy basically every episode because I'm a dork and I want to learn more without having to read pesky books. You know what I'm saying? But
No one wants to do that.
I have this thing in the back of my brain where I'm like, I'd kind of like to try out for Jeopardy, but
Go
I
for
feel
it.
like I have too many like blind spots. I have way too many blind spots.
But
like
you can-
Ella, is it Ella Langley? That's
Yeah.
a blind spot. Country music, blind spot. Politics, Shakespeare.
How about
blind
Renaissance?
Spot, blind spot. The Renaissance, blind spot.
You can prepare for that though. So we had back in 2023, good friend of mine, shout out Patrick Curran. He was a longtime regular Bread Soda, and he was on, and he got on, and he won 2 games, and it was really interesting to hear kind of about the production side of things,
Yeah.
how he prepared for it, how he studied for it. But I'll tell you, man, I was just telling this to Drab that it was a Thursday, Friday night, and that Friday night it was packed, and we had a watch party at Bread Soda, and when he got both daily doubles in Double Jeopardy, it was as if Ovechkin scored the game winner. People
Right.
were slamming the bar. People were going absolutely nuts. So, but you could, but he was telling me like,
So there's a community. It builds
Absolutely.
a community.
Now I feel like my reflexes are good. I feel like I can buzz in quick
Yeah.
because I'm gonna process if I know it. But I also feel like I'm gonna buzz in and then Ken Jennings is gonna be like, "We need an answer," and I'm not gonna have anything. I'm gonna have nothing.
well, and there's a lot of things too because it totally changes when you actually have to think about your money.
Yeah.
like when you're watching at home, you shout it out. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But when you actually like, oh, I've only got 500, and I'm gonna get this $1,000 question
Right.
in that category. You think there's a lot of those things to think about, and you don't. I think if I recall correctly, you don't actually see the screen. You're only listening to Ken's voice.
Oh,
So
you don't get to actually read the
If I'm
question.
not mistaken, I don't think you actually
that's a
see
game
the
changer.
question.
That'd be a huge
I mean,
problem for me.
that's the trick up my sleeve. Is I always read the question before he says it. That's how I buzz in before
Man,
when I play against my dad.
You know what? Maybe I'm better just watching.
Because what he said was they have there's like round lights that are above the big board, and like those tick down, and once the lights go out,
Okay.
that's how you know how to buzz in.
Okay. All right.
So did you hear about this thing we were talking about the kink and draw? Is
Yeah,
that what it's called?
People are
That's
getting.
right.
Do you know
people
anything
are-
about that?
I heard about it. I read the article. I hadn't heard about it like through the grapevine. I saw the same article that JP did, but people are getting more creative with kind of what they do and how they do it. Like not just bingo, but music bingo, not just karaoke, but I know there's costume karaoke. and we do a show that's our only ticketed show. It's comedy, karaoke, and trivia on the same night. And actually, shout out Danny Brudet. He's going to be on the show next month on May 9th. But as the comic. But so people are getting a lot more creative, and they're mixing it up a little bit more with what they're doing. So it didn't totally surprise me that all of a sudden they're doing kind of
Kink and
draw, naked trivia. There's a lot of which is I want to check it out. It'll be interesting, not just for the the obvious reasons, but I want to go to see kind of how the show
I feel
runs.
like if a guy shows up, they're automatically just going to be labeled like a perv, like like just want to see a naked model. Like I just feel like that's a tough stigma to get around.
Yeah, well, I think your best bet's to go with a co-ed group to avoid that.
That's probably the move
that you're going to check it out. But I'd be curious to see. I'd be just kind of from the mechanics side of things. I'd be curious to see kind of how it runs.
Right.
It's funny.
So when are we going to see you on Jeopardy? We know that you're dancing with it. That you're thinking about possibly trying out.
I've done like the test a couple times. I haven't done it. I again, shout out to Patrick. He was encouraging. He was like, I think you'd be good at it because I bet at home I bat about 6.5, 7 out of 10. So I'd have to do a little bit more preparation.
You think you get about close to 70% of the questions correct?
Just about.
That's an impressive number.
But there's people like
What is your college background?
I went to Boston College.
Boston College, good school.
Went to Edmund Burke School right here in DC, and then went to Boston College. So
Christian,
but
do you ever listen on your way in and shake your head about how dumb Eric Bickle is?
Probably all of us.
I'm sitting in his seat. I can't say that. No, I don't. I think
he doesn't know anything. I must drive you insane.
We all like Cake said. We all have our blind spots. We all have our areas. I mean, I have a blind spot. Geography is my biggest blind spot. I'm terrible at geography. I would need to practice. If I was going to ever try to go on Jeopardy, I need to practice on that.
He's got more blind spots than Ray Charles.
Yeah, no, but no comment on that. No, obviously not to
Hey,
talk about Eric when he's not here.
See if the guys in there can get the I guess the final trivia question that you did the last time you hosted, if you remember.
I don't need to remember. So let's see. I could.
Give us a quick.
I'll try to. Let me pull up my phone. I can get a couple.
Test our trivia chops.
On
the fly.
I hate trivia.
I love trivia. If it's the right category.
Yeah,
it's very category dependent and specific.
So the theme from last night was called Stranger Things. It wasn't about the show. It was just kind of about oddities that were going on. So let me see if I'll see a couple. Well, you guys can probably get this one. So Moai is the name of the monolithic carved stone human figures located on what Chilean territory?
Moai?
I think I'm going to buzz in.
No idea.
Is that Easter Island?
That's correct. Easter Island. So.
All right, I give up.
Let's go.
I'll give you another one. Matthew Modine, one of the stars of Stranger Things, was the lead actor in what 1987 war film directed by Stanley Kubrick?
War film.
87.
Oh, I'm buzzing in. What is Full Metal Jacket?
That is correct.
There you go. Let's go.
Never saw it.
Cakes would carry it.
Never saw it.
I'll turn the heat up a little bit on this one.
Turn the heat up. You need to bring it down for me.
The Scream was an 1893 painting by what Norwegian artist?
I know this because this is one of the few artists I know.
That's
Edvard Munch.
That's correct. Edvard Munch is correct.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, you'll
Cake's on a team.
Yeah. You'll
put him on there.
The Malice at the Palace was an NBA game that resulted in a full-on brawl between players and patrons between the Pistons and what other team?
Pacers. See, now we can answer one.
Now you're in our sweet spot.
If you don't know that one, you guys might be in trouble.
Now you found it, Christian. That is the sweet spot for us.
How did you know Moai? Or what was it? Easter Island?
Easter
Kind
Island.
of a guess, but I know that Easter Island has these big, giant carved heads.
Yeah.
But I couldn't find Easter Island on a map.
I probably could get geography's a weak spot. I probably couldn't
I'd have
either.
an issue with that.
I wouldn't have known it was next to Chile unless I looked it up.
Cakes is I'm
You're
a
the
trivia
winner.
free agent.
You're the winner.
I'm ready to join a team today.
Anytime.
You
man,
two
come
get
on
on
by.
Jeopardy as a team.
Yeah, we can do
Could we do
Jeopardy.
that?
I think they
No,
do.
here's what we should do. You should go on. We implant like a hearing aid deep into your brain basically, and anything that you don't know that I might know, I'm gonna buzz in from a remote location, and we're gonna cruise to victory together.
I'm pretty sure Cakes is telling me to cheat at trivia, which
I am. I'm not saying
He's the host.
I'm not saying you should take this advice.
I don't. Yeah,
but this is probably the advice.
I'll put it this way: out of courtesy, I'll take it under consideration, but I can't.
And then you can bring him in.
We're just workshopping.
Exactly.
And then you can bring him in for Kink and Draw, and he can be the model.
Yeah, we could certainly do that.
That would be a hell of a draw. I'd be curious about that.
Well, Christian, thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
And,
fellas.
Go enjoy the 45-minute meeting you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh darn! I got to go to the staff meeting. Oh,
Maybe we'll meet you out on those trivia streets soon.
Val, thanks,
Christian
everybody.
Hunt, sales account executive here at Odyssey. When we come back, we get into Cakes' entertainment page. We'll do that next. Time now for the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. All right, Valdez handed me this during the last break, and it immediately became the top story on the EP. I have in my hands, you're seeing it right here, I have a Spotify playlist curated by Diana Rossini. It's a playlist called Turning the Page that she shared with a user named Mike. On December 19th, 2022. Which just so happened to coincide with a 4-game Titans L streak.
Wow.
Here are some of the artists. She has at least 2 songs by Beyonce, Cuff It and Break My Soul. Can't say I'm familiar with either. She's got Sam Hunt, House Party. She's got Route 94 and Jess Glynn, My Love. I don't know anything about that. Maybe a country song. I'm not sure. She's got Pump It Louder, Tiesto and the Black Eyed Peas, a collab there. She's got Raise Your Glass from Pink. Now she gets to the rock portion of her playlist. And I'm kind of feeling this.
Is there an overarching message here?
Well,
My Love.
Song number 9 is Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
Catchy. And I'm not even a Chili
You don't-
Peppers
you don't
guy.
like them, yeah.
That's a catchy tune. She's got Last Resort by Papa Roach. I mean,
Wow.
that song's a 15 out of 10 on anybody's playlist. She's got Welcome to the Jungle, rock staple, obviously from Guns N' Roses. She goes a bit further back now. Photograph, Def Leppard. She's really hitting the
Great tune.
hard rock tunes from the 80s, which I love. She's got God of Thunder by Kiss.
Okay.
Dance the Night Away by Van Halen.
Uh-huh.
And this last song on the list is kind of a curious selection because this song is intimately tied to the Pittsburgh Steelers. She's got Renegade by Styx as part of her playlist.
Huh. So are we assuming the songs are both Vrabel and Diana like, or kind of agreeing on it?
I mean,
No, it seems like Diana sent it to Mike.
Oh, so it's not his favorite songs.
You can send a playlist via Spotify.
Well, they could be some of his favorite songs. We don't know.
Right, but I'm saying she's, according to at least the way that I received the story, is you're saying she sent it to an unknown Mike.
Yeah, well, here's what I'm going to guess.
Have you ever sent a playlist to anybody?
Never.
No.
I have. You know what I have a playlist for? Old Johnny Flakes.
Did you ever make a mixtape for a girl growing up?
Of course.
Yeah, you made a playlist.
Who'd you make one for?
I mean, I've probably made, I don't know, a handful of cassettes. It was cassettes.
Right.
You definitely made like rock, like arena power ballad playlists.
You didn't make it for that girl that you and EB were battling out, that another guy who lived up the hill.
I never got involved with her, so she was not playlist worthy. There was never intimate conversations and intimate, what's the word I'm looking for? Intimate dalliances is a good word.
I don't think for EB either.
So she was not playlist worthy.
Okay.
But like any girlfriend I had, or like
You didn't send them all your
I definitely
heavy metal stuff,
No,
did you?
It's a lock I made.
Listen to this silly rat.
It's a lock that I made. The then Amy Wertheimer, some sort of rock cassette, like jam list.
Yeah.
Back in
Really?
the day. 100%.
Yeah.
I know
Not with Maiden on it and
no,
stuff.
No, JP, you're missing
You found
the point.
like the Cinderella songs.
It would be like Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home,
Right.
or like the soft. I would show my softer
Right.
side. Def Leppard power ballad.
Right.
Rat didn't really do many power ballads. Maybe one toward the end of their run that I might have included on a cassette.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like here are the perfect ones. Like Skid Row, I Remember You is a great song to put on one of those cassettes. Definitely did that.
Mike Moore would freak out if he saw how we recorded on cassettes back in the day.
Yeah, I Remember You by Skid Row, 15 out of 10. I Won't Forget You by Poison is a great one. Great song. Now,
You're reminiscing on your
I'm reminiscing. I'm
on
going-
your mixtape
I'm going
days.
back in the Wayback Machine.
So, are we presuming that this Mike is 100% Mike Vrabel?
Well, who else?
I
would
mean,
it
who
be?
else? I mean, it could be another Mike, but what are the
I
chances?
mean, if I had to wager, I'd wager all of my Final Jeopardy money on it being Mike Vrabel. Coincides with a 4-game losing streak. She's sending him a playlist.
How did
to make
that
him
come
feel
out?
better.
I think her
How
brother's
did that
name
come
is
out?
Mike.
Her brother's name is Mike.
I think Diana Rossini doesn't know a lot of Mikes.
That's one of the most common names
I
out
mean,
there.
come on, she's Italian.
Mike McCarthy.
Okay, but this is the reason the story is out, is because it's to Mike.
Yeah, just some.
And it's right around the losing streak. I will say that there was a completely speculation because everybody's looking into her past.
Yeah.
That maybe she had something with Sean Payton too.
Because
That I don't know.
I can't remember the details, and it's completely speculative.
But I'm going to say songs 9.
You're just throwing out.
Song-
No, I mean, I
stuff
could read
out
the
there.
story if you want me to read the story. I can.
Song-
What was she seen at in a hot tub with Sean Payton?
I don't know.
She have interlocking hands with
was
Sean
it
Payton.
Sean Payton or McVay? I'm sorry.
What?
Who'd you say?
Sean Payton.
I don't know if this playlist went to Mike Vrabel or just some other rando Mike, but songs 9 through 15 on this playlist are all songs that a guy named Mike would be into. Can't Stop, Last Resort, Welcome to the Jungle, Photograph, etc., etc.
The best song on that list is Photograph. In my opinion.
Better than Welcome to the Jungle?
Yeah, I like Photograph better.
Hey, it's very.
Photograph's really good.
Yeah.
Dance the Night Away by Van Halen. Excellent.
That's a very sweet thought that she did. You're in the middle of a 4-game losing streak. You make a playlist for somebody.
Right, try to pump them up.
Yeah, pump them up.
It is nice.
That's a very nice thought.
It's kind of touching. It's kind of sweet. By the way,
It is if you're not married.
Right.
Donks.
Both are
very good point.
both
It's a
married.
very good point. I did lose sight of
Oh,
the fact
Diana Rossini is such a sweet girl.
that she
Yeah, yeah,
was
yeah.
married if she was sending this to one Mike Vrabel.
I still can't believe they were in a bar. What was that? Where were they in that bar? Was
New
that
York?
Somewhere in New York City.
And they're with other people in it, and they're kissing each other.
Canoodling.
There's
I
definitely,
mean, such
definitely that.
unless they
happening.
just didn't care to get caught. That's so risky.
well, they
You
prob-
know someone's going to take a picture
they
of
probably just thought this bar is half empty. Nobody's paying attention to us. We're just kind of blending in, and they,
you. Yeah, I
they-
don't know.
you know what they did?
You can't really blend
They
in
let-
as Mike Vrabel.
They let their guard down.
Yes, they did.
Let their guard down and going to be paying for it. Mm-hmm. By the way, Mike Vrabel was spotted in the Salt Lake City airport. I think it was yesterday or the day before, buying some sort of like powder blue hoodie. People think it was for his wife as like a, oh, I'm sorry, I
Mea
might have
culpa.
had this inappropriate relationship. How about a hoodie from the Salt Lake City airport to make make everything smoothed over? Guessing that probably didn't go very well. All right. Menace to Society star Samuel Monroe Jr. is on life support after meningitis went untreated for months. Love that movie. It's a great film. Menace to Society came out in the 90s. But apparently he's on life support. According to his wife, she says, her name is Shauna Stewart, we've been fighting over the past 9 months to keep him alive.
Wow.
Due to meningitis. Around 18 months ago, he was in Vegas filming, and unfortunately, that's where he contracted meningitis. He went to several different hospitals where his condition was repeatedly misdiagnosed.
Wow.
And because of this negligence, the meningitis went untreated for 8 months.
Wow.
So he had
That is incredible.
Kind of had a bit part in Menace to Society, but if you've seen the movie 100 times like I have, you know exactly who this guy is. He confronts Kane and O-Dog because Kane, I believe, had a one-night stand with his sister in the movie, and he didn't take too kindly to it, and he confronted Kane. Then Kane and O-Dog stomped him out in front of Kane's apartment, and then later in the movie, he takes his revenge by pulling a drive-by on Kane, the main character, and killing him in front of his then girlfriend. So
I got
Sorry,
I
spoiler
got to
Menace
YouTube
Society
that one.
for
I got
everybody.
to YouTube that scene. Isn't meningitis? Can't you just do a blood test and track meningitis? How is it misdiagnosed by
That I don't
multiple
know.
hospitals?
I don't know. But I think once you get meningitis, if it doesn't get treated quickly, it
I
can
know.
definitely kill you.
Oh, I know that.
Which is terrifying. So hopefully he's able to pull through.
Jeez.
Shannon
That's-
Elizabeth, to nobody's surprise, cashes in on OnlyFans and with a reported 7-figure payday.
Wow.
In her first week.
Whoa.
According to sources who've apparently come out of the woodwork on Monday, the 52-year-old actress pocketed more than 7 figures in just her first week on OnlyFans. Her quote, "I've spent my entire career working in Hollywood where other people control the narrative and the outcome of my career. This new chapter is about changing that, showing off a more sexy side no one has seen and being closer to my fans."
I recognize
Hold
the
on.
name. How would I know her?
A sexy side that nobody's
American
seen.
Pie.
We saw you 80% naked
She was in
in
American Pie.
in American Pie, yes.
I'm sure I'd recognize her, but
You
I
would
can't-
definitely recognize her because she was in the bedroom with Jason Biggs.
Did she play Nadia?
She played Nadia, the exchange
I
student.
know I haven't seen that movie in forever. That movie came out 30 years ago.
It came out a long time ago.
It's a
And
classic.
Jason Biggs got a
I'd have
little
to
bit.
see the scene.
He got a little bit over his skis
Yeah.
with her in the bedroom with him, and everybody was watching it. They had the closet creeper in the bedroom, and all of his buddies are watching it in the next room over, and they saw his how shall I say, disappointing performance. We'll just leave it at that. Jason,
Hold on, let me see. I got to punch it up. Got to go to YouTube.
Jason, were you aware
Man,
that Harry Styles and Zoe Kravitz are engaged? Did you
no.
know that?
No.
I know there were rumors about a ring. Didn't we bring that up last week? So it's confirmed.
The pair sparked engagement speculation after Kravitz was spotted wearing a massive ring while kissing the Watermelon Sugar singer in London in photos published by The Sun on April 21st. Page 6 was first to report the engagement news. So they are engaged, just in case you didn't know that, Jason.
I did not. And Zoe is Lenny's daughter.
Lenny's daughter, yes.
Yeah.
And she stars in what show? Doesn't she star?
No idea.
She was in The Studio on Apple TV, and she was also in the latest Batman with Robert Pattinson, if my memory serves correct. I think that's right.
Is she a singer or is she a singer and an actress or just an actress?
I know she's an actress. Not sure if she's a singer or not. Can't tell you. Speaking of singers, Dylan Carter, voice contestant, passed away at the age of 24. He passed away in a single vehicle car accident in South Carolina over the last couple days. The victim was the sole occupant of the car, was driving with his vehicle, ran off the road before striking a utility pole and a fence, and then overturning. He was taken to a local hospital where he later died of his injuries. So that's sad.
That's a
news.
terrible story.
24 years old, dead. Single car accident.
Dylan Carter?
Dylan Carter. So that is some sad news from reality TVville.
Did we ever have Kajana Carter on our show in the early years?
Kajana
Yes.
For some reason, that name's popping into my head.
Yeah, I think we had Kajana Carter.
He became a big time bust.
I think we had him on at a Super Bowl show.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, I can tell you when
I
he
think we
was
had
a
him on
bust.
live.
I think I was in College Park when Penn State came in with Kajana Carter.
70-7.
And it was Boat Race City. It
Yeah.
was one of the worst beatings I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And Kajana Carter was giving the Terps the business.
I'm pretty sure
Former Redskin, by the way.
Kajana Carter?
Yes.
I've forgotten that. When was he with the Skins?
2001.
I think that's when we had him on.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive we had him on.
I remember having Kajana Carter on.
So you went
when you were talking about Dylan
you went
Carter.
from Dylan Carter to Kajana Carter.
I don't have
with
a
the
file on
quickness.
Dylan Carter.
I don't either.
I mean, there are a lot of Carters out there.
Yeah.
But for some reason, Kajana popped into my head.
Yep, well.
I was like, whatever happened to that guy?
But he wasn't here. Kajana didn't play here very long, right?
One season.
1 year, yeah.
14 games and only had 308 yards.
Yep. All right, that's your EP.
Man,
Hopefully I entertained
what
everybody.
a Buster Rooney, Kajana Carter.
What pick was he?
I thought he was number 2.
I think he was top pick.
Was he the number 1 pick overall?
I'm pretty sure.
I know he was like a top 5.
Yes, he was. First overall in 1995.
And how many years did he play?
Give me
6,
you know
5,
what?
6?
Don't give me the names, but give me the schools, and I'll see if I can pull the top 5 players from that draft.
All right, I got to punch
Oh,
up 95 draft.
1990.
So obviously Penn State was number 1.
All right.
Uh,
Give me the school and the position this guy
USC
played.
tackle.
Tony Baselli.
Alcorn State quarterback.
Steve McNair.
Colorado wide receiver.
Oh, Westbrook.
Michael Westbrook
Washington.
to the Skins. Yeah.
Penn State quarterback.
Kerry Collins.
Yes, keep going. Florida defensive end. This one might be tough.
Kevin Carter.
Yes.
Wow.
Boston College defensive end.
Mike Mamula.
Ohio State wide receiver.
Joey Galloway.
Yes. Penn State tight end.
Kyle Brady.
Yes.
Good one.
UCLA wide receiver.
Oh,
are you looking at it?
No, I don't have it.
JJ Stokes.
Yes.
I mean,
this is impressive.
See, you know what? I need 1990.
That's top
you know
10.
who else was up there? Corey Raymer.
You know what I need? 1995 NFL draft trivia when I go on Jeopardy.
Yes.
That's what I need.
All right, I think you would. I think this would be the toughest. Number 11, right before Warren Sapp went 12, was a defensive end from Florida State.
Hold on, defensive end, Florida State.
Initials.
Went before
DA.
No idea.
Derek Alexander.
Yeah, I wouldn't have pulled that.
To the Vikings.
Wow, Warren Sapp fell to
But
12 in that
Kajana
draft.
was 1 overall and played. Who drafted him?
The Bengals, right?
Bengals.
I believe it was the Bengals.
And he played about 5 years, 6 years.
No, I think he ended up in the league a little longer than that.
Oh, was it longer than
that? 96 through 2004.
Oh,
His
wow.
best season was his second year in Cincinnati when he ran for 464 yards.
Not a great career for him in the pros, but he was an amazing college player, no doubt. Don't forget, you want to kick off your summer with the Junks. We're going to be at the Starboard in Dewey Beach. The date, Friday, May 22nd. It's brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. So put it on your calendar. We want to see you in Dewey Beach in just about 3-ish weeks. We're the Junkies. We'll be right back.
Hey, Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with the new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked the Junkies up with some hoodies, some long-sleeve shirts, graphic tees. I love my black hoodie and my brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show when I'm working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. So the Nats were off last night.
Yep.
First time in almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, 17 days, I think. 17 straight games. But they were off. They're in New York tonight, not to play the Yankees, but to play the Mets. The Mets, I just saw this on one of the sports books, are minus 194 tonight against the Nats. The Mets have lost 15 of 17 games. They're 2-15 in their last 17, and they're almost 2-1 favorites.
Well, what's the
over
pitching
Nats.
So you're
matchup?
advising us to take the Nats? Is that what you're
I mean,
you're
don't you
saying
think that's
here?
a great play? I mean, value play at plus 160?
Sounds like it.
The pitching matchup is Zach Littell, who's 0-3 with almost an 8 ERA, against Clay Holmes, who's 2-2 with a 2 ERA. Okay,
I think that's why there's the discrepancy.
Maybe that has something to do with it. I'm sorry, but a team that's 2-15 should not be 2-1 favorites over a team that's got 4 more wins.
Did we put the Junkies hex on
That's
Zach
crazy.
Littell? Because we had him
on the show. That's
before
true.
he even pitched 1 inning for the Nats, and it hasn't been very good.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying that the Nats are going to win. They're not a lock to win. I mean, they're the Nats playing a top 3 payroll. But the Mets suck right now. I can't believe they're 2-1 favorites. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting when that came out.
Is Carlos Mendoza's seat very hot?
What do you think?
How long has he been the manager of the Mets?
I don't know, a few years. I just think that's crazy that they're 2-1. And watch, Clay Holmes go out there and throw a 3-hitter.
I mean, if you have the top 3 payroll in the league and you're 10 games below 500, I know it's early, yes, you're going to be sitting on a warm seat.
Yeah, I mean, they're 10.5 games back of the Braves.
Red Sox already fired their manager.
Yep.
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise. That's after a 17-1 win. But I don't know. I'll be interested to see what happens tonight in the Nats-Mets game at Citi Field. Mets just got swept by the Rockies, scored a total of 1 run in 2 games.
That's pretty brutal.
$300 million payroll, 1 run.
So I keep checking Dylan Cruz's stats.
Yeah, how's he doing?
Great. He's hitting 222 in 24 games in Rochester. And he has 2 home runs, 9 RBI.
Not going to call him up.
He does have, is this right?
I'm surprised that his numbers aren't better than that.
You know what he does have?
Bunch of
check this.
Bunch of SBs.
Yeah, he's got 5 swipers.
Oh, okay.
5 swipes.
Well, for number 2 overall pick, I would expect much better numbers at the AAA level.
Yeah, certainly if he wants to get called up to the big squad, got to start hanging up some better numbers.
See, the leader in stolen bases for the Nats right now
Nunez, right?
has got 13.
Yeah. And, you know,
the kid can run.
He can run. You know what he can't do? He can't get on base.
Let's see, on-base percentage is
low.
300.
Well, look, there's no reason to call up Dylan Cruz. In the outfield, you got James Wood. You've got Dalen Lyle.
Yeah.
You got Jacob Young. Like, he's not better than those guys.
No, I agree. I'm at this point, you only call him up for an injury. But I'm just surprised the numbers aren't better. Maybe
I guarantee they're disappointed.
Maybe he is just a whiff. He's just a whiffy.
Could be.
They just botched it.
From a previous regime. I mean, this regime had nothing to do with his drafting.
True,
they
but
weren't around.
I'm sure even if it wasn't Washington that took him, someone was going to take him really high.
Sure.
I mean, they were going to take him top 3 or 4. Right?
Thing is, when he got called up,
Yeah.
when he got called up last year, you know, he moved up very quickly. He was only hitting 240 in Rochester before he got called up.
Yeah, you're right. Now, look,
but he did play in 85 games in the majors. Now he only hit 208.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the number 2 pick, wow.
I know. I know. And this is, second year in. I can understand struggling out of the gate in the first season, but I would have expected him certainly to be on the active roster late April in year 2. That's just very surprising. But anyway, Nats Mets tonight, so keep an eye on that. And hopefully Zach Littell pitches a lot better than he has in the previous 3 or 4 starts.
And you're going to your first game Saturday?
Going to the first game.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's the Brewers? Brewers in town?
Playing the Brewers. Yep. Got the Terra Club seats.
You know where
very
my
nice.
kids' school had a field trip. Now, it was a field trip for my kids in third grade, fourth
Okay.
grade and above.
Yeah.
We've been there, close to where we grew up, and it has to do with baseball.
They're going to a Chesapeake Bay Sox
That's
game.
what they did. That was the field trip, a Chesapeake Bay Sox game.
That's their new name, right? They've dropped
Yes,
Bowie. They're
they
the
dropped Bowie.
Man, they're just giving Bowie the short shrift. They were the Bowie Bay Sox
For a long time. Yeah.
20-something years. I want to say 15,
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least
yeah.
20 years.
One of my buddies, I think he was like the chaperone or something, and so he was going on the trip with
Yeah.
the older girls, and he said, "It's going to be my first trip to Bowie Bay Sox Stadium."
It's a fun little stadium.
I said, "Well, you can also go to Home Depot. It's
Yeah.
right there,
Sure
and Chick-fil-A,
Haven't been there in a long time.
or if you want to, Rips. All the spots.
Rips gets so much love on this show. It's so funny.
Well, it's still there. Unlike Applebee's, which is gone.
I just remember going to Rips to the beer store with my dad when I was a kid. And it was like this. I'm way too young to drink beer, obviously, but like they had beer coolers.
Yeah, their selection was huge.
That were like 100 yards long. It was like the most
Big selection.
amazing thing I'd ever seen.
Big selection of beer and wine.
Yep. Killed it. Still killing it.
Who was it who didn't know where Rips was that we had on? Who's from Bowie?
Who was it?
Oh, Nick Cross.
Nick Cross, that's right.
Didn't we ask
Yes.
Nick Cross?
Yeah.
He had no idea where Rips was.
Didn't really know.
I will tell you this. I went with my mom dozens of times, especially during kind of like the last 5 years of her life. I was one of the youngest people there
Of
every
course.
time.
Yeah. It's an
So
oldster
it's not
destination.
shocking to me that Nick Cross never went to Rips.
They had a killer
Yeah.
bacon, mushroom, and tomato omelet.
Oh, really?
So
But
good.
Rips has-
so good.
Hold on,
has a
bacon,
very-
mushroom,
Tomato, no
and tomato.
cheese. I would
Rips-
order no
I
cheese.
got to hold the mushrooms. Sorry,
Yeah.
I got to hold the
Rips has a very memorable Junkies moment, though. You know what I'm talking about? When the four of us went there, when we were
Oh, yeah.
doing
yeah.
our ESPN dalliance.
Yeah, I remember.
And the head producer, like, we shot a pilot for ESPN, and before we did that, two of the guys from ESPN came to Lanham because we were in the studios in Lanham at the time, and we ended up going to Rips afterwards.
Yep.
And the guy from ESPN, who Cakes calls Mr.
We
Crowley,
had lunch with Mr. Crowley.
He's married to Kit.
Brr, brr, brr.
He's married to Kit Hoover.
yeah, at least he was. I mean, I don't know.
I
But
don't know.
he got upset that the table next to us was being really loud, and he told him to zip it.
Oh, I kind of
Remember?
He made it uncomfortable.
Yes.
I mean,
He was like, "We're having a meeting here."
you know what?
I don't remember.
I think
that.
I think
Something
I talked
like
about
that.
this when I went to San Diego with my wife last year. We sat next to the loudest people in a pretty loud restaurant, and it like I didn't say anything to them, but I almost wanted to say something to the manager, like this table is like they're drunk, just loud and rambunctious, but we just soldiered through it. But it can be annoying if you're next to like a super loud table in a restaurant. Like I've never broached it like Mr. Crowley did, but I can understand. I can understand people getting ricked by somebody being just super loud in a restaurant.
Right.
Like there's an acceptable level of volume that you should speak at in a restaurant. And these people are going way above it.
Mr. Crowley.
Such a great song by Ozzy Osbourne. You sleep a little bit. Sleep a little tad,
I definitely
little
sleep.
bit. Sleep
And
on that.
for those that don't know, I wrote about the whole experience in Still Barking.
Yeah.
Chapter title, Never Ask for Double. But we actually did a pilot they liked, went back to New York, talked about it, designing a set.
Yeah.
And then it just went away in the ether
Yeah,
of
what
the
are you gonna
show.
do? Sometimes these things happen.
Maybe because we asked for double.
If your demands are too outrageous. Sometimes
That's
the
all
people
right.
that are,
They
you know,
moved on to the next.
There was a reason for
Yep.
it. All worked out.
it's all good. Not worried about it in the year 2026. All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley. They will entertain you here on The Fan.
Busy night last night. Both the NBA and the NHL playoffs start in hockey. Pittsburgh Penguins avoid elimination with a 3-2 win over Philly. So Game 6 of that series will be on Wednesday night. Flyers still in front, 3-2. NBA, the top seed in the East, Detroit, in some big trouble now on the brink of getting bounced. Pistons lose again to the Orlando Magic last night. So Detroit down 3-1 in that series. In Denver, Nuggets avoid elimination with a Game 5 win over Minnesota, and Oklahoma City finished off a 4-game sweep downing the Phoenix Suns last night to win their series. Nationals finally got a Monday off, finally got a day off. Nats are up in the Big Apple tonight. Back in action at the New York Mets, 7:10 first pitch. Here on the Fan, Nats are looking for a third straight win. Mets have lost 15 of their last 17. And a football note from Monday, Commanders still making moves. They have invited former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Boop, boop, boo. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Brian Mitchell on a well-earned couple days off, playing some golf, headed out to Arizona. Joining us today, Mr. Steve Zabin. Good morning, Zabe. How you doing?
Hello, JP. How are you? I'm eager to know where Brian is playing in Arizona.
I think today he's here. I think he's got
today's a pack the clubs day.
I think he's got a tournament or something in town today. And I think they fly out to AZ maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. I'm not sure.
I bet he's playing the elite of the elite. We're
He had
talking
good stuff set up.
Silverleaf, Quintero, Boulders, Scottsdale National.
I can't remember. I want to say Greyhawk.
That's nice.
He told me where
Greyhawk's nice. It's not elite.
He's got. I think it's like it might be like 30 guys going. So they have. He does this one big trip every year where they got a zillion different bets going and all sorts of stuff. So I don't quote me on exactly what he's doing. I don't exactly remember.
Is it his trip? Is he the ringleader?
There's not many rooms B. Mitch walks into where he doesn't end up being the ringleader.
Oh, I'm sure he's a dominant personality.
I don't know that he sets it up.
I don't think he sets it up.
I bet he's along. I
think B. Mitch is comfortable being the guy saying, "Take care of it for me."
I'm going to Bandon in a couple weeks.
Dude, you better text me some assets.
I will. Now, do you think I was the ringleader of this Bandon trip?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, you got to be 2 years in advance for Bandon now. It's crazy.
I got here, 4 minutes before the show started? You think I'm 2 years out on the Bandon email?
You got to be 2 years ahead, and there's a lottery.
Yeah, dude.
And I do want to go see it, but I am also wary of everyone talks it up so much. I'm thinking, can it really be that good? Probably is.
So I have a dear friend, Jamie Gillespie, who we call a Bandon hipster because he's been going for so long now. But
a rich hipster at that, because it's not cheap.
But yeah, dude, when you're in the what do they call it? Government relations industry, that's good for golf. But I think everyone that has been swears by it to such a degree.
Yeah.
The travel sucks.
Oh, it's impossible to get there.
I got DCA to Chicago to Eugene, and then we're renting there's like a Sprinter van service.
For 2 hours on the road through the Oregon night.
Right. Well, we're flying.
It's like the Oregon Trail. You'll die of dysentery by the time you get to bed.
Yeah, but credit to Sean Ward. So it's a bunch of Army Navy guys that set this trip up.
Nice.
And then I think some guys bailed, and that's how I got in. But
that's a good way to get in.
It's already set up. Like all I have to do is send a Venmo. Like that's my kind of trip. One thing I do know is Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. And Jeff, Monumental, throw Jeffrey on there. Look at Jeff wearing his Rude hat. Shout out to Jimbo and Jim. We got to get Jeff to figure out how to look at the camera. The camera's behind you, dog.
Turn around.
There's got to be a better way.
It's right here, isn't it? Right here?
Yeah, but you can't. Whatever. You look great.
funny scene this morning as like the folks doing our show, and today we got Jeff and Metal and White Brian and me and Zabe. We always kind of like stand around, sit around out there and just kind of BS for a
in the
few
bullpen.
minutes.
Do some long tossing, some stretching.
Exactly. We're getting loose.
Light calisthenics.
Then the junks come out. So there's like usually like a 2-3 minute period of time where like there's like a bunch of us out there kind of BSing.
Right.
And Jeff, the center of attention for his quarter zip that none of us can identify. And then like, I mean, Bishop, who is usually a speeding bullet out of this building,
actually
stops to like feel Jeff's quarter zip. And we're trying to identify.
It's got a Marine Corps
name,
logo
make,
on
and
it.
model.
Just a Marine Corps logo. It's white. It's a Greg Norman piece.
Could it be a Marine Corps marathon thing, maybe?
It doesn't say marathon on it, though.
It doesn't
could
say
be.
anything.
It
Just
could
the
be.
logo.
But, you know, Walker says he got it hooked up from Bish, the king of hookups, because somebody sent him a bunch of these quarter zips. And I was very envious. I'm like, I'd love one of those if XL shakes free.
Well, you had a great line, too. You said
I
quarter
said,
zips.
quarter zip. I said, you got to watch out, Walker. It's going to kill your street cred because quarter zips are the official garment of the middle-aged white dude.
Yes.
And that ain't
Couldn't
you,
be
buddy.
more
Hey,
That
hold up,
ain't
though.
you.
Hold up, though, Zay.
Hold up.
On TikTok, the young kids are wearing quarter zips now.
Are they really?
Yes, it's a thing. I don't know what it's a thing.
I also think quarter zips might just be the official garment of middle-aged dudes.
That's true.
Because B wears
New
a
Bal-
quarter zip every day.
True, like New Balance shoes with the extra wide
But
for
he
the
got
middle-aged
middle-aged.
feet.
But New Balance are also like very hip in the streets. I
Are
don't
they?
know if you're aware of that.
I did not know that.
I mean, especially New Balance are like an
Shoes
old
of the
school
DMV.
DC thing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Like I was wearing New Balances in middle school. Like that's like a DC thing. is wearing
Interesting.
New
Okay.
Balances. Yeah.
Well, New Balance for a long time was the only maker that had extra wides, and so therefore it became the official dad shoe of middle age as you got fatter
the dads
and older.
wear those the white ones with just the
Well,
N
of
on there.
course.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Jeff said something interesting there because he was trying to take a shot at B, and I'll defend him because he's not here. But Jeff said B doesn't count as middle-aged. I think he very much does. I think middle-aged in the year 2026 is like 40 to 60?
45 to 60?
No, it can't be.
Am I middle-aged? I'm 44.
No.
I say 30 to 50.
No, you're a young dad.
30 is not middle-aged.
No, you're
How is
you're
it?
you're a young dad.
Jeff,
You're not middle aged.
You're 30. Do you feel middle-aged?
I'm 32, yes, because I have friends that's younger than me. I have friends that's older than me at this time.
Well,
I'm middle-aged. I'm not a
middle-aged-
teenager. I'm not old.
middle
I'm getting
age.
there.
Middle age is definitely a state of mind, and it is also based on how long you expect to live. So you know, it's all about
It's all
you know,
relative.
it's all relative. Exactly right. I think B. Mitch doesn't present middle aged because
No.
he is an ex athlete.
He looks younger now than he did in his draft photos.
Right, who's
So
in
I
good
just looked it
shape
up.
and exercises and bicycles and everything else.
I just looked it up. I was completely wrong. Middle age
Shocker.
is 40 to 65.
That's what I just said.
But how is that
According to
middle
who?
aged?
According to who?
According to Google.
Yeah, see, you can't trust Google. By the way, I got to give a big thank you to you, JP. You saved my ass on a bad piece of misinfo. I went to Google just on a whim during a break last Sunday to look at next year.
The show was great. I was in the car a lot this weekend, driving to lacrosse games.
Well, thank you
I enjoyed your
for-
program. I thought Denton did a great job with draft coverage. The shows over the weekend have been really good.
Well, thank you.
Was
So
it Sports Sunday with Zabe?
Sports
I'm
Sunday,
a
yeah.
listener.
Thank you. So thank God you were, because I did a quick peek ahead to next year's Commanders draft picks, and on multiple sites, including AI, Gemini, Google, their crummy product that is losing the AI race, it said next year, the Commanders picks, it said 2027 picks. It had the same array of first, third, fifth, 6, 6, 7. And I went on air with that because I looked at another website that also pulled that erroneous information forward. All that Google did, or Gemini did, was they grabbed this year's picks.
Yeah, just scrape the info.
Scraped it and put it on 27. It wasn't until you texted saying, I'm pretty sure they've got all their picks. I then went to Spot Rack, which is the best site because they track all this stuff, contracts, everything else. And they said, no, the Commanders have every one of their picks next year. And I said, thank God. So thanks for keeping me straight on that. But I feel much better now.
Good.
Are you excited to host this thing next year?
You know
The
what's
draft?
interesting? So I was up there basically for a day. I was there last Thursday. I was supposed to be there for 3 days, and then everything that happened on the home front, I had to change my trip, obviously.
Yeah.
It was cool. There were a lot of people. There was a lot of buzz. Something's a big event. You ever been to Mardi Gras?
No.
Okay. Have you
been in New Orleans?
Sure.
Been to the Super Bowl there.
You've been to New Orleans. You and I have worked Super Bowls together.
Yeah.
I remember riding the media shuttle with you.
Right.
Something's a big event, and you got a ton of people when the God Squatters are out there. Like some dude will be in the middle
with the megaphone. Jesus will save your soul.
Those dudes were every other block in Pittsburgh.
Hey.
And I'm like, all right, this is a big event.
Got to recruit where the fish are.
Sure. And I was listening to Van Pelt's podcast, and I was listening to that this morning, and Stanford Steve was up there, and we were going to get beers, and then my travel went nuts. But listening to his recap of it was interesting because he was saying how big it was, how awesome it was. And for me, because I didn't have a ton of time and it was just all work on Thursday and not a lot of like reflecting or looking around. Next year here, I think DC is significantly, and this is not a shot at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a really cool city. Pittsburgh is the only city within a reasonable driving distance of Washington that feels very different.
Oh, yeah.
You drive to Philly, you drive to New York, Baltimore, Richmond. They all kind of feel...
Pittsburgh's its own culture.
Totally. The hills, the mountains, like it looks different. It feels different. That is not an East Coast city. You have entered another part of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. But because of the confluence of the three rivers, a zillion bridges, the stadium was on one side of downtown and where like the fan experience was. And then there was another like draft experience. But it was just like a little clunky and a lot of walking. Whereas I think the National Mall is, I mean, let's be real, it's conducive to gigantic events.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like inaugurations and marches and protests.
Yep.
And like it's built for this. And I think what people will be able to do is you either drive and maybe you park by all the government buildings or something and walk.
Or Metro.
Or you take the Metro, and you don't need to take the Smithsonian Metro Station, I imagine, will be closed. But if you get off at L'Enfant and walk a couple blocks, if you get off at Archives or Union Station and walk a couple blocks, I think it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
And I think the draft next year is shaping up to be an absolute fireworks.
Right.
Now, who knows? Nobody had Mendoza emerging this year, but like the quarterbacks, there's always volatility. But the three wideouts, and Smith, Williams, and Cam Coleman, like the talent at the top of this draft, I think will be so significant. I think DC is really well built for it. The only thing I've thought of, and their plans are to have the stage up closer towards the Capitol, kind of closer to us,
right?
Which is probably better because down that way you could probably get, like, you have some bars and restaurants, but you know how a lot of the mall, the closest bars and restaurants are like a significant walk.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, like, that's one thing Pittsburgh had was a bunch of little bars and restaurants. So you could, like, go to the draft without having to actually go to the official thing and kind of feel like you're a part of it.
I'm thinking the closest place would be Penn Quarter.
Penn Quarter will be packed.
Yeah.
Packed. Shout out to Mike Brand. But start setting up outdoor beer bars now. I think maybe
Are you allowed to do that?
I want to say the mayor, who I think Mayor Bowser has really done a tremendous job and understands like major events. With COVID changed everything, right? Offices are empty.
Right.
They're trying to make the government come back. That pendulum will swing both ways. Like, I think she has realized we have to reinvent our district economy. I want to say, I know in Pittsburgh, I know this firsthand knowledge, you could get a to-go cocktail.
Okay.
Because Wednesday night, I got in kind of late. I got to a restaurant by 9 p.m. because that was when the kitchen closed. I ate, and then I walked to B. Mitch's hotel to hang out with him and Tana, and I had like half my drink left, and the woman's like, "You want it to go?" I was like, "Can I do that?" She's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And she poured it in a plastic cup, and I was like, "Well, do you want to pour another one in there? It's a big cup."
They're going to have to.
So I think you got to allow that.
They're going to have to serve beer at the event.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no way.
They did in Pittsburgh. Inside the official draft experience,
right.
You can get whatever you want.
But here's the interesting wrinkle, is that's Park Service land, right? That it's going to be on? Doesn't the Park Service run the mall?
Yes.
So what are the rules on that? Are they different? Maybe it's easier to just grant a one-time exception on that.
I have bought beer on the mall before for an event.
Yeah, okay,
so they don't do it
do
for like
that.
protests, but like I went to like a cultural festival where like each tent was a different country, and they had like beer from Ethiopia you could like buy.
I've been to like
imagine
an
going to a-
Irish
imagine
folk
going-
fest, and they've done that too.
Imagine going to a protest and saying, I need a couple beers.
I think at the protest,
While I'm down with this cause, I need a few beers.
there's just weed everywhere. I think that's like the general rule of the protest.
Right.
I think it'll be excellent.
Oh, I think the visuals will be stunning. I hope the weather cooperates that
Dude,
weekend.
I had that thought. So I was live like all afternoon on Channel 4, and Kammerer was doing the weather, obviously. And a couple different times he like pulled up Pittsburgh's weather because maybe he was tossing to me or whatever. But he's like, hey Jay, you gotta. there are some storms out there, and everything held off that night, but it was kind of overcast. There may have been like a few sprinkles, but it never really
It was
hit.
pretty good weather.
The next morning, I had to wake up really early to drive home, but I drove through a hell of a storm.
Yeah.
So there was stuff circulating around. The only thought I had, like being there with hundreds of thousands of people all outside. I mean, you're a golfer. When that horn goes off and you got to clear everybody,
Where are you going to go?
I don't know what they do. If
Right,
that
where do you
happens.
hide?
I don't know how you like. That's up to God, right? Like
Right.
I don't know. There's not another option.
And they can't stop the draft.
Right.
You can't just say, we're going to hold on for a while. We'll
Right.
get to it later
So
on.
that's, I mean, that really is the only potential caveat is electric activity in the air. But
the next question
we'll
is,
deal with that a year from now.
will we top Pittsburgh's number?
Yes.
Their number was 340 or something for the first night. Cumulative was over 1 million. They're saying they're expecting close to 1 million here. Whether that's a one-day number or a cumulative, I don't know.
So
I think we're a great football town, but we'll see. I think there's going to be a lot of tourists who plan a trip to town.
I don't think it's
in
about,
conjunction with.
like, Pittsburgh, I think, is a better football town than Washington.
Agreed.
But Washington is probably twice the size. So,
Yes.
So from a volume play, say Pittsburgh, 85% of people are Steelers fans. Say in Washington, that number's 70%. But 70% of the Washington, metro is way more than Pittsburgh's 85.
Right.
But I also, after being there, the amount of people traveling to this event is so significant. And one thing I think that has really increased over the last 20-ish years is like the NFL diaspora. Like, there are Seahawks fans in Massachusetts, and there are Chiefs fans in Alabama, and there are, you drive around, there's Bengals bars in downtown D.C., and I do think D.C. is going to be more of a destination city for people to make their draft trip than maybe Pittsburgh was, certainly more than Green Bay was. And I just think, having been to Green Bay and Pittsburgh and like seen how they could build this stuff out, it's just so much more conducive to building this out.
No, it's going to be awesome.
I think it's going to be massive.
You were right about the size. DC market number 8, 4 million and change in the so-called DMA, defined market area. Pittsburgh is 23rd with 2 million in their defined market area.
Okay.
So, yeah, it should be a huge time. Are you bringing the egg salad, or what? Can you bring some water? Like, we're going to have a bunch of card tables set up on the mall because, we're hosting, JP.
So
we need to be good hosts.
I am really curious what CK will do. So there was like an Odyssey setup at PNC Park, the baseball stadium, which I was pretty grumpy about at first, not going to lie to you, but it ended up being pretty cool.
Okay.
But with everything on the mall, doing that at Nats Park doesn't, to me, make a ton of sense.
No.
You know what I mean? Like that PNC Park was more or less, there's like a big corridor of the stadiums there. Right. And PNC Park's kind of the beginning of that corridor,
right,
getting down to Heinz Field, Acrisure. Like, because it's on the mall, I'm going to call my shot right now. Let's set up a deal with the Capitol Grill on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Done. Done. Or get a good spot at Penn Quarter.
Penn Quarter would be great.
Be phenomenal.
But I'm thinking for Mike, for running that restaurant.
He doesn't want to give up a single two-top.
Dude,
I
because
wouldn't
we're
if I
going to
was
need
him.
space.
I know.
And the way CK's trying to run it, which is really smart, like from an Odyssey brand, like bigger picture, is he wants like 6 markets at one place. Like,
right.
Like at PNC, it was us, it was Pittsburgh, it was Baltimore. I want to say maybe Boston. Like there were 4 of us that day, And I imagine Friday there were even more, but we got out of Dodge. It's going to be really, really cool next year, I think. I think it'll be really, really fun. And I think it's an opportunity to like really turn the page on like the bad old Snyder days are so over and this new group.
You think
runs
this will be
everything.
the final nail
RFK.
in the? Okay, so the new
RFK
stadium.
with spears on the helmets and the block W's gone. That's when we're all on to Cincinnati.
That's the finish line.
I've
Okay,
said that repeatedly. I think
Getting
it's coming.
rid of the taco holder is your finish line.
That's the finish line.
Okay.
Speaking of the finish line, NFL draft is over. You and I haven't had a chance to talk about
No,
it.
we have
I wrote a story last night about 4 picks on day 3, the Saturday picks. I want to talk about their path to a roster spot. Not making the 70, but making the final 53. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, Zabe in for B. Going to be a fun day.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Some NFL news just in a few minutes ago. Adam Schefter reporting the Steelers are putting a rare right of first refusal tender on Aaron Rodgers, so he'll get a 10% raise if he wants it to pay around $15 million next season. It also gives them the right to match any offer that he would get from another team. JP and Zabe just talking about the NFL draft a moment ago. Of course, DC's on the clock now. Next year's draft here in Washington. First round of the draft last week in Pittsburgh. According to Nielsen, averaged 13.2 million viewers, third most watched first round ever. They set an attendance record up in the Steel City, 805,000 fans overall for the weekend. That includes a record 320,000 for the first round on Thursday night. Nationals coming off a day off, a rare day off for them. Off Monday, they're back in action tonight in the Big Apple. Nats and New York Mets, 7:10 first pitch for baseball tonight here in the Fan. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Must be the money. All right, Zabe. Curious, dude. What'd you think of the draft, of the Commanders draft?
I loved it. Nice, simple, predictable competence. No reaching, no exotic flimflammery, no shiny objects that you're reaching for. I do find it funny that there was so much talk, and I was part of it here, in the months leading up to the draft about what if Jeremiah Love. It's like he didn't even come close.
No chance,
to
right.
being there at 7. I love Sonny Styles. I know that not everyone here does. I know that a couple of junks are not quite sold on it.
So I talked about this last week, and I guess Bickle's been on vacation or something. Like, he's in Utah, right?
Okay.
Because Thursday night I didn't see it. I was working and just busy as hell. But then obviously Bickle's tweet about we drafted a project.
Yes, I saw that. I go, oh,
created
boy.
a lot of...
I dove immediately into the comments to find out what the hell he was talking about. And I guess it was one of their draft experts said they felt he was a project. Now, look, the path for Sonny Styles to where he was drafted is not typical. Converted from safety.
Change, sure.
Very tall guy, 6'5", but great pedigree and just an elite athlete who loves football. It seems like he loves football. That's the biggest thing. You got to have guys that love football, not guys who love being a football player.
Sure.
That's a huge difference.
Jeremy Reeves said that to me once last year in the locker room.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah, he said that exact thing.
So I love that pick. I do, because it just was like, hey, he's on our radar. We want him. It's, inside linebacker is not even a sexy thing anymore.
Right.
And they were like, this is the guy.
He fell to them. Like, it was a shock that he was there. When Tate goes 4, opens the door for that. I still wonder if they take Delane if KC doesn't trade up for him. But I think everybody should be excited with Styles. Bickle, though, to his credit, even though he was on vacation, called in the next day. And I was in the car. My junkies time is usually, I drop my kids at 8. I've learned not to have the junkies on when the girls are in the car. But once I drop them off, I usually turn them on for my ride back home. And Bickle called in, and his tweet versus his explanation were very different. My working theory, and I haven't talked to him about this, what is Bickle like? Jack and Coke, maybe? I'm guessing watching the draft, tipping a few back.
He might have been tuned up a bit.
I don't know that, but like...
And listen, I have learned, don't drink and tweet. Don't drink and tweet. Bad things will happen. I don't know
that's the case. I think he was trolling a little bit, just having fun on the internet. And then his explanation was like, I'm not entirely sure that this is a dude that only played 2 years at the position. They're good. And both Peters and Styles said he's scratching the surface of what he could be. And that was, I think, Eric's point. I also love the pick. I don't agree at all with the project. The dude started the last 2 seasons at Ohio State, won an Natty, All-American. You can look at the stats; they're pretty significant.
You know who is one of the best picks this team has made since Daniels? To me, it was Brandon Sheriff. And he was ripped because McLuhan was ripped because like he's an interior lineman.
Right.
Why are you taking him so high? How good was he for this offensive line and this team for the longest of times? That was a really good pick.
Totally. And like, dude.
So if Styles is that guy on defense, they've made a really good pick.
It's like the people that are knocking the Bengals for trading the 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence. You know what Dexter Lawrence is? Really good.
Dexter Lawrence is a bitch.
Yeah. And they gave him the money.
I'm glad he's out of our
motivated.
division. Yeah.
Like, hell yeah, you trade 10 for that dude. Because that's a known. The draft is unknowns. And to your point about Sheriff, he was an excellent player for a number of years. And does the positional value of a guard land where a tackle does? No, but you know what helps your team win? Excellent players.
Absolutely.
And I think by and large, in previous drafts, we've seen them reach for guys they like, at least reach to what the consensus shows.
Right.
This year, they didn't do that. If you look at Warren Sharp, he did like this in-depth value over expected draft position. And Washington landed at the top of that
I've been
list.
seeing more and more guys do this, which I find fascinating, which opens up a whole nother argument about what the Niners have been doing lately and whether or not they deserve the kind of grief they're getting. Some believe that they are reaching way too much for guys. Others are saying, well, if those are the guys they believe in, who's to say their board is wrong?
Right.
Their board has been wrong the last couple drafts, though.
Sure.
No question about it.
Sure.
By the way, on Lawrence, I was thinking about this. Dexter Lawrence is sort of the interior version of Micah Parsons. He's a one-of-one type player. There really isn't anyone else. Now that Aaron Donald's retired, an interior game wrecker is hard to find. He's like the one guy that stood out amongst the rest, and they paid less than the Packers did for Parsons. So it's a good trade for the Bengals, assuming health and, of course, motivation.
Sure. Well, I think the money takes care of that, right? At least for a year. I think the Bengals, whether they're doing it to prove to Burrow they're serious or they're just actually serious, and maybe both things are true.
Well, they've had such a bad defense.
Right.
They had to do something.
I think they position themselves. You got a coaching change in Baltimore, Pittsburgh,
Coaching
Rodgers,
change in
whatever.
Pittsburgh. Yep.
Cleveland, good luck. I mean, the fact that Cleveland drafted
Coaching
another
change in
quarterback.
Cleveland.
Sure. I think they've positioned themselves. Like, White Brian, see if you give me AFC odds to win it. Like,
I would.
New England, Buffalo are going to be your heavy favorites. Denver, maybe.
I would bet Baltimore is still your favorite in that division, but they are weakened, and we'll see with this new regime what it's like. They got the best quarterback right now.
I'm saying,
although Burrow's better, but he's not healthy ever, and their defense is terrible in Cincinnati.
You give me the Bengals
in a plus EV. Let's go.
Dude, are they
plus
400?
400?
Who's going to be ahead of them? Pats, Broncos, Chiefs still, I would imagine. Ravens, Bills.
The Bengals are plus 1,100 to win the AFC.
Hell, the AFC North?
No, the AFC.
Oh, the AFC. Okay.
I like that. I think that's got
Bengals
some
are
worthy juice of the Cincy to get to a Super Bowl.
Plus 190 to win the North.
Plus 190 on FanDuel. Baltimore is still your favorite, minus 120.
What's
obviously.
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's plus 600. I would fade them to the moon.
McCarthy, for all the knocks on Mike McCarthy, he wins games, dude.
He does.
Like, he wins division, not playoff games.
He had Dak in Dallas, though. He had Rodgers in Green Bay.
He's going to have Rodgers in Pittsburgh.
He had decrepit Rodgers.
Sure. But I wanted to talk.
By the way, that's still a maybe.
It's not a maybe.
You think he's coming back?
Yes. I think he doesn't want to deal with OTAs and all the offseason stuff, and he wants to go eat mushrooms and listen to music, whatever it is.
So why not
doing.
say I'm coming back?
Because he's him.
Because he's already told it to the team, and he doesn't need to tell it to the public.
Last year he was coming and they all knew.
Okay.
This year he's coming and they all like. I don't know what Pittsburgh is doing with this grand Aaron Rodgers experiment and not trying to address the quarterback position.
Right.
But like, I would absolutely wager Aaron Rodgers starts for the Steelers. Week
I
one of the
would as
season.
well. But behind that, they don't really have much of an idea. They took Drew Aller, which many
He
Steeler
stinks.
fans, of course he stinks. They took him in the third round. But I think the Aller pick and I think the Carson Beck pick were the two most egregiously what are you doing picks I've ever seen.
I think Aller,
Beck is 24 years old.
I think Nussmeier.
Plummeting
Beck-
to the 7th.
No, then who am I thinking of?
Nussmeier
no,
went
Klubnik, I'm
dead
sorry.
last. Klubnik went 5th round, I want to say.
To the Jets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Cade Klubnik is the new Christian Hackenberg. Those guys stink.
Hackenberg never played it down for them,
Yeah.
by the way. Second round pick.
Remember the video
Amazing.
of him missing the guy in the warm-up toss?
Yes, I do.
That was indicative.
But anyway, so
I'm not sure I'm all the way out on Carson Beck like many are.
Okay.
And you want to know my incredibly stupid logic behind that?
Yes.
One, that dude won a lot of games, and he didn't make a lot of throws, but he did make some important ones.
He was in college for 8 years, JP.
Two, this is incredibly stupid anecdotal. When I was in Indy, 2 months ago for the Combine, ended up having dinner at a table next to Carson Beck. And I expected him to be kind of a douche. And he was like very polite. And like specifically when they got up to leave, we were like still finishing our dinner. And I'm not saying I had dinner with him. He was at the table next to me.
Yeah.
So like I didn't have dinner with him. But this is a packed restaurant. You kind of observe the people around you. Got up to leave and like made a point of pushing his chair in, and then one of the dudes at the table didn't, and he pushed that chair in. I'm a big believer in like small things matter.
Okay.
And just how you are as a person matters. And that just kind of stuck with me. And he's a unit, dude. I was blown away by how big he was.
Well, the good thing for him is he's jumped into a hot pile of nothing at quarterback in Arizona.
Yeah.
Because right now their plan is Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. That is not a plan. That is a punt by Arizona on the entire season.
Sure.
So Carson Beck has the best shot if he can do anything.
That's also an intentional punt for the 2027 draft.
Could be.
That's why they took Love this year, because you got a guy you can put on the front of the program, maybe sell a couple jerseys, and then when you draft Arch or what's the Oregon young man's name? Dante Moore? Is that right? Like,
But these things change so much because Nussmeier was supposedly a lottery pick. And then he played so bad, he got Brian Kelly fired, and then he was the last quarterback
Nobody
picked. Things change
thought
and
it would
change
be
quickly.
Mendoza a year ago right now. Like, totally. Things change fast.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the Commanders. I love the Sonny Styles pick. It's not as sexy as some people would like. They didn't try to trade down for more picks. They
I'm
knew
cool
the
with
defense.
that. The Zabe draft manifesto. Don't overthink it.
Don't
right?
overthink it. You take the best player available on the most important position of need, which is the defensive side of the ball. A lot of people like Downs a lot. I don't really agree with Dallas moving up one spot just to get Downs.
I like
but he's
Downs
a good
a lot.
player.
He just didn't have the freakiness to go top 10 at safety.
The Chiefs jumping up to get Mansour Delane was interesting to me.
That's proper roster construction because you just traded your best corner. You got the extra pick. You take advantage. Zabe, I'd like to talk about the day 3 picks. If you're up for that, we'll do it when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. the movie's instant on this one.
It impossible to not immediately think of Caddyshack.
I just think of Rodney Dangerfield.
And the dancing in the fairway scene. I wonder how Journey feels about that song having been so co-opted. Like when they wrote it, they're probably thinking, hey, this is a great banger of a song, and we wanted to evoke memories of you and your girlfriend on the beach. Now it's just like, all I see is Rodney Dangerfield out in the fairway.
Breaking a keg out of his golf bag.
Exactly.
So, obviously, like at some point, the draft becomes less about like analyzing who they got and how do these dudes fit Washington's team? How do they help them win games, right?
Right.
Sonny Styles, there's no roster spot conversation with Sonny Styles. The conversation with Sonny Styles is he immediately your defensive play caller? Because I think he is.
Is he the green dot?
I think he is.
Right.
Frankly. There's no roster spot conversation with Antonio Williams. Washington started the run on receivers in the third round. They had their pick of the litter, and they took Williams. He's on the roster. Now, all these conversations are barring injury, but he's on the roster, period. Now, that will create some trickle down. Somebody probably isn't. I would argue right now that probably is the least good news for Van Jefferson. And then you have the dangling participle of Brandon Ayuk. But, like, we'll see. We got time there.
My feeling on Williams is that the scouts and the staff saw elite traits, or at least green shoots of elite traits in Williams that they believe are going to show through as a pro. May not be right away. That's why they were willing to go to a basically slot receiver when they've kind of got a pile of slot receivers already.
I think, specific to Williams, I think they believe he's way better than he got to show at Clemson, largely because that offense was inept.
Correct.
Klubnik wasn't very good,
Right.
and the offense wasn't very good. They couldn't gain yards.
Right.
I
So if
also
they think he's going to be better than their current pile of guys inside,
I
great,
believe so.
take him.
Because Lane's not a polished route runner. Luke, like you talk about projects. When they drafted Luke, he was a legit project. I mean, that dude converted from quarterback and played 2 years at Rice.
Right.
Like he wasn't playing at Baylor, wasn't playing at Texas. He was playing at Rice. So that's a big, giant leap. And the other
Don't
thing,
sleep on projects. Julian Edelman was one of the greatest projects ever.
but he was also an undrafted free agent.
True.
With Luke, though, one thing that is worth pointing out is this saying, well, they're both third rounders. That's you're taking another third round possible slot guy. One, Luke's 6'2", and ideally can play outside. Two, Antonio Williams, yes, they're both third rounders. Antonio Williams was the 71st pick. Luke McCaffrey was the 100th pick. He was the very end of all the comp picks. So, yes, technically that's still the third round, but that's also 29 picks later. That's almost a full round later that I think gets lost in the conversation.
Yeah.
I also believe with Williams, the offense David Blau is going to run is going to be very, very different than Cliff Kingsbury's, particularly when it comes to wide receivers in motion. Cliff more or less didn't do it. If you look at how Ben Johnson runs his offense, it's damn near constant.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone can operate without plenty of motion in today's NFL. That seems to be the standard operating procedure for any good offense. Can you overdo it? Yeah, I think McDaniel did it too much in Miami. He got too enamored with, ooh, look at all these gizmo plays.
I agree with that.
So I'm looking forward to more motion.
Well, and I think with more motion, the strict he's a slot guy label applies less.
Doesn't affect as much. Yeah, no, I hear you on that.
And I think Williams is a guy that, like, sure, he will line up in the slot on the majority of his snaps.
But if it's an outside release, what's the difference?
It can go a lot of ways. Right. And I also think you'll see Terry move around more.
Right.
Which, like, what they're going to try to do is let Jaden identify more stuff pre-snap, and motion allows for that. The defense has to tip their hand somewhat. And I think they're going to be under center more, which changes how the defense has to react.
By the way, how is Daniels under center?
We're going to find out. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of it, but Caleb Williams hadn't done a lot of it till this past year.
Yeah.
You know what helps quarterbacks a ton? Good play action. You know what helps receivers a ton? Good play action. And they just haven't had that. That's been missing.
It also helps if you're not looking down at the ball for that key second.
Sure.
Right after the snap. So if you can get comfortable under center with a traditional drop, your eyes are seeing more than they are in shotgun.
For me, with the can this QB handle under center, like I just find it hard to believe they can't. These are professionals.
I know.
At the highest levels. So we will have to see it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like the defense. I refuse to say they fixed it because we haven't seen it. I think they've addressed it. They're trying to improve their defense.
Yeah.
But until we see a finished product, until we get to Halloween and they're not getting blown out week after week, we're going to need some sample size to believe it's fixed.
Yeah.
Where things got really interesting, I think, not having a second, not having a fourth, as fast as the first round went and as fast as Friday night went, that fourth round took eons. and knowing Washington didn't have a pick there, you're just sitting around.
Yeah, I'm glad next year they've got all of them because I would say that not having that second and fourth left me feeling still hungry, very hungry, knowing how many guys are needed to kind of turn around parts of this team. So I'm glad they'll be full next year. I understand why the picks are gone. They were spent in a way that is very defensible to acquire other players. Not all of those trades worked out. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of not just having all your picks. I like to have a couple extras as well. I like about a 10-pick draft.
A 10-pack. I largely agree with you. However, I'm going to make my caveat now that I am not a trade-up guy. But this draft next year is so loaded.
Could be a trade-up. Especially if you are sitting with a good record, which we hope the Commanders are, and they're not able to pick into the Gucci department of next year's draft.
And I think, again, we're looking out and a zillion things can change. But because of the quarterbacks in this draft, the trade ups will be so aggressive for the quarterbacks that I think some of these incredible prospects at the receiver position might slide a little more.
It'll be
than
great
they
if a
should.
number of quarterbacks get overdraafted next year.
Dude, and
that
then
would be wonderful.
A
for
couple
us.
of these DNs look like studs. So
assuming we don't need one quarterback, that is.
I don't
I'm
think they
assuming
will.
we
Yeah.
don't need one. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Now, do you want to talk about the 5s, the 6s, and the 7s? Because I think Joseph's has a chance.
Let's do that.
Okay, let's
When
take
we
a break.
return,
Okay,
be Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Nationals had Monday off. They are back in action tonight up in New York in the Big Apple to face the Mets, who are tied with Philly at 9-19. This is a shame, isn't it? Mets and Phillies tied for the worst record in baseball. Mets have lost 15 of 17. Nats coming in looking for a third straight win tonight as they get back to work. Nats and Mets, 7:10 first pitch here on the Fan. NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers have put a rare right of first refusal tender on quarterback Aaron Rodgers, so he would get a 10% raise to around $15 million for next season. It also gives Pittsburgh right to match any offer that he would get from another team. NBA top seed in the East, Detroit in big trouble. On the brink of getting bounced, beating by the Orlando Magic again last night, so the Pistons down 3-1 in their series. Oklahoma City finished off a 4-game sweep. They knock off the Phoenix Suns last night to win that series 4-0. Donated your one unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, Zabe. Washington landed 4 players on Saturday. Saturday draft picks, rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. None of them were in the 4th round. Their first pick was Joshua Josephs in the 5th round. Then they took the fat man, Katron Allen, in the 6th round. Another 6th rounder, Matt Golbin, Michigan State center. And then a quarterback in the 7th round. I think it's worth pointing out, a Saturday draft pick is hardly a roster lock, but NFL rosters, what used to be an incredibly punitive, like bottom line for players at the bottom of rosters, players 45 through 53, has changed a lot. Some COVID era changes were good. And the way they've built out NFL rosters now, one with the expanded practice squad.
Yep.
They've changed practice squad rules that veteran players can be on the practice squad. That used to not be eligible if you had roughly 3 years of NFL experience to be on a practice squad. Used to not be eligible. Now you can. 16 practice squad, and you've got that international pathway program. Plus, by being able to elevate off the practice squad on Saturday night, those dudes are basically on the team.
Yeah.
So it's a very different structure. And you can look at it, and teams do this. I've had multiple coaches tell me they look at it as a 70-man roster now. So that's really conducive to late-round draft picks making teams.
They don't cut draft picks anymore.
Not often.
It's rare. It's more rare than ever, I think, for 2 reasons. One is all that you mentioned, the fact they've got places to stash these guys.
Yep.
And the second thing is, in today's internet culture, no team or no GM wants to admit, yeah, no, we took a chance on this guy. he sucks.
Right.
We're getting rid of him.
100%. And so combine all that. If you have a veteran on your roster that is a fringe roster player, you have significantly higher chances of cutting that guy and getting him back to your practice squad. And what B always says, he's like, sometimes you cut a guy, but you tell him, don't answer your phone until I call you back. And then, I didn't know Kansas City was calling, and I'm back in Washington. Like, this happens all over the league, right? So
I would answer my phone just to see.
Sure.
Like, if somebody else really wants me, I'd be like, oh, really? But okay.
Let's start with Joshua Josephs. 5th round, D-end, out of Tennessee. One thing I like, we all know about the long arms.
Oh, God, love the arms.
Got
to have the long arms.
He's also turned that into production in kind of weird, quirky categories, but consistently that I think are a result of the long arms. 6 passes defensed and 6 forced fumbles over the last 2 years in Knoxville. Like, that to me is kind of attributable to 84-inch wingspan.
Yeah.
And I looked at this morning. This is pretty wild. They signed a bunch of edge rushers this year. They've signed Dorrance Armstrong. Next year, going into 27, the only dude with guaranteed money that is not on a rookie deal at the edge position is Odafe Oweh.
I was going to say.
Dorrance has a void year on his contract. Even Luvu has a void year on his contract. The rest of those dudes are all on 1-year deals.
Yeah, they're going to be in the market.
Well, they're going to be in the market, but I think that's good for Joseph.
No, I think and hopefully he pans out.
Right.
Because that would really help them out. As far as the next two, I mean, I know that Katron Allen is going to be this cult guy.
Totally.
But the scouts' opinions of him as a pro running back are not high. They consider him as a one-cut runner at best, not explosive, not necessarily a plus in the pass game. I'd love for it to all be wrong, but you just throw him on top of a pile of otherwise meh running backs. I don't see that as being an impact. And
his
then
path,
yeah,
for me,
what's his path? What's his role on the team?
I want to ask you this. So we'll finish to round out Joseph's. Yeah. I have his likelihood to make the final 53 at 70%.
This is the JP formula?
Yeah.
Do you have a formula?
Yeah.
You got an app for that?
No.
Can I
It's all
download
up
it?
here.
Is
Can't
it subscribed?
You don't want to download this.
70?
This would cause a lot of trouble.
70% chance. Okay.
Does that sound right? Too high? Too low?
I love that you have it. I'm like thinking, damn, JP's really thought about this.
So Katron, the path to a roster spot, I consider Bill and Rachaad White on the team. Now, all this entire conversation is barring injury, but I consider those two on the team.
Not McNichols.
I consider J-Mac probably number 3, but J-Mac and Rachaad White have a pretty similar skill set.
Okay.
And McNichols is a veteran. Like, they have released him and signed him back before. That's
true.
That's a dude that you could probably get to your practice squad, elevate when you need to. Like, the odds of, if we get to late August and they have to release McNichols and him not being on the Washington practice squad, I'd say are minimal. Like, I think McNichols is with the organization one way or another next year.
Okay.
I think what Fat Man has to do, prove he can be a short yardage guy. Chris Rodriguez is now in Jacksonville.
I don't like that, by the way. I liked Rodriguez.
Great guy. Great guy. And realized he had to be better and work to make himself better. Increased his speed, got a little leaner.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Rodriguez is gone, though. That's what happened. And Bill, Rachaad White, not a thumper. Like 3rd and 2, I need somebody to get me 3. Those aren't the guys you lean on. Fat Man has to prove he can be that guy.
Okay.
That's his path. And Jerome Ford, do you know what Jerome Ford did last year in Cleveland?
No.
Over under 250 yards rushing.
Under.
Played 13 games.
Under.
73 yards rushing last year.
13 games, huh? That ain't much usage.
In 23, he had over 200 carries, 800 yards. Ran for 4 yards a pop. 24. Now, Cleveland drafted other guys, signed other guys. They went and got Quinshawn. The Jerome Ford thing, to me, I think currently I'd have Fat Man ahead of him on a depth chart. And I think the J-Mac thing will be really interesting. A lot of this also comes down to roster machinations. Like how are you going to build your final 53? Do you have to carry 4 running backs?
Right.
I'm not so sure. I got the Fat Man. You want to know his likelihood?
Yes.
You want to guess?
61%.
60. See? You got a little calculator in there.
The JP Finley roster index.
Yeah.
61%. By the way, I'm on ESPN's depth chart for the Commanders.
Sure.
And it is updated with their draft picks, but what I find odd is that they have the red Qs next to certain guys for injuries as if there's a game this week. I'm like, why are they putting a Q next to Jerome Ford's name?
That's probably, if I had to guess, just from the last injury report, week 18.
So
that's still
Q,
like in their system.
because Jaden Daniels has the red Q as well. So I guess that sticks with you all summer long.
It's probably just like a coding thing.
I know. It's so funny. It just makes me wonder.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just like saying, why would they even have that there? Of course, I usually look at Our Lads' depth chart.
Yeah,
I think
like Our Lads.
Our Lads, I think, is
and
the
it's
best.
like position. It's like formation based?
You can sort by formation as well. Let's see if Our Lads has any notifications on injuries. No, they do not. So there you go.
All right. Our next 6th rounder is Matthew Golban, center out of Michigan State. 3-year starter between Sparty and Wake. He started at Wake before he went to Sparty. He's a center, right?
How would we as civilians know what a center is or is not?
He's played it. He
Yes.
played it for 3 years. He started in the Big Ten as a center. He's a center.
Right.
They don't have another one on the roster. They have Allegretti, who's a guard center.
Yeah.
That obviously they have more faith in than maybe fans do. And
do they have more faith, or is that just the best option now that plans A and plans B fell apart on them at center?
I think more faith as evidenced by releasing Tyler Biotish.
They must have, yeah.
Right. And I think Doc summed the Biotish situation up the best. He's like, listen, everybody said the right thing. Nobody wanted to hurt any feelings. They cut the guy because they don't think he's getting it done. That's the reality.
Does it trouble you? Does it trouble you that he got snatched up so quick?
No. I think they also owed him a bunch of cash. They care more about the cash to cap than necessarily the cap hit.
Like, if my team is cutting a starting offensive lineman, I don't like to see them get picked up right away. It's sort of like your ex dating somebody really good looking right away. You're like, oh, damn.
I get it. The move doesn't sit well on the surface, which, to Doc's point, they see something beyond the surface.
Well, there's always other things we never know about. The public doesn't know about. You may hear whispers. Other people may hear. They have their reasons. So I'm going to trust that those are valid reasons.
Now, you keep a lot of O-linemen.
But they really wanted Linderbaum, right?
Yeah.
They really wanted him. Couldn't get him. So let's
some
hope.
of that,
Let's
they
hope
really
Allegretti
wanted
is good
Pierce.
enough.
Like, if you really want somebody, then you pay. So they didn't really want him. They wanted him. Like,
did they match the money that he ended up getting?
No.
Okay.
Not in either case.
All right.
Like, I
So they wanted him. They just didn't want him that bad.
Like, Zabe, I say this all the time. I want a Range Rover. I don't really want it, or I would get one. You know what I mean? Even though financially it might not be the smartest thing.
Right.
But, like, you can do those things. I think you've
So
got...
let's hope the center turns out. You want to talk about the quarterback?
What's your percentage chance?
Oh, on Golban?
Yeah.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. 32%.
I'm way higher. I think it's more than a coin flip. I got it at 55.
Because
of
they
the position.
don't have... Okay.
They don't have a backup center.
You're right. You're right. They
I
probably...
remember Jay Gruden many years ago saying, you got to have a backup center. Like, we were asking him after roster cuts, like, why some dude made the team. He's like, you need someone that can snap the ball.
That can function, yeah.
Right. So that to me, like, if that was a guard pick there or a tackle pick there, the odds would be way lower.
It'd be less defensible.
Like, technically, Julian Good-Jones is their backup
I'm looking
center.
at him right now, yeah.
Like, you need a backup center.
Julian Good-Jones. What a hyphenated last name. Good-Jones.
Which gets us to our 7th round quarterback.
Yes.
To me, if you want to knock one pick in this draft, this is it.
This was a ridiculous pick.
This is,
if I may.
They're sticking to their draft board no matter what.
Yes.
This
is a process over all logic. Kind of pick. This pick has Todd Husak written all over it. This has Colt Brennan written all over it. This is a guy who is going to rattle around on the practice squad in the league for a few years and then go on to hopefully a very nice, successful life, maybe being a broker.
Yeah, he owns an insurance agency.
Exactly. But there's a caveat to what I'm saying about this pick, and that is this year, as you know, the 6th and 7th rounds absolutely dried up like the Mojave Desert because of NIL, and there are more reaches.
We're seeing that more and more year after year.
It's shrinking. The tide is receding on this, and so there are more and more picks by teams in these rounds that would have never been made in years before. Hell, the Eagles took that guy from the IPP who looks like a cartoon character. He's so ripped.
Right.
The defensive end.
I heard you talking about that Sunday.
Yeah. And and one team took a tight end who never caught a pass in college. And they're joking like, we should probably just end the draft now after 5 rounds.
That's why the fans that have angst over this quarterback pick, I think, just got to relax.
Because don't have angst. Who has angst over this?
Well, like there are people like, why don't you just take a corner or a safety to add to the depth? That guy's probably not making the team either.
Exactly.
The thing that I find interesting with Kaliak Manis is last year, Jaden gets hurt. It's Marcus for a while. Then Marcus gets hurt. It's Josh. They do not promote Hartman to the active. They went and signed Jeff Driscoll. Like, that was not at all an endorsement of Sam Hartman's quarterbacking ability.
Correct.
And I think right now you only have 2 on the roster in Marcus and Jaden. And Jaden's undoubtedly the starter. Marcus is undoubtedly the backup. I don't know what Hartman is. Maybe
not an NFL quarterback. He's a future underwear model. Dreamy too, by the way.
That may well be the case.
It's gonna hurt a lot of the ladies who are Commander fans if he doesn't make the team this year, if they're done with him. But yeah,
I think Kaliak Manis will have a chance to fight for the third string quarterback role.
Sure.
I think Dan Quinn has kept a third quarterback on his roster and through 2 seasons, so I think we could expect that. I give him a 15% chance to make the final roster. I think there's a better chance that the third string quarterback is some unnamed veteran that we don't know yet.
Oh, really?
Third QB X.
Who is out there that's gettable right now? I could look that
Driscoll.
up. Okay, Driscoll will be one of them. The argument against caring about your third string quarterback is once you're down to your third string guy, you're screwed, and we don't practice screwed. Is the coach's joke about that. And there's a lot of logic to that for sure. But then again, it's the NFL where quarterbacks are getting hurt more and more. I wouldn't mind having a competent QB3 that can patch you for a game or 2 if your season is still in the balance fighting for a wild card. That situation has happened with other teams in not so recent memory. So you have to pay attention to it at least. On the maybe he's an unhidden, an uncovered gem. It's probably unlikely, but there's one example that comes to mind where you're like, holy crap. Tyson Bagent in Chicago could play a lot, and he gave the Bears some spark when Caleb was trying to get his legs under him a year ago. And so, maybe if this guy Kaliak Manis is like that, did I say that right?
Yeah. Kaliak Manis.
Kaliak Manis. If he can be that guy, that's good, but I'm not expecting much.
I think you missed the super obvious example in Brock Purdy.
Mr. Irrelevant, yeah.
Right. Like
Brock Purdy is the exception that proves the rule. Also, Tony Romo, undrafted free agent, is the exception that proves
any
the rule.
of that to occur, but that's why to me, 15% chance. What's weird is he's not mobile, and Jaden is, and Marcus is.
Yeah.
So now you've got this third string dude you drafted that is different than the other 2. Maybe Blau sees something. I mean, Blau was also a quarterback that, wasn't highly regarded, kind of just bounced around the league.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put a lot of time and effort into the Kaliak Manis roster projection. I think it's a slim chance, but there's a chance. And I really wonder the cohesion they've had in that quarterback room. Hartman's a big part of that.
Oh, yeah.
When they do, I've had the O-line guys tell me this. The O-line guys do dinner once a week, always. Maybe once a month, the quarterbacks go with them too. And I asked guys, I was like, well, who calls ahead? Who makes that? If there's 10,
who's the leader?
If there's 13 of you guys going in, you need
someone's got to plan it.
You need some
organize
space.
it.
You need waiters ready because you're going to order the whole menu.
Right.
And Hartman does. Hartman does that.
Leader.
Sam does that.
Yeah, smart.
So
that'll keep him in the league a long time.
I don't know that he on a practice squad as a vibes guy. There's room for that on a 16-man practice squad at the quarterback position.
I'm the vibes quarterback.
So
that's a great spot.
That pick is very interesting to me.
I wouldn't mind being that guy. If you're not a starter, be the vibes quarterback. Did you see where
it's the bullpen catcher?
Right.
You know how good of a gig that is?
It's a good gig. Did you see where Jimmy Garoppolo is considering retirement?
I did.
He's 34. What are you doing? Hold that clipboard. Milk that clipboard. Be Chase Daniel. Be Mark Brunell, who stayed in that role. Wear that baseball cap on the sideline and watch the starter come off the field with his arm dangling, having been beat to hell, and just pat him on the back. All right, hang in there, man. Hang in there.
Do you know Jimmy's career earnings?
Okay, $97 million.
Almost 160.
Jesus, God Almighty!
So if he's considering retirement,
he's
all right.
I know that, but here's the thing: he doesn't have to play. The guy who should retire because he is beat to hell, and he's
Stafford?
not. Well, not
Rodgers?
Stafford. No, is Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was forced to dangle his arm by a thread and stay in that game last year for the Vikings, and it's like, this is hard to watch.
Carson Wentz career earnings.
He's still playing and has no intention of retiring.
It's made $130 million. Here's what I want to do. People have been calling in. We're going to open the phone lines up right now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Of these day 3 picks, who's on the roster? Who do you have 100% making it? And for everybody calling in saying Fat Man, you got to tell me why beyond he has a really cool nickname. Nobody go anywhere.
Big baseball news to start things off here on a Tuesday up in Philadelphia. The Phillies, no patience for losing games. Preseason favorite to win the NL East, but 9-19, their worst start in over 2 decades. They have fired manager Rob Thompson. He led the Phils to the playoffs 4 straight years, including the World Series in 2022. Don Mattingly takes over as their interim manager for the rest of the season. Nationals coming off Monday off. They are up in the Big Apple to face the other worst team in baseball, the New York Mets tonight, 7:10 first pitch for the Nats here on 106.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh Steelers have put the right of first refusal tender on quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Not really something that's used a lot. He would get a 10% raise to around $15 million for next season, but it also gives Pittsburgh the right to match any offer he would get from another team. NBA playoffs, Oklahoma City with a sweep of Phoenix last night. Top seed Detroit on the brink of elimination. They are down 3-1 now after losing again to Orlando. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Thriller is playing, for those unaware. Chris Russell one time confused Thriller for Billie Jean, I believe. Was that it, Jeff? Do you remember what it was?
Yes.
What a dummy.
Good grief.
I'm workshopping a take on Chris Russell's, Abe, that I can't take to air, but remind me, and I'll tell you in the next break. It's such a salacious, provocative accusation that I will not take it to air, but I think I'm stumbling onto something about Chris that I'll tell you.
Okay. Quick, greatest Michael Jackson song of all time, go.
For
To me, it's Don't Stop.
I like PYT.
Okay. Fair enough.
Have you seen the movie?
It's Thriller.
It's Thrillers for you.
Thriller, yeah.
Thriller,
I know the choreography front and back.
You won't hit the dance real quick
No,
on
I will
television?
not. No, I will not.
So who here has seen the new movie, the biography, the biopic?
I'm going tonight to see it.
I'm going Friday to see it.
Okay.
So that's a no for all of us. I only watch movies on planes, and I feel like that's probably 5-6 months from a plane movie, but I will watch it.
Do you know the backstory on why they had to kind of cut the movie off before all the interesting, complicated, ugly part of Michael's life and downfall happened? Because lawyers came in and said, oh, yeah, no, you don't have the rights to do a movie about this, 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 and this. As part of the settlement Michael's estate made with the young boy who was the alleged victim in the case. So
That's
they couldn't
not a
even
surprise.
No, but here's the thing. They had all this stuff that they were ready to go with. In fact, there was even a rough edit that had all this in it. And they're like, no, you can't use that. They're like, oh, well, I guess we'll just have to cut it off here. So it's a incomplete biopic.
Well,
but I'll still see it. I'll still probably like it.
Another thing was Janet Jackson said that everything didn't happen how it's allegedly happened.
Oh, everyone's got their side of the story.
That's every biopic,
And
though.
then-
That's Miss Nasty.
Looking behind it, though, so I think it's Jermaine.
That's Miss Jackson.
Jermaine's son who's playing it, and she's like, she don't like how most of the money is going to him, and he wasn't even that close with Michael.
Well, of course.
People, I mean, family
when it comes
stuff,
to
dude.
money,
family money,
oh,
yeah.
God.
Man, because if we look, just then I go ahead.
But specific to the biopic genre, like at White Brian's behest, I watched the Bob Dylan one on a plane, and that took me multiple plane journeys. It was a long movie, but that's just a snapshot of his life, right?
Was
Like,
it good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good as Bohemian Rhapsody?
Haven't seen that one.
Good as Rocket Man?
Haven't seen that one.
Okay. Good as...
They've given me some plane movies.
I'm just trying to think of the other ones because they've really untapped the whole, genre of... And I think those were entertaining movies for sure. And of course, there's always liberties taken.
Sure.
With exactly how things went down or what it really was. But that's Hollywood for you. So
I was too young during the real peak of MJ. Like, when did the Thriller album come out? 85 or something?
Just celebrated like the 40th anniversary or something.
I was in kindergarten. I was in kindergarten, and I remember because I was obsessed
83
with that red jacket he wore in the video, and all I wanted for Christmas that year was that red jacket he wore in the video.
Like,
my parents did not buy that for me, by the way.
Zabe, I don't know.
No, I mean, as a cultural phenomenon, Michael Jackson, if you were alive and old enough to remember it, was unlike anything else. I mean, it was in the same outer orbit as Michael Jordan, as a cultural, everyone knows who this person is, and everyone loves who this person is phenomenon.
Has anyone, any star that we've seen since?
No.
I would argue right now Beyonce and Taylor Swift are probably the biggest stars.
No, Taylor is like tickling the outer reaches of maybe sort of, but she's still not even close. And that's more of a fact of the ecosystem we're living in now, more so than the drive or the creative talents of the artists themselves.
But
you can't be as big as Michael was.
How old were you then? Like
83, I was 15.
Okay, so high school?
Yeah.
Like the mean streets of
No,
McLean.
I already graduated to college.
Doogie Howser.
I was already in med school.
But like you strike me as a not necessarily a pop music guy, but
no, but everyone was into Michael Jackson.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Friday Night Videos was a huge deal back in the late 70s, early 80s. And it's where you went to go see the Thriller debut. That was a huge thing for FNV. Big deal.
It also like made MTV. Like that was the
and
first
it also
high budget
made
video.
MTV. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Jeff is a Michael Jackson ride or die, which is interesting.
I don't think there will be no one to ever touch his level of stardom, bro. This dude shot a video in the hood of another country because the head guy liked him. I don't think that's happening with anyone.
I mean, you still got like the Beatles and stuff though.
I
Like
think
Paul
the-
McCartney's incredible.
I think like when the Beatles came to America and played Shea Stadium is probably akin to when
I'm
Michael
sorry.
Jackson was at his peak.
The Beatles are not standing on the stage for 10 minutes and making people pass out just for
Are
the
you
look at
kidding
them.
me? Are you kidding me?
Standing?
Young Walker, you
Standing?
need to go watch Beatlemania
Google-
of the 60s.
Now, I'm not
Google
saying
like when the Beatles played what was the show? Pat McMahon or something? Ed McMahon.
Ed
I
McMahon
thought
show.
it was
People went
after
nuts.
anybody after Mike.
Oh,
I'm
after.
agreeing with you
Yeah.
after
Oh,
Mike.
Moving the goalposts
I also,
here.
No, that's what I said. He's right.
That was the original question.
I also think we have so much more access to entertainment
Saturation
that no
of
one can ever
entertainment
get
options.
to that level.
Agreed. Although, again, Taylor Swift got to a level where this recent tour damn near bankrupted a lot of suburban dads who have daughters to take them to these concerts. We're talking 5 figures plus.
You want to hear
for a
hysterical
single
story?
night?
That's secondary tickets and prices though.
Yeah,
No, that's the
market.
only way you can get them. Did you not see how hard it was to
I
get in
understand what you're
queue?
saying. That's still not like the price she's making off of that or whatever. Like it's
she made
My point
she made
is,
a ton. Don't get me wrong.
My point is, she's big enough, Metal Chris, to move the needle to cause guys in my age bracket to commit $10,000 plus.
You want to hear something
to go to
really-
a concert for their kids, which thankfully my daughters didn't really care for Taylor Swift and were too old to have me do that.
My daughters, we were in Florida. We went to Clearwater Beach, which is a very nice place. If you're ever going to Florida, Clearwater's great. And had no idea. And it was also the beginning of the Eras tour, so it hadn't mushroomed into this like dominant societal thing. And Taylor Swift was playing Tampa while we were there. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And
Maybe we should go.
you know, who do you call? Who do you call in that situation?
Who do you call?
Who do either of us call?
Oh, Danny Frank.
Danny Frank.
Yes, Mr. Tickets.
I called Danny. I was like, hey, man, we happen to be down here in Tampa. Like, any shot for Taylor Swift tickets? He's like, let me make a couple calls.
Right.
He calls back. He's like, yeah, I can get them to you for face. I'm sure there would have been good seats.
Wow. Did you say yes?
I said, let me figure this out. One of the girls wasn't feeling that well. We presented this option, and they were like, they really wanted to go see these sandcastles.
Oh, God. Oh,
And we didn't go.
Oh,
and I had to call Danny back. I'm like, listen, I'm really sorry. I appreciate you calling.
You turned down face from Danny Frank for Taylor Swift at the peak of the Eras
I can't
tour.
remember. I think
because your daughters wanted to see Sandcastles.
This was the beginning of the Eras tour. It hadn't become. This was April of 23.
If it's the Eras tour, she was at her peak.
Sure.
The start of the tour was as hot as the end of the tour.
Yes, Jeffrey.
It was a global economic force.
We didn't go.
Well, good for you. It saved you some money.
Yeah.
I just want to apologize for my comments on the Beatles.
Walker's now retracting his
I was
statements.
I was like, man, let me go check this because somebody was like, you need to go check. So I went to check. I was like, all right, they did.
Yeah. I also think, and this none of us can speak to this. Maybe Doc could. Elvis, like Elvis at his peak.
Yes,
Doc
Elvis.
just caught a stray. He's gonna get me for that.
Yes.
I think Elvis at his peak.
Elvis, Beatles, Michael Jackson, and then now the closest would probably be Taylor Swift. But don't forget, Lady Gaga was pretty huge as well for a while there.
Beyonce, dude.
And Beyonce's pretty big as well.
Like, I was in Scotland earlier this month or last month. I don't even know what month it is. But Beyonce had recently played in Glasgow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all. As soon as someone heard me speak and I was American, all they wanted to do was talk to me about Beyonce.
Okay.
Tell me where she stayed, where the concert was. And I
Have you ever met Beyonce?
internally, I'm like,
Do you know Beyonce?
I don't care
You're from
whatsoever.
America.
Right.
It's like, I don't know her. Why would I know her?
But I agree. The world has changed so much. You never say never, right? There could be
Listen,
some star we're unaware
Do
of.
you know the most attended concert of all time?
Live
Who
Aid?
that? No, bigger than that.
Cumulative or
Garth
single?
Brooks, Central Park.
No, it was Metallica when they played Moscow after the wall fell. They had over 1 million people at like this airfield.
That's awesome.
That's insane. Yeah.
Was that the same thing with DMX when they put? What was that big DMX one when it was just like tons? Was that Woodstock or something? It was
DMX at Woodstock.
DMX probably played Woodstock '99.
No, it was.
It's like 99 was like a
reboot,
Red Hot Chili Peppers and stuff.
If DMX played Moscow, I'm in. Let's watch that YouTube video. What is the next musical biopic you'd like to see made, Zabe?
Oh, God.
Better be Ozzy.
Prince of Darkness in there.
Yeah, it was DMX '99 Woodstock.
Yeah, that Woodstock was crazy.
Okay. You know, probably I would want it to be a legendary band or artist, someone like Right Said Fred, to talk about their I'm too sexy for my shirt type of song.
Wasn't there
one hit
supposed
wonder.
to be? Did the Jimi Hendrix biopic get made with Andre 3000?
Well, I don't know.
I know that was talked about.
I feel like I would have seen that because I love Jimmy.
Yeah, me too. I would like, and maybe this isn't a biopic because you can't get all the different bands to sign off on it, but I would love a look at LA rock scene, early 80s, as like GNR and like all those like metal, maybe they don't qualify as metal.
They're hair metal.
But all those like rock bands were coming up through that LA club scene, or like Seattle grunge, early 90s.
So here's a key question. Behind the music on VH1, it fills a lot of that. It scratches a lot of that itch. It's different, though, than a feature movie,
right?
Which is stylized and much more big budget. Do you need a big movie about certain bands? You just want to hear, why did they break up? Over what cocaine or girl argument did they have that caused them to break up?
My counter to your question, honestly asking, does VH1 still exist?
They recently signed. I think they just folded.
Yeah.
I have to look that up. I'm here. Which music artists deserve a biopic film? This is on
I think
Reddit.
Jay-Z.
Here's the ones I'm in.
And Boyz II Men.
Bohemian Rhapsody has been done. Elton John and Rocket Man. Aretha Franklin is Respect.
Is there a James Brown
That's coming
one?
up. The Bee Gees have one coming up. Elvis and Whitney coming up next year. There's a number in development about Bob Marley.
I saw the Bob Marley one. It was pretty good.
Madonna.
All right, we do have to break. Dan Kolko at noon. We're going to talk some baseball. Nobody go anywhere. It's a good song and all, Jeff, but I prefer the Weird Al version.
And the Weird Al version is
Fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which will be good for,
Probably can't make a song like that anymore. Zabe, you watching any playoff puck?
Hell yeah. I'm enjoying it and also wistful for when we used to have the Capitals to be our team.
It is tough,
playoffs.
dude.
Hopefully next year they're right back in it. Should have been in it this year, but
Who are you rooting for? Penguins versus Flyers.
That's a tough one because you hate them both. They're both scum of the earth.
I hate Philadelphia sports, but the hockey team I hate the most is the Penguins.
Oh, by far.
So it's a tough one for us.
it is a tough one. I've enjoyed
Heck
the
of a
series.
game last night.
Great game last night. I watch it with the least enthusiasm of all the series for sure.
Fair.
But when I watch hockey not involving the Caps, I always just pull for the home team because it's more exciting. It's more exciting when the home crowd gets to go nuts when their team scores. Last night's Golden Knights Mammoth game.
You stayed up
was
for that?
incredible. Hell no. I did not stay up for that, but I watched it until I could no longer stay up. But I woke up, I was like, oh, okay, that's how it ended right there.
Garnet Hathaway is a friend of the program. He used to come on with us once a week.
Yep. I've heard him.
We always joked with Garnet that we got him a car deal because he started coming on with us once a week for like a year. Next thing you know, he was getting a Lindsay Volvo deal.
You got him a Volvo.
And like Garnet and I text, we kind of stay in touch, not nearly as much as we did, but that's a dude, that's a human I root for. Just a class act human.
Yeah.
And so that kind of has me rooting for the Flyers for Garnet.
Right.
And then last night, are you aware of Wild Card Scotty?
No.
He's a listener, a friend. He's absolutely insane, but he's a Pittsburgh sports guy. And he texted me last night, Hathaway's the dirtiest MF on the planet. That Hathaway wasn't for you, but he is such a dirtbag. Just to drive the Penguins fans crazy, if it's a guy I consider a friend doing it, I might be rooting for the damn Flyers. Like if it knocks the Pens out when they don't believe they should be getting knocked out,
yeah,
and if a dude I'm friends with gets to advance,
that's a double win.
That might be.
You get to troll a troll and root for your buddy.
Yeah.
A double win
It's
right
kind of
there.
where I'm landing.
I'm rooting for Carlson with Anaheim.
Are
Had
you?
2 assists the other night. When did they go orange? Oh, by the way, I guess I've not been paying close enough attention.
There's interesting.
I thought when they wore it in game 1, I'm like, oh, it must be an alt. And they've been wearing it the whole series.
You know what is cool? The thing they do in Anaheim for their like player of the game is give them the Mighty Ducks jersey. Because I saw Carlson get it. Isn't it wild that he had never had a hat trick till he got to Anaheim?
That is wild.
The team I'm rooting for, I have been rooting for McDavid just because his level of, when you watch him play, and I'm no puckhead, I don't know that you are, but when you watch McDavid, you do see a level of like speed and control that I don't believe I've ever seen before. There are other great players that do other great things.
Sure.
But like what that dude can do really stands out. So I feel like McDavid is entering. Before Ovi won a cup, the knock was, yeah, he's great, but he's never won, right? And I feel like the cup, in a lot of ways, validated Ovi's greatness. That then was maybe further validated by breaking Gretzky.
Yes. If McDavid does not win the cup, it's one of the great injustices in the sporting universe that has ever existed.
And this year, with the Panthers out, you feel like this is McDavid's year.
It should be their year. And they may have gotten screwed on that goal line puck situation, although I think it was a goal. You know, it's a weird thing with replay where you're like, well, we have no proof that
I know
it
how
was,
much you love replay.
I know. Well, the limits of replay are such that you can extrapolate the puck was probably surely in the goal, but you can't prove it because the skate blade of the goalie was over it. So how are you going to prove it? Like, by the way, on the Ducks, it was June of 24. They went to this orange suite of colors. They said to honor being in Orange County, California.
Of all the reasons to do that, that's not the worst.
Yeah.
Like, to speak of McDavid's greatness, though, I'm just on the ESPN hockey page. So tonight we got Bruins Sabres. I'm 100% rooting for Buffalo. They get closeout
absolutely
tonight, like that. Their first playoff series win in 20 years. I know they hadn't made the playoffs in 15.
Plus, the fans go nuts. They're turning it into a Buffalo Bills game outside.
I'm 100% rooting for the Sabres to come out of the East. However, I think it's going to be the Hurricanes.
Right.
But I'm rooting for the Sabres.
Right.
So you got Bruins Sabres at 7:30, Wild Stars at 8, and then Ducks Oilers at 10 o'clock. So on the ESPN hockey page, it gives you a player to watch in each game. And like for the Sabres, it's Thompson, 40 goals, 41 assists, 81 points on the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the Stars, it's Robertson, 45 goals this season, 51 assists, 96 points. I mean, that is real excellence. Connor McDavid, 48 goals, 90 assists, 138
stupid.
points. Just to highlight his level of greatness, but if you can't get it done,
McDavid's so good that if you don't even know hockey, you'll watch 10 minutes of a game and go, who is that dude?
How is he flying so much faster?
He explodes off the TV for even a novice viewer.
A couple things I want to do. I'm excited. We're going to have Dan Kolko join us next. Talk about the Nats. The feisty Nats. The feistiness of this Nats team continues. They are absolutely raking, too. James Wood raking. And you see some real hope in this new regime's plans. So I'm really excited to talk to Kolko. I do want to visit this Cowboys, Steelers, Eagles negative menage a trois if we can after Kolko. Are you in on that?
I don't know what that is.
Well, we're going to explore.
Oh,
Nobody
good.
go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Philadelphia Phillies have the 4th highest payroll in baseball, but are tied for the fewest wins in the majors. That's not a good combination. Today, they fired manager Rob Thompson. Phil's 9-19, tied with the Mets for the worst mark in baseball after their worst start in more than 2 decades. Make a change, second managerial change in the majors in the past week. Don Mattingly will serve as the interim skipper for the rest of the season. Nationals play the other worst team in baseball, the Mets, tonight. Nats up at the Big Apple to start a series against the Mets. 7:10 first pitch tonight on the Fan. Pittsburgh Steelers have put a rarely used right of first refusal tender on quarterback Aaron Rodgers. $15 million would be the salary next season. They also get a right to match any offer he would get from another team. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address, 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I'm going to get on MTV, mama. High noon in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley. Very excited to have Steve Zabin sitting in. B. Mitch taking a very well-earned couple days off. And we're fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. And welcome in from Nationals TV, Mr. Dan Coco. Coco, what's up, dude? How are you?
Boys, how we doing?
Hello.
Dude, I want to start here. And not that you hadn't done some, the actual play-by-play broadcasting before, but this is your first year as the guy, right? Carp retires. Coco, this is your gig now. How much fun are you having, especially considering this team's playing pretty good baseball?
Yeah, it's been a blast, honestly. I mean, getting to do it every day, it's been a great learning experience over the last 4 or 5 years or so, but you do it for 3 days and then Bob comes back, or you do it for a week and then Bob comes back, and it doesn't really give you a chance to truly settle in or feel comfortable over the long haul. And now, it's my chair every day, which is amazing. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Franny and I have a great rapport that we've built over the last 12 years that we've known each other, since he was on the team in 2014. And we have a lot of fun every day. And being on the Nationals TV broadcast now with added resources and cool camera angles and statistical, researchers at our disposal has made the product really fun from our vantage point. And yeah, the team's playing well as well. So yeah, it's been a great first month for sure.
I would say most people probably think the team is currently exceeding expectations, but I don't know what the actual expectations were in the building. Are they so far exceeding them?
I think it's fair to say that they are, yeah, Zabe. I think that, especially when you look at what happened in spring training when they had the lowest run per game total in Major League Baseball, and you really didn't know rotation-wise what things were going to look like, bullpen-wise what things were going to look like, offensively, it was looking a little dicey there. You wonder, James Wood is talented, Daylen Lyle's talented, C.J. Abrams obviously an all-star a couple of years ago, but you trade away Mackenzie Gore, who was your most experienced, highest ceiling starting pitcher that you had. That I think that yes, they have exceeded expectations. The offense has been far and away better than I think anyone could have reasonably thought to this point, led by James and by CJ, but getting a bunch of contributions from guys that either we didn't know would contribute to this level or weren't even on the roster when they broke camp. You add Jorbit Bibas in a trade with the Yankees. You had Curtis Mead in a trade with the White Sox. Jose Tena hit a pinch hit home run in the 10th inning on Sunday at Chicago to help give them their eventual one-run win. Jose Tena has not really done much offensively over the last couple years, and he's been batting up around 300 and putting in really good ABs. So it's just obviously led by the big names, but you're getting a bunch of contributions from guys that I do think is unexpected. And I think, especially when you look at the teams that they've played, it's been a gauntlet of a schedule in playing the Phillies and the Cubs and the Dodgers and the Brewers and even the teams that are, quote unquote, not good teams that they've played. The Pirates are above 500 and are playing good ball. The White Sox are much improved and they took a series there. So, yeah, I do think that they have outperformed expectations to this point for sure.
All right, so I guess then did anyone really run with the whole, oh my God, they're not scoring runs in spring training, they're going to stink, because now they're the highest scoring team in baseball. So I know that NFL preseason means nothing and it's a funhouse mirror of what you're seeing makes no sense. In baseball, are there actual baseball people that say, no, there's some value in noticing trends in the preseason?
I think there are times that someone can have a big spring training and have a big regular season. There are times that a guy can really struggle in spring training and then stink it up in the regular season. There are also times that the inverse is true. So I don't know that there's necessarily any correlation. You have some guys, like Ryan Zimmerman talked about this at length in his playing career and since, that he freaking hated spring training. Like he wanted 25, 30 at-bats, and he wanted to get the heck out of there. But yeah, from a team standpoint, you want, especially when it's a new front office, a new coaching staff, you want to see some of the things that they're putting into place result in, high run totals.
Yeah, you'd want to see the numbers. Yeah, you'd want to see the numbers look good, but then again, you would have to watch every game and go, are they really trying right now with the bases loaded in the seventh inning, pinch hitting this guy because they want to give him a look in spring training? Like that affects your run totals.
You're not getting real consequential game situations. And even if you are on your side of things, in the seventh or eighth or ninth inning of a spring training game, you're probably facing a guy on the mound who's a non-roster guy for the Cardinals who's going to start the year in high A ball,
right.
It's just not an apples to apples comparison. But yeah, I think, if you ask Blake Butera, would you have liked to have seen more offense or a cleaner style of play in spring training? He would have said yes. But the fact of the matter is none of it matters once he gets opening day. And what they've done over the course of this first month of games that actually do matter has been pretty darn impressive.
When you look at James Wood over, I don't know when the red hot streak started. I want to say it was like maybe mid-April, like April 10th or something. You've seen him go nuclear for stretches before. Does this look like that, or does this look different? Does this look like the next step of the evolution of a tremendously talented player?
It's a good question, JP. I think that he's shown stretches like this in the past. Like he was an all-star last year after a really big first half, and then just wasn't able to maintain it. And C.J. Abrams has shown the same thing, that he's able to have a torrid 2-week, 4-week stretch, but then it doesn't align consistently over the course of a full season. I think that is the hardest thing to do in baseball, and maybe in all of professional sports, if we're being honest, is with the number of games that you're playing, the toll that it takes on your body, on your mind, for these guys to play at a high level consistently from late March until late September, it's really hard. And James has gotten off to a really good start, but teams are starting to pitch him differently. He's now, I think, up to 6 intentional walks on the season. Right. He's getting fewer pitches to hit. And as a young player, if you're only getting 1 pitch to hit in at-bat, if that, are you able to stay with your plan and not get outside of that and be comfortable taking a walk for the good of the team or for yourself? Those are the things that are hard to do for any major league hitter, much less a guy who's in just his second full major league season. So I think only time will tell whether James can keep this up for a full year. But to my point from a minute ago, that it's the hardest thing to do in baseball is to play at a very high level for a full season.
I mean, that's a marathon, dude. Talking with our friend Dan Kolko here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can watch Dan nightly on Nationals TV. You could check your cable provider. You could stream it, which was a major problem with Masson. Give Dan a follow on Twitter at Dan Kolko, KOLKO _. Let's talk CJ, too, because he's been great. And, the rumor mill's going to churn there about a possible trade, especially as we get more into the summer. But, how impressed have you been with CJ to start here?
Yeah, he's been awesome. I think, obviously, the offensive numbers are what grab people's attention, and they should. He, top 10 in on-base percentage. He's up there in slug. The on-base percentage thing is new for him. He has not drawn walks in the past. So that's been a big improvement. I was talking to him the other day. I mentioned this on our broadcast on Sunday, that he told me that he's truly just hunting pitches over the heart of the plate now. And if it's on the edges or off the edges, he's totally discarding those pitches and not even trying to offer at them, which is
sounds like a good plan.
Change.
Everyone should do that.
It's a good plan, but it's a hard plan to implement every single AB. Is if you know the opposing pitcher is more than likely going to attack you with a fastball first pitch, you want to go attack that fastball because it's hard to get fastballs in the league today. And you know the numbers say he's probably going to throw one. He's throwing a fastball. It's a fastball. I'm going to go hit it, regardless of where it might be. And he has changed his approach to where he's only hunting hard of the plate now, and it's been a real nice improvement for him. Defensively, he's been better. The work that he's putting in on a daily basis, I think, is the biggest improvement of all of them. And that's a credit to the Nationals front office, their coaching staff. They're working these guys really hard before every game, and they're giving them a routine that they are expected to put into place every single day before a game, whether it's a 7:00 game or a 1:00 game. It's hard, guys, in this grind of a season that we're talking about, to have a day game after a night game, get to the ballpark at 9:30 in the morning and go out there and immediately start putting in work. And that's what they're doing before all of these day games, because this is what the coaches have them do. And CJ's been consistent with that work, and I think we're seeing the dividends from it.
Absolutely, man. And, the conversation about where he ends up will come at a certain point. But I don't know. You're in it every day, right? So you're going to have a different viewpoint. But I'd say for me and for most fans, and Zabe asked you about this, about outperforming expectations, and I'd say certainly. But I also think having this start where they're feisty as hell, and you look at the NL East, and the Braves have the best record in baseball, I think. Maybe it's them or the Dodgers, but the Braves are
they do.
playing outrageous baseball. But two teams with crazy payrolls in the Phillies and the Mets are god-awful. They've both fired their skip already. And I feel like for Nats fans, there's something happening where you feel like you're able to reinvest your time and energy because this thing is back on the upslope. Like, I know when you go to the ballpark, you get there early, you walk around, like people see you and yell, "Hey, Coco," all that stuff. Do you feel that vibe at all?
I definitely feel a vibe that things are moving in the right direction. 100%, no doubt about it. I think that comes from what Paul Timoni has put into place as the new president of baseball operations and his entire staff that he's hired. They've been intentional with everything. The plans that they're building out, not just at the major league level, but through all levels of the minors, and the resources that their coaching staffs now have down on the farm, I think you're starting to see that development. If there are fans out there, and there are a ton that follow the Nationals minor league system, they are very excited about what they're seeing, and they should, because these prospects are really making huge strides this year through the first month of the season. At the major league level, I think we're seeing that too. It's what I was just talking about with the intentionality of everything that they're doing, and the way that they're trying to get improvements from these guys. I said this before the season, and JP, I might have said it to you guys when I was on with you right before the season started, is, of course, seasons are always judged on wins and losses. And that's going to be the case. That's what you're in it for. But for the Nationals this year, I think that they're being judged beyond that. They're being judged in how are these players on an individual basis improving from the start of spring training until the end of the regular season. Because if C.J. Abrams gets 15% better, and if Dalen Lyle gets 10% better, and if insert player X, Cade Cavalli, gets 8% better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you add all those improvements up, you're getting the organization into a significantly better place as a whole. And so I think that's the goal this year is, yes, you want to win games. Yes, of course, surprising people and making a push for a playoff spot would be amazing. But Paul Taboni admitted before the season started, that's, probably not in the cards for this team this year. It's about moving things in the right direction organizationally and using these processes to get all of these players better individually, and then seeing where we stand at the end of the year.
And because
I do feel that we're doing that right now. Right.
And because I don't talk Nats every day like a lot of hosts here, I just need to be the dumb guy in the room and go, and they're going to trade Abrams. Why again? With 3 years of control left?
Well, I am not going to sit here and say that they are going to trade.
Yeah, maybe they won't.
Okay, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Why would they entertain that thought? Because they think we're not going to do anything in 3 years under the control of this player? I mean,
Gore was a similar contractual control, right?
We can speak hypothetically here about this, right? Like, Mackenzie Gore was traded because there was a value placed on him by another of the 30 teams that the Nationals felt like they could get back minor league prospects into their system that better matched the timeline of where they are organizationally in their pursuit of making the playoffs. Like, Mackenzie Gore had this year and next year of team control. And so you're reinvesting in your minor league system, feeling like, whether it's next year, 2 years from now, whenever it is, that your major league team is ready to pop, is ready to make a run for the postseason. That better aligns you with that timeline.
I got it.
Right?
So the argument would be that he's juicy right now, Abrams, and so his value is high, and you still need to rebuild your next core, and this could be the time to do it if your timeline of really competing is not quite there yet. I get it.
Or that you feel that he could be part of this timeline, but you're just getting a value placed on him by one of the other 30 teams.
That's an outrageous
you feel
value.
Is too good to pass up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy that, when he's going well, like he is this year, is one of the best hitting shortstops in baseball, and he's improved defensively this year. And there were can he play shortstop every day? Some people were questioning that. Maybe there is a team now that says, yes, we believe that he can, because he's showing that he can. I'm not going to play general manager here, but these are the things that people that are in front offices discuss. And, it's not my place to say that they, will or should re-sign C.J. Abrams, or that they will play out the string with him under his current deal and then see what happens afterwards, or that they'll trade him. But these are the things that front office executives consider when they go through discussions like this.
What time you on tonight, dude?
It is a 7:10 first pitch. We're going on the air at 7 o'clock, and a chance to take advantage of a Mets team that's not going so hot right now and keep playing well on the road. The Nats have just coming off another series win on the road at Chicago and hoping to keep it rolling, so we're excited.
What's your favorite road trip? I mean, you've probably done them all by now, I imagine. I mean, New York's got to be pretty cool. I can't imagine you stay in Queens. I imagine you stay in the city, but where do you love to go?
Chicago's my favorite city to visit, especially in the summertime. And, of course, we get 2 trips there this year because we're playing the White Sox at their place, and both of those trips come in the first month of the season.
That's probably brick cold.
So the White Sox trip is as fun as the Cubs trip?
It's not Wrigley Field. Wrigley Field is a solid yard. It's not Wrigley, which is my favorite big league park that there is.
But do you stay on the south side when you guys...
No way. They're staying in the
loop. Yeah, we
well, it's a long drive then from the nicer hotels down to that ballpark down there.
They're taking a team bus with a police escort.
I'll tolerate it, Dave. I'll tolerate it.
Awesome. Coco, appreciate it, man. Have a great call tonight. It's been fun watching, dude. Honestly, and you, I can see the difference in the broadcast just from like a media standpoint. It's well done. Thank you.
Thanks for saying that, JP. I appreciate it, buddy. Good to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you, Dan. Dan Kolko, watch him tonight. Nationals TV. The smartest thing they did with the streaming deal is that, like, I know what channel I have to go to on my Xfinity, and it's there. You know what I mean?
think there's real value in that, and a lot of people have been belly aching about, I'm going to pay this much to watch. Like, people, nothing is free anymore.
I don't want to have to stream it. I want to be able to put it on my cable box, and I'm just thankful that I have that option.
That is also good as well, but I'm telling you, when you're traveling a lot like you do, having that streaming option is gold.
My father used to say, two's company, but three's fun. How does that relate to the NFL draft? Explain when we come back.
This update is brought to you by I-66 Express. You just heard for Dan Coco getting set for the call up in New York tonight. Nats are back in action. Taking on the New York Mets, 7:10 first pitch here in the Fan. Nats are looking for a third straight win. Mets have lost 15 of 17. They're tied with Philly for the worst record in baseball. The Phils today made a change. They have fired manager Rob Thompson, tied for the worst mark in baseball with the Mets off to their worst start in more than 2 decades. Phillies will turn to Don Mattingly, who'll be their interim skipper for the rest of the season. Football, Pittsburgh Steelers have put a rarely used right of first refusal tender on QB Aaron Rodgers. He'd get a 10% raise to around $15 million for next season. They also have the right to match any offer he would get from another team. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express Travel and I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right. I want to talk some football. Great interview with Dan Coco. If anybody missed that, get on the Odyssey app, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple. Where do you get podcasts, Abe?
Wherever I get them. No, actually, I had Spotify.
I'm a pretty loyal Spotifyer.
I just use Apple's default. Yeah. Generally speaking, wherever you want. They're all different in the way they handle things. And so, therefore, it's all preferences. And as a podcast producer myself, check out the Zabecast wherever you get your podcasts. I have had to deal with people going, hey, man, I really like subscribing to your podcast through XYZ on this platform. How come I'm not getting the premium episodes? And I'm like having to dig in with my podcast guy. And he's like, well, there's a problem with Android phones when it comes to this platform. They don't allow for RSS feed push. And I'm like, oh, God. Why does it have to be so complicated, for God's sakes? But it's all what you prefer. And people have their collections, too,
Yeah.
And they all play the podcast differently. Some remember, hey, you were last listening to this. I'm going to start playing it from the moment that you last left off. Others are like, no, just what are you going to listen to today? So
Sure.
they're all different.
It's all different. But the good news is you can get our content at any of them. So
that's good.
Go
Yes,
track
just search
down.
it.
Yeah.
I always tell people just search it. And it'll come up in multiple different venues.
100%.
Yes.
A lot of all of a sudden is going on in Pittsburgh. This Aaron Rodgers news, we were just talking about in the break. Earl just had it in his update. Steelers doing the right thing, giving him an easy little pay bump without having to renegotiate it.
I'm
or
trying to
locking him
figure
in.
out. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. They used a rare UFA tag on him, unrestricted free agent tag, which means he's eligible for a 10% bump in salary if he re-signs with the team, which will put him at about $15 million a year, which is, what you'd expect for a guy his age and everything else. But it also limits Rodgers as to he can only sign with the Steelers then with this tag once training camp begins. And so the timing of it is kind of interesting. I'm going under the assumption that you're going under, which is, yeah, he's coming back, because otherwise he would have said, that's it, I'm done. He would have at least given the courtesy to the Steelers to go, look, you're going to need to go look for another quarterback because I'm off to the big ayahuasca tent in the woods,
Right.
and you'll never see me again. That's what he promises.
The tag thing is interesting.
So that's interesting. That's only one part of it, though.
So I'm going back, 4 or 5 days now. And I was in Pittsburgh. And it was a big deal when the Steelers got on the clock. There was a lot of, you could tell, rehearsed, pre-planned, pomp and circumstance surrounding the Steelers getting on the clock in the first round.
Yeah, because they're the host city. There's always a big deal.
And Steelers fans, to their credit, are everywhere.
Yeah.
It was a overwhelmingly Steelers crowd. There were fans of all teams, but it was a lot of black and gold, right? They start playing Renegade. The place is going nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But the pick is certainly underwhelming. They end up taking a tackle, a prospect tackle, right? That nobody's heard of. He's not there to walk up and put the hat on, give the crowd a pop.
Here's how underwhelming the pick was. Somebody had a tweet that said, this feels like in your fantasy league when you've got two really good ideas for your pick coming up, and then they both get taken by your buddies ahead of you, and then you just auto-draft. They said the Steelers' first rounder felt like an auto-draft in fantasy. Very disappointing.
Right.
And a lot of that had to do with the fact that there was all this chicanery going on.
Exactly.
Behind
So
the
that's what I
scenes
wanna
that we then
explore a
found
little.
out more about later. Now, the whole legality or the rules about calling potential picks before you're actually on the clock, I don't know how that actually matters per se, because it's not like a team can collude with a player of we're going to pick you, don't let this other team pick you. They have no control over that.
So the backstory for those that are unfamiliar is the Steelers were picking at 21, right? And they were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah.
As Dallas was on the clock. And what ended up happening is Philly traded up with Dallas to get Lemon at 20.
Yeah.
As he's on the phone with the Steelers.
Yeah.
And there are some within the Pittsburgh organization that think Dallas did it on purpose to screw Mike McCarthy, the former coach of the Cowboys, the now head coach of the Steelers.
How would Dallas know that Pittsburgh is on the phone with Lemon?
I don't know, but they could know. There are agents texting.
It wasn't on
live texting.
Was it on live TV?
But Lemon was in the theater. There are enough people. Lemon was in the green room or wherever he was. There are enough NFL people there that it wouldn't be a shock if someone knows.
So let's say somebody overheard, because I saw the clip of Lemon saying, "What's that? Who's this? This Pittsburgh?" If somebody heard that, they would then have to get a hold of somebody in the Dallas war room.
Dude, it's a text.
But
not
the
to mention-
first round is happening quicker than it's ever happened.
100%, but there's also a zillion, though the green room where all the prospects are sitting isn't being broadcast, they cut to that in the broadcast, there's a zillion cameras in there. And those feeds are going to trucks, and there's PAs. There's a lot of people are able to see that.
Okay, so
you are right that has to get transmitted to Dallas and Philadelphia.
But let me just play this through. So Dallas sees that Pittsburgh's going to take a wide receiver that Philly wants. Dallas then does Philly a solid by somehow circumventing that. I don't get, by calling Philly to go, hey, your guy's about to be taken by Pittsburgh. Why would Dallas help Philly out? Because that's what, if you believe everything, was the net, right? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, I am not sure I believe it. I mean, do you believe? I find it interesting, but I'm not sure I believe it, if that makes sense.
I think a lot of stuff happens quickly. Even though they've cut the draft down, the first round down in time, you would think 8 minutes is enough time. And remember, just like in your own fantasy leagues, you're watching guys go off the board. So you've got an idea of if it's not him, it's him. So you shouldn't be surprised you're getting back from making a sandwich. Oh, my God, is it my turn to draft? Who are we taking? What are we going? Who's left? You're following it every step of the way. I just have a hard time believing that there would be any benefit to the collusion on that. Why would they even call him and go, hey, man, your guy's about to go. You should probably jump up and get him.
I don't know that I believe that Dallas colluded with Philly to screw Pittsburgh, especially considering those are NFC East foes, right?
Even if Dallas colluded with Pittsburgh to try to screw Philly, you would have to then turn out right about the player they end up taking, because Mekhi Lemon may turn out to be a bust. Or he could be great, just like the next player taken could turn out to be great or a bust or anywhere in between. The whole thing about, I'm going to play the draft at such a high level that in addition to filling my team with our needs, I'm going to then try to manipulate poor outcomes for other teams by steering them players who we're convinced are going to suck. No NFL team, JP, is that smart. Nobody has that kind of a crystal ball, and nobody has the energy or the ability to fully execute it. It's crazy.
I agree with all that.
But it doesn't mean that NFL fans can't believe the most interesting theories.
The reports, however, aren't just fans. It's that the Rooneys are pissed. Steelers ownership.
Well, you know why they're pissed?
Because they didn't get their guy.
They didn't get their guy, and they auto-drafted a lineman nobody's heard of. And their fans are mad at them. And you know what? The Rooneys are pissed because the Rooneys are running that proud franchise. What's left of them, the ones that want to stick around and run it, they're running it into the ground. I mean, the Steelers are on the verge of becoming a huge joke in the league. They were voted one of the cheapest teams in the league, by the way.
You are starting to see with the traditional old family-owned teams, the Rooneys and the Maras.
The hardware stores, as I call them. My dad ran this hardware store. He's passed it on to me.
Now, the NFL changed that private equity can now buy up to 10%, so that gives these traditional families a quick cash infusion at their valuations of multi-billions. Right. You want 10%? Here, cut me a check for whatever that is, $500 million, and you're in. But, like, the writing's on the wall for the evolution of NFL franchises.
Right. You know, the last guy standing will be Mike Brown in Cleveland, in Cincinnati. He'll be the last of the mom and poppers.
Sure.
He'll be the last of the old hardware store guys that holds out.
But Florio wrote this, and I agree with him. There's no reason for the Steelers to be upset. If they really wanted Lemon, they should have traded up to 19 or higher.
Bing.
Did you see the Facebook movie? The Mark Zuckerberg, was it a social
network?
Social network.
Yes.
There's a line I always go back to that the actor playing Zuckerberg says in that to the Winklevoss twins, the Winklevi.
The Winklevi.
He says,
great movie.
Because they were suing him for infringement on whatever their idea was, right? And he says, if you built Facebook, you would have built Facebook.
Yes.
Sometimes you just didn't do it, dude. And that's nobody else's fault. That's on you.
I know.
If you wanted Lemon,
get Lemon.
Get Lemon.
Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg played Zuckerberg in that movie.
He was great in that. I'd like, if you are up for it, yesterday Brian and I got to talk about Monty Coleman. And Brian talked about him as a teammate. I talked about him as a kid that rooted for him.
Yeah.
I'd like to get your take on Monty Coleman. Okay.
Yes.
We're going to do that when we come back. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Chris Russell has entered the chat, provocative as always.
And Walker doesn't like it. Walker ran Russell out of here.
He said, tell him to get out.
Like Angel Hernandez
Monumental,
ejecting a batter who was
throw
arguing
the
with
aquarium
him.
on television. Russell's beating up Jeff right now.
Walker's like, get out of here.
Chris is trying to disrupt our program, and Jeff is standing up for us. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. All right.
Monty Coleman.
Real quick.
Son of a gun, man.
So I want you to be able to reflect on him, but Metal Chris just dropped a pretty interesting nugget on Monty Coleman to us. Chris, do you care to share that to the world?
Yeah, sure. No, when I was a kid, my mom worked for State Farm and was his insurance agent. Back when you had like an agent, you know.
Isn't that just a small world story?
That was like our only famous client, or like everybody else just whoever.
Was
But
he,
yeah.
I assume, a nice man? Paid
I
his
never
bills
met
on
him, but
time?
she seemed, I mean, we were all Skins fans anyway, so she was just like, "That's so cool," like But
I hate to be this guy, but hey, how about that?
I thought it was a cool anecdote, so I will defend it.
But don't you? I mean, I'm sure you have met tons of people that have Redskins / Commanders connections and people you know.
Sure.
I mean, like if you live in this town for long enough.
Especially if you live out in Loudon.
Yeah, and if you live in this town long enough, you're always going to bump into the players. And thankfully, most of the interactions are positive. Unless you're driving next to Albert Haynesworth, then maybe it's not so positive. But that said, Monty Coleman to me was like Death, Taxes, and Monty Coleman. Death, Taxes, and 51 prowling the middle of that defense. I remember when Monty Coleman finally got cut. It was like, oh my God, because he was so dependable as the glue of that defense, and a 3-time Super Bowl champion, elegant player, wasn't necessarily flashy per se, although he had some pretty bomb games. I saw a clip of like his best game ever was when Pettibone was picking up the remnants of his 1 year as head coach, and he had like 3 TFLs, 3 sacks, and a fum 6. But that's just Monty Coleman for you. So Monty Coleman, to me, represented the kind of player that every team and every city has, where everyone there knows about him and they know how good he was, but outside of the immediate metro, I would argue most people that are not Commander Redskin fans don't know of Monty Coleman. But they should, because he was a hell of a football player, seemingly nice guy, and like a lot of guys who are great players, JP, if they don't then enter the media ecosystem, they kind of get forgotten about. And Monty went off and did his own thing. I don't know what he did, but I never really saw or heard from Monty Coleman once he stopped playing.
We had him on the first week of our show because B was like, all right, who are some old players you'd like me to get? And I was like, I'd love to talk to Monty Coleman. And the first week, we're going into our 6th football season this fall. So it was 21, right? It was still kind of COVID-ish then. And we had Monty on then, and I think he was coaching back in Arkansas. I think he was living back in Arkansas.
Yeah.
The thing that I find so remarkable with Monty Coleman is B has always talked about his athleticism, that he was a gunner on special teams. And at that size, to be a gun, that 240 to be a gunner is pretty crazy.
Also starting linebacker.
Right.
To be playing specials.
Chris Kerwin, photog extraordinaire, last night on Channel 4, we ran, a little tribute to Monty, and he dug through old highlights.
Oh, God.
And found they ran a reverse kickoff return to him. Isn't that crazy to think about?
I don't doubt it, though. He ran like a greyhound.
I think he ran in the 4.4s.
Yeah. But he was amazing. And that's part of why I like the Styles pick. I think there's a lot of echoes of Monty Coleman and Styles.
You look at his career, 16 years. It's just unbelievable. And all of the best years of Redskins football.
Yes.
Like he was
the
there.
Camelot years, he was the constant. And 16 years, second most snaps ever as a Redskin to only, of course, Darrell Green. And nobody's going to break that record.
In 1980, his second year in the league, he had 118 tackles. This is crazy to me. In 1984, and maybe you know what happened. I don't know what happened, but clearly he was thrust into a different role. Maybe there was an injury or something.
Yep.
He had 10 and a half sacks in 1984. The rest of his career never topped 4.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing they needed, or I guess in 93, which would have been Pettibone, right?
Yep.
He had 6 sacks for Richie. And then his last year in Washington was, I think, Norv's first year in 94.
I will text my boy Andy Poley, who would remember better what happened in 84 to have him pop in terms of sacks. But I know this. If a particular defensive coordinator or just whoever decides we want to utilize him more doing this, he was good enough that he would do that for you and do it very well. So obviously they gave him more chances to make a run at the quarterback. And like I said, he ran so well that I'm sure he surprised a lot of quarterbacks with his closing speed.
That year, Dexter led the team with 13.5 sacks, and Monty was second with 10.5. Then Darryl Grant had 8, Charles Mann had 7.
Yeah.
So, like, in my mind, when I see that statistic pop like that, I'm like, I wonder if Dexter got hurt that year or something. But it looks like they all played.
Yeah.
I mean, Mann played 16, Dexter played 15, Grant played 15. It's just, to me, it shows the versatility of what was an incredible player and the longevity and to be there for the entirety of the greatness, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's just not many.
That's why when he finally didn't make the roster, it was a big deal. Like, oh, man. It finally, the Turk finally
that was
came
95,
from,
right?
Yeah, the Turk
he was
finally
38
came.
years old.
Yeah, Turk finally came for Monty Coleman. I can't believe it. Just a leader, a great football player, good man, 68.
Young.
It reminds me, as I'm 58 in less than a month here, or a little over a month, the lights start going out on your favorite players one by one. And I hate that. And so many of the brightest lights of the Camelot years of the Redskins are still shining and still in good shape and are active, and you hear from them. They're involved in the media. I don't want to think, JP, about those lights going out.
Absolutely. Well said. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs when we return with the Athletics' Josh Robbins.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. Let's start with football. We've been telling you this morning about a move the Commanders made yesterday, inviting former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp. There's a change in that today. He is now officially signing a contract with the Commanders. He was an all-Big Ten selection each of his 4 seasons as a kicker for the Hawkeyes. Also today, Pittsburgh Steelers put a rarely used right of first refusal tender in QB Aaron Rodgers. $15 million for next season. They have the right to match any offer he gets from another team. Nationals hopefully rested up after a day off Monday up in the Big Apple tonight to face the Mets. 7:10 first pitch on the Fan. Disappointing start to the season for the Philadelphia Phillies. They today fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Play a little Jimmy for us, Jeffrey.
Is it the 4th hour? Time has flown today, my friend.
We're cruising, and we're cruising right into the NBA playoffs, man. Josh Robbins is a friend of the program, covers the Wizards for The Athletic. But, Josh, I believe you are covering the Magic Pistons series. Do I have that right?
That's right. I've been assigned to that series. I'm moonlighting.
Well, you're not covering any playoffs for the Wiz, so you're available.
Well, not this year. They're not in the playoffs. Maybe next year.
Maybe. All right, we'll circle back to the Wiz. I want to kind of go through the playoffs overall, though, and let's start there, dude. I remember when the Nuggets shocked the Sonics. Now, that was back when they only played 5-game first-round series. But I remember that iconic photo of Dikembe
holding the ball
onto the ball
in joy and disbelief. Oh, the great Dikembe!
And then I remember, I think the Warriors were the 8th seed and knocked off. I don't even remember who they knocked off, but I remember that Baron Davis team. That was a big deal. Now we've got an 8th seed up 3-1 over the 1 seed, and it seems like nobody's talking about it.
You're right. Although I don't know, I've been so kind of wrapped up in this and some other work that I'm not really all that attuned to what everyone elsewhere is saying.
Sure.
But this has been a shocking result. Shocking. I predicted Pistons in 5. What do I know? Not much. Why are you having me on the show? I don't know.
No. Anyway, let's start here.
Well, by the way, I saw this on SportsCenter this morning. This is only the 6th time since they started seeding that a 8 seed has gone up 3-1 against the 1 seed. The last time it happened was the Heat against the Bucks when they came out of the play-in tournament to go all the way to the finals.
Yeah, that was also the bubble, which
Giannis this was 23.
Oh, okay.
But this is also Giannis got hurt.
Okay.
And that was when Jimmy Butler was
bananas.
going bananas. So it has happened. The 3-1 lead, meaning the 8 seed, has won the best of 7 every time, except for when the Magic blew it in 2003 when they were up on the Pistons, same team in 2003. So
Josh,
there's the background.
What's going right for Orlando and what's going wrong for Detroit?
Both teams are playing great defense. Orlando has gotten some again, surprising contributions from unlikely figures. Wendell Carter Jr. among them. He's arguably been their MVP here. Wow. This tough, bruising, physical center who has just dominated Jalen Duren. And Jalen Duren, who's probably going to make an All-NBA team this spring for what he did in the regular season, and deservedly so, has been thoroughly and totally dominated by Carter. Shocking. And both teams are mirror images of each other. Neither team can shoot. If you like offensive basketball, you're going to hate the series. But it has been tough. It has been physical. And the 3-1 margin doesn't quite show how evenly matched the teams have been. But it's been a lot of fun to watch because the games have been just so intense.
Do you think the Magic get the job done here?
The funny thing is that I would put the odds at 50-50. I do not expect the Magic to win tomorrow night in Detroit, partly because Franz Wagner, who is their best two-way player, hurt his calf last night. He's probably already received his MRI today. The results are not out. But if he misses any time in this series, then Detroit suddenly is at least as talented as Orlando is. And over a 48-minute game against Detroit, I'm not sure that the Magic would be able to withstand Wagner's absence.
His plus minus in this series, last night he was a plus 17. In game 3, he was a plus 19. Like, Wagner's been a monster.
He's a really good, underrated nationally player.
There was the dunk of the year last night, arguably. Jamal Cain dunked on Duran. I don't know if JP has seen this yet, but I'm going to show you the highlight right now. I mean, it's like out of NBA Jams, basically. Am I right?
I would love to hear JP's reaction.
You got it there? Let's watch it. We'll watch it live.
Watch it in real time. Sorry. I had it right here, and they give me a package of highlights at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. I'll get it in just a second. But here's the thing: while I find the highlight, I look at the Pistons. The consensus is they don't have enough three-point shooting or a B score.
I just watched it.
There you go.
Oh, for the love of God! And there are still photos that are even
Piped it on
more
him. Wow,
absurd.
What was that like in the arena?
Loud.
Yeah.
Loud. And oh, by the way, Jamal Cain spent the first 3.5 years of his NBA career, including this one, as a two-way contract player.
Well, that's what's great about these playoffs is that they're producing these unlikely stars. The Ayo Dosunmu situation up there in Minnesota is awesome to watch.
It is, and talk about surprises. I never would have expected Denver to be trailing in that series in the way it has been trailing, and with Jokic struggling. When was the last time Jokic really struggled, not just for one game, for multiple games? So maybe there really is a new age of parity in the league, aside from the Thunder and maybe the Spurs.
Yes, I agree with you on that. My overriding thought as I'm watching the Pistons here is that they were the best record in the league. I won't say best team, but best record in the league pretty much from the start of the season. They got out quick and they just kept it up. Are they flawed, though, when it comes to best of seven, best of seven, best of seven? And as much as I want the Wizards to even be in the playoffs to lose in the first round, God forbid.
I want the play-in.
I know. As much as I want that, my next worry, because I'm already getting ahead of just making the playoffs, is what if they build a team that's good for the regular season but is not good for the playoffs? Your thoughts on that?
I'm trying to formulate an answer. I think that would be a wonderful problem for the Wizards to have.
It'd be a good next problem, right? Like have the Pistons, because here's the reason. I look at the Pistons and say, that's our model. We can be them in terms of timeline, turnaround, yes. And then I'm like, well, if our model's the Pistons, they're getting run out of the building right now.
They're divergent teams because the Pistons do not have enough three-point shooting, and they don't have enough secondary ball handling alongside Cunningham.
Right.
They don't. And it's making the going for Cunningham much tougher than it would otherwise be. The Pistons and the Wizards are the Pistons model in some ways could be what the Wizards model will be if the Wizards luck out in this lottery. But the big difference is that the Wizards are developing shooting to an extreme degree, and they're not developing defense.
That is true. I think the shape of what they're building here looks a lot different than the shape of Detroit. So in that regard, I'm not too worried. You mentioned if they luck out. I'm curious because we're guaranteed what, JP? No worse than fourth.
Yeah.
what does lucking out mean? Top 2?
1.
Well, they're guaranteed no worse than fifth. And from what I'm being told, they think that there are 5 potential stars in the draft, but the top 2 guys seem to be on a tier even higher than Caleb Wilson, even higher than Cam Boozer, even higher than Darius Acuff.
So the top 2 are DeBansta and Peterson.
Correct.
Do you have a preference?
The safer pick appears to be DeBansta because Peterson had all these injury problems, but the more talented person, and DeBansta is incredibly talented, appears to be Peterson. They would be so ecstatic to draft one of the 2. It would be franchise changing for them, even though they're on a good path.
Yes.
So being no worse than 5th is so much better than no worse than 6th. Right. It's as well. So yes, if they drop to 5, it would be a huge disappointment. But
it'll be bad. It'll be really, really bad.
Yes, but nowhere near. Still, potentially, you can get a really good potential future all-star there, and it would be a heck of a lot better than drafting 6th or 7th, which is why it was so important for them to finish with the league's worst record.
They sure did.
They sure did.
We're talking with our friend Josh Robbins from The Athletic, covers the Wizards, currently covering the Magic Pistons series, which looks like it could be a major upset in the making. You can give Josh a follow at Joshua B. Robbins, 2 B's in Robbins, Joshua B. Robbins. Check out all his work in The Athletic. Kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Josh, I know you're locked in on Pistons Magic, but I wanted to talk about a few of the other series going on. Celtics play tonight against the Sixers. I kind of feel like Boston locks that thing up. Do you feel the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I sure do. And I think that game's in Boston, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
It is in Boston. Yeah, I think that ends right here and now.
So the other half of this, which I find myself kind of glued to the television. We've got Spurs Blazers tonight. I think they're back in San Antonio with the Spurs with a chance to seal that. They're up 3-1. Wemby, after getting just clocked in the face, looked like he could have broken every bone in his face, comes back, and I mean, that dude is just a cheat code. This feels like it could be the Wemby playoff coming out party where he crosses over from NBA fans to just a household name to very casual sports fans.
Yes, it could be like the time Michael Jordan as a rookie scored 63 points on Larry Bird and Robert Parrish in the Boston Celtics. It could be. He's unbelievable.
He's unbelievable.
He's by far the best defensive player in the league. And oh, by the way, he hits 3-pointers, and he's 7'5", and he can run the floor, and he can catch, and he can pass.
He handles it like Iverson. That's 7 foot.
He's like Iverson. Like Iverson.
All right, I'm exaggerating, but
he's something else.
It's the best handle for a big man I've ever seen. I don't understand why he doesn't get pickpocketed all the time. And the answer is he's too quick. He's too good.
His plus minus from Sunday's game that I watched, he was plus 28.
Oh.
Like
he's literally a laboratory creature.
You think
and by the way, incredibly smart and has an amazingly old head perspective about life and everything else. The more I hear him talk, the more I love him.
That's right. He's eloquent. And oh, by the way, this isn't even his first language.
I know.
I mean, that's even more impressive than his defense.
It's crazy.
Which is...
But San Antonio has more than just him, though. They got other guys there, which is going to make him a huge problem for a long time.
Steph Castle, this is also his coming out party.
Yeah.
He had, 31 points in the game that Wemby did not play? He had 31 points in one of the playoff games. He's an outstanding perimeter defender, and that's the type of person who is so valuable come playoff time. and he's learning how to score. He's only a second-year player. He's making strides in the sense not dissimilar in the way that Alex Sarr made some strides. They're both figuring it out on offense. And, they also have De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, dude, that team's good.
Yeah, they're good. I have, Josh, I have for you a just not out of left field question, but this is not related to any series going on right now. Steve Kerr recently floated the proposal of eliminating the three-point shot. And I thought, that is rich. You want to get rid of the very thing and the very player that gave you your best run ever as a coach. Can you defend Kerr's theory on why basketball would be better without the three-point line?
Well, I could defend it. I wouldn't agree with it, but I could come up with an argument, and I'll do it very, very quickly. The game today is as athletic as it's ever been. It's as skilled as it's ever been, but it doesn't have quite the flow or the interconnectedness or the kind of team passing that we think the old days had.
Think. I love that phrase. Go on.
And one of the reasons is if you watch some of these games, almost every team, and I'm purposely exaggerating here, plays one way. They try to get the ball in the paint, and then they try to spray it out to an open three-point shooter, which is its own element of skill, and it's very important, and it is impressive, but it does get redundant. If you watch even like the Minnesota Timberwolves, that gets really repetitive. And these two teams here that I'm covering now, the Pistons and the Magic, well, they can't shoot, but they still are predicated so much on drive and kick. So there's an element of constancy and repetition here that is not enjoyable. And yet, for as great as I think the old days were, being able to remember just a little bit to the 80s, when I watch the replays of the old Bullets games on Monumental Sports, like the Jeff Malone game, they're just plodding up the court.
They are Jurassic.
Even when you watch the great MJ Bulls runs, like those Jazz games ended at like 92-90. Like that was the final score.
Good defense back then was standing flat-footed with your arms up in position. Oh, you're playing good defense right there. Yeah, Josh, I'm glad you said that because I love the olden days. I remember the olden days, but like anyone my age, nostalgia overcomes you at times.
Yeah, genies don't go back in bottles.
I mean, the old NBA, I would remember watching a wing guard would bounce pass into a guy in the post. He'd try to take a couple dribbles, didn't like the angle. They'd kick it back out to the same guard. Then the big man would get a better position. They'd rebounce it into the post. Like that was a staple of NBA offenses.
Right. Josh, if we can,
I'd said it better.
I'd like to run through the rest of these series real quick, just because I think the Celtics get through. You agreed. I think the Spurs get through. I think you agreed. I think the Lakers get through.
Yes,
I concur with that.
Okay,
yes,
Reeves could play tonight. They say they're thinking about that. The real juice, Josh, is in Denver because you got a wounded Wolves team, and Denver won last night.
You have three juicy series here. The Knicks are on tonight, right? I think that's an 8 o'clock start tonight. Knicks Hawks. They're tied up 2-2. The Garden will be rocking tonight, but I think that thing's going 7. What do you think, Knicks Hawks?
I think that's going 7. Yes, I do. And CJ McCollum, who had an excellent season. No one nationally saw that he had an excellent season for the Wizards, has turned out to be just a pivotal player for the Hawks, who have figured out how to play defense as well. So that's been an excellent series. And if I had to pick one of the teams, I'm just going to go with the Hawks here, and it makes no sense, but I'm saying it because the Hawks, compared to the Knicks, face no pressure.
Right.
The Knicks face all the pressure in the world. Just on the court, the Knicks should win that series, but I'm going to go out on a limb and try to produce some decent radio for the two of you. So
appreciate that.
So by having a hot take there, I do think that the Hawks are going to win that series.
Okay. The series that has no juice and no casual fan is paying any attention to, Toronto and Cleveland are also tied up 2-2.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a very under the radar series.
Who do you have coming through there?
The Great Lakes series.
The Battle of
Lake
Lake
Ontario.
Erie. Or Ontario.
That's right.
Erie, right?
Yeah, both of them.
Oh, great.
No, well, the Cavs, I think, are going to win that series. And spoiler alert, I had them coming out of the East. So, again, what do I know? But the Cavs are the more talented team. They're better on both ends of the floor. But the Raptors find a way to junk up a game, and they do play hard. And Scotty Barnes, speaking of under the radar, is maybe one of the most under the radar players in the whole league.
And Zabe mentioned this one, Nuggets T-Wolves. I mean, if Joker goes down, that's a big blow to the league. Unless if you get Thunder versus Wemby, Western Conference Finals would be incredibly juicy.
Well,
But-
so let's say the Wolves sack up at home and they close it out without Ant-Man and DiVincenzo. Ant-Man's out for at least 2 weeks. Very serious knee bone bruise. They come through as a crippled team to the next round. Like, to me, the West is kind of collapsing in favor of OKC, although Spurs are now going to be a problem. When Wemby went down, I was like, oh, everything is clearing out for
Right.
OKC in the West, but that'll be interesting if they get through, the Wolves do.
It will be. I think the league would love to have a Denver San Antonio series for precisely the reasons you mentioned, Jokic and Wemby. Yeah, that would be great. And after the season, the regular season the league had, the league does need a great playoffs. I'm not the first person to say that. I think Wendy said the same. So I'm
Well, they need stars. Just having good games is not enough. You need stars, and they had so many guys have been out for this year's playoffs. It's crazy.
It does go back to what we were just talking about 3 minutes ago, that when the game is played at this speed with the athleticism it is, people are more prone to injuries.
Yeah, and some of the injuries are not even because of basketball. I mean, Embiid with appendicitis.
Well,
Embiid's prone to missing time.
Well, I know, but that's why he was out. By the way, did you see the stat about, DiVincenzo wore number 0? We've had 4 guys wearing 0 blow out their Achilles the last 2 playoffs.
Wow, that's bizarre.
Tatum 0, Halliburton 0, Dame Lillard 0, Achilles.
Josh, we do have to run here, brother.
Morbid.
It is as weird as the substation out by San Francisco as a freak theory.
Thanks for having me.
Dude, thank you,
having
man.
me.
Always appreciate you. Enjoy Pistons Magic. You might get 7 out of that, dude. It'll be fun to watch.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Josh Robbins from The Athletic. Give him a follow at Joshua B. Robbins. Boys got to make some bets. We got Grant and Danny coming on at 2 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Managerial change again, second one of the week in baseball. Phillies, favorite to win the NL East at 9-19, tied for the worst record in baseball. Fired their skipper, Rob Thompson, today. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, says recently fired Bo Sox skipper Alex Cora was offered the job but turned it down. So Don Mattingly is going to be their interim skipper for the rest of the season. Nationals taking on another disappointing team tonight in New York. Nats and Mets play the first of their series, 7:10 first pitch tonight here on The Fan. Football, the Commanders, who had reportedly Monday invited former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to their rookie minicamp. Today, word now is they are actually going to be signing him to a contract. He was all Big Ten selection each of his 4 seasons with the Hawkeyes. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home for Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
This sounds like a Metal Chris request. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up. Have Steve Zabin sitting in with us. Always great to connect with Zabe. It's funny because Zabe and I are both, I don't know, we're golf nerds.
Avid golfers. Golf nerds. That's the N word I wear proudly on my chest.
Sure. Nerd. Like during our various commercial breaks over the course of the day, like we've been talking, you've been showing me golf shoes you're ordering, talking about various courses. I did
my golf shoe saga.
I did want to. You had something you want to ask?
I do, and it's shockingly, it's also a golf thing, but I think it's relatable to the average sports fan.
Let me ask you one thing first.
Yes, sir.
So, a good buddy of mine, and I don't know if you may know this person. My buddy Billy Hoffman is the head teaching pro at Westwoods in Vienna.
I've heard of Billy. I hear he's excellent.
He's excellent. And I've known him, like we went to high school together. I've known him for 30 years. Awesome dude. Billy is playing in the PGA of America Professional Championship right now at Bandon.
Out at Bandon, yes, where they were showing Michael Block all day long.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. So Billy is my guy. I am 100%.
How's he doing?
He was doing well. I'm actually pulling it up right now.
Top 25. I believe it's 25 or 20 now. They cut it down to 20.
Yeah.
Get a entry into the PGA Championship, which is a hell of a deal.
Pretty cool.
Hell of a deal.
But Michael Block, I think for real golf fans, the Michael Block era has come and gone. People are very, very tired of the content. And yet the people that disperse the content can't give us enough Blocky. Please get Blocky out of my life.
Well, Michael Block, PGA teaching professional, so in other words, not a touring pro, made the PGA Championship at Oak Hill 3 years ago now, and he outperformed. He had the ace, and he finished, I want to say, top 15 maybe. Was in one of the final couple groups, I believe, on
with
Saturday
Rory.
before final. Yeah. And super cocky, was saying stuff afterwards that were like, really, bro? He said, if I could hit it out with Rory, I'd be top 10 on the tour easily. I'm that good with my irons, bro. I just don't hit it as far as Rory. It's like, shut up.
Yeah.
He parlayed that into some nice endorsements. I guess good for him. I just have no use for him.
I couldn't agree more.
Here's a better story in golf. How about the Flying Fitzpatrick brothers last week?
That was cool.
Down in New Orleans. For those that don't know, Alex Fitzpatrick is the younger brother of Matthew Fitzpatrick. Matt Fitzpatrick won the U.S. Open up at Brookline 5 years ago. He's been a Ryder Cup standard for a while now.
He's a top 10 player.
He's world-class top 10 player. And his younger brother is coming up the ranks, and because of recent finishes on the lower tours, had a chance in this two-man paired event, the only two-man event of the year on the PGA Tour, where if he and his brother won, he would get his tour card immediately.
Right. It's crazy.
Huge deal. And so they're leading by 4 on the final round, and they get to the back 9, and the wheels start coming off. They can't find fairways. They're missing greens. It is a wild ride of, you're blowing it, bro. You're blowing it. And I'm thinking, can you imagine the pressure as the older brother trying to get your little kid brother his tour card, and you're the one screwing up? Because Matt Fitzpatrick was hitting some ass shots, and it took his younger brother to hit some great recovery shots to get them to keep saving par. But it came down to 18, and they're tied for the lead. They need a birdie to win, and Matt Fitzpatrick, the older brother, who's already secure with his tour card, already won a major, hits the most stone-cold, ballsy bunker shot to about a Kit Kat for a tap-in for the birdie to win the event and to get the kid brother his tour card. Like, this is a movie, JP, what happened over the weekend.
It was awesome.
It's so damn cool.
It was awesome to watch. I was out at my in-laws with all the kids, and the kids are nuts, and the moms, my wife and her sisters, are obviously going through a really tough emotional time.
Right.
So the dads are trying to handle the kids, and somehow I got tasked with the children on my own for like 10 whole minutes.
Wrangle the kids. How many kids?
There's 10 grandkids.
Oh, jeez.
My daughters are 10 and 7. We're talking little kids after that.
So 10 and 7 is the oldest?
My two are the oldest, yeah. So there's
10 and 7 and below, and there's 10 of them?
There's 8 kids below 7.
Jesus.
Yeah. But
what a posse.
I don't know how I convinced.
What did you tell
Left hand up, I had bad information, but I told them we were watching history, and they didn't know why, but I had them watching Nelly Corda in the Chevron.
So you gathered
because it was a major.
The kids around and said, kids, I know you're running around right now, and I know you want to watch some Disney stuff, but watch Nelly Corda.
I got
sweetest swing in all of golf.
I got my 10-year-old to sit and watch with me, and she's the oldest and the cool one and the big cousin.
So they all
and
fell
when
in line.
she was watching, they're like, oh, we want to watch. I'm like, sure. Let's all sit here and watch golf. And this counts as my 10-minute check in the box. I had bad information. Nelly Corda had won majors previously, but whatever. The kids didn't need to know that.
Well, you're watching history. She's going to jump into a man-made pool,
the pool
next to the green because it used to be a tradition at a course that had a pond next to 18, but never mind.
Do you know the pause phenomenon on our program?
I've heard of it.
So Jeff is usually the chief pause officer.
You can hit pause and get an explanation, sort of like a challenge.
No, it's often talking about sports. We're talking about balls and being outside, and often a phrase will get turned that unintentionally sounds oddly, weirdly sexual.
And so you say pause?
And Jeff usually hits you with a pause.
So he can clip it audio-wise?
No, just to laugh about it.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a quick
pause,
funny thing.
Wait a minute.
So I think Jeff, out of respect to you, did not hit you with the pause. But he looked at me and was like,
regarding?
You
what
said
did I say?
Matt Fitzpatrick was hitting all kinds of ass shots.
Ass shots?
And then Jeff looked at me like dying to hit you with the pause. And
well, hit me with the pause next time.
Is that
Come
accurate,
on.
Walker?
Yeah.
So I knew what you were talking about, but Jeff's getting more and more. We should get Jeff and
Walker,
Zabe on the golf course.
Walker, I've already pitched. I said I want to go with you and B. Mitch to East Potomac. I'll bring all my GoPros and all my cameras, and we'll film a match with B. Mitch running his mouth, taunting Walker about you're never going to break 100.
Oh, I'll be your fourth.
Then you're in.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'm in on that.
I'm ready. Go.
Jeff has some athlete in there, and he's gotten better off the tee. He is god awful near the greens, and I'm not the trick to golf that especially those who don't play consistently don't realize. The closer you get, the harder it gets.
Yeah, you need more touch.
Oh, I know that now.
Yeah.
Touch and feel, yeah. The pros make it look stupidly easy, which
Matt
is very
Fitzpatrick
frustrating.
hitting that shot out of the trap.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
totally. Yeah.
What was the one thing you wanted to?
So this was the thing. I don't recall ever a case where a brother could directly in a sporting event affect the future career of his own sibling, like we had with the Fitzpatricks. Now, it's pretty. I think Alex was going to end up getting his tour card anyway, but this accelerated it.
Top 10
But still,
DP,
this is a big deal to actually get a PGA Tour card to be exempted into a number of events. So it was really cool to see that. And as Matt Fitzpatrick was screwing up down the stretch, part of me thought he doesn't have a dynamic where he wants to keep his brother from stealing his spotlight as the better of the two Fitzpatricks. That wouldn't be possible, would it?
The only comp and this is not a comp, one, and it's fictional, two. You seen A League of Their Own?
Yes.
You know at the end where she lets the ball fall out of her glove to let her kid sister make the heroic play?
Sure.
It didn't work out that way because Alex was carrying Matt most of the day, and
Correct.
then Matt hit the hell of a shot to win it. But no, that was compelling television, and that Zurich tournament, the New Orleans tournament, has really gotten watered down. That field is awful, but the match play gives it something. Or the group
paired
play.
Yeah. The field is all awful. The course is awful. But
I've
at least
played it. Have you played that?
No.
Dude. So
tons of water.
I assume
looks like
they
I'll
shut
shoot
this
100
down.
in a million.
Dude, it's honestly
it floods every 10 years because whenever they get a hurricane, it's low lying. It's Louisiana.
Yeah, it's New Orleans. But dude, what is unbeknownst to everyone watching that broadcast is so it's a plot of land. It's a golf course. So it's a giant rectangle. What's an average golf course? Like 4 square miles or something?
50 acres.
Okay. What people don't know is just next to the golf course is a gigantic and like world-class go-kart track. So the whole time you're playing, it is.
Do they shut it down during this event? Because I did not hear that on the
assume
broadcast.
they do for the PGA tournament coming to town, but they don't if you're just JP Finley playing on a Saturday. It was so loud and so annoying.
Average golf course 110 to 200 acres, so 50 would be very tight.
Okay, so that's probably 200. I mean, it's a big facility, and they have. It was a cool spot. I'm glad I went, but damn, it was loud.
I do love any family dynamic in sports, big time sports, whether it's father son, coach player, father son playing like LeBron and Bronny. I mean, Bronny's not really an NBA player, but it's cool that he's throwing them alley oops in the playoffs.
It's cool. It is cool. We got to make some bets. Great and Danny at 2. You just heard from Tress Way right there, the people's punter, Commander's punter. I was actually texting with him earlier today trying to get some golf on the books. And
Nice.
he revealed to me that he will soon be playing with Tyler Ott to defend their title in the Pro-Am for Live Golf Virginia out at RTJ.
Assuming that event happens.
I didn't say that to him, but
I'm looking forward to going out there to it.
When is that? Is that soon?
Next week?
Next weekend.
So next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend.
Mother's Day weekend.
Listen, I don't make their schedule, but they did just fold up their scheduled event in New Orleans.
Did they?
Yes, they said they're going to possibly reimagine it as a different event in the fall. And I said, you're going to reimagine not doing it is what you're going to reimagine.
I mean,
this is not a good sign for the sort of the winds of change circling around that tour.
Well, they were saying that we're good for this year, right? Because the Saudis are pulling the cash, and they said we're okay.
Well, that's
this
what
year.
Scott O'Neill said,
Right.
and then they canceled an event. How often does that happen?
That's troubling if you're a Live fan, which I have never understood the people that are Live fans.
I'm not a fan per se, but I do want to see several of the best players in the world.
I just want to
in
see
our
them back
backyard.
on the tour. Oh, you're saying specifically
Well, I want to see
RTJ.
I want to go out and see DeChambeau in person. I want to see Rahm in person.
Yeah.
And maybe Richard Bland.
I remember, I believe I have this right. John Rahm made his pro debut at Congressional in one of the late Tiger tournaments.
Interesting.
Or it was very
As
early.
an amateur?
No.
At Arizona State?
No, I think he was a pro.
Oh, okay.
It was early in his pro career, and I remember talking to him because nobody really was talking to him, and he had his buddy from Arizona State on the bag. And I started talking to John because I was just talking to his caddy.
Interesting.
I don't know what exact tour event it was in his career, but I know it was very early.
Well, good. Good to hear Tress say that he's going to defend his title in the Pro-Am.
And Tress is a heck of a player, but Ott hits the ball miles.
So stupid.
Yeah, stupid. Jeff, Jawan Jennings, Niners wide receiver, still a free agent, visiting the Vikings.
I'm not going to lie. I like Juwan.
I do too.
I can see him in that burgundy and gold.
He stirs it up too. He gets people all pissed off at him.
Got
but he's
the
a good player.
Blonde highlight hair.
But he play like
tough.
Yeah, I don't even know how I say it without sounding bad on the radio. But he play like he ain't got nothing to lose. He's going to lose it all if he don't catch the ball.
He's a seventh-round pick. He has to live on that razor's edge.
And I like that about him.
Meanwhile, did you see the latest on Ayuk? Reports are people are having a hard time getting a hold of him.
That was the same thing
when it
last
comes
season.
to, and the Niners are saying, hey, if you want to trade for him, we're open for business. It's not a good situation.
Yeah, the excitement in the fan base around Ayuk, I don't think is mirrored around the league. If he gets released, I am sure they will be interested. But until then, the Niners, it's one thing to be a hard ass now and to not release him. They could keep him on the roster.
Well, he'll be
make
a
him
post.
show up.
They could, but he'll probably be post June 1 cut just from a cap standpoint. I want to know what is the JP index of his Ayuk a Commander come August 1st.
We will answer that tomorrow when Zabe's sitting in with me. You know what? I'll think about that.
You got to run it through a few
I
more
gotta-
simulations.
Yeah, I got to run. I
okay.
maybe send some texts out.
All
Right
right.
now, we got to make some bets. All right. White Brian. I guess you're just Brian today. How'd we do last night? I won.
Yep, Jeff is wearing the hot dog hat.
Hold on, Jeff. You don't get to wear the hot dog hat on top of your rude hat.
No.
You have to wear the hot dog hat. The hot dog has to touch the skin, Jeff. What are you doing?
Is he going to put a liner in the hot dog hat to
What is wrong with you?
protect
you
your
incredibly
precious
weird
little
guy?
scalp?
Why are you doing that?
Bro, I'm bald, bro. So
I
many
got
people didn't put their
one
head in
word
his
for
hat.
you. SAWFT.
Nah, bro. 'cause if other things get in my head, I get bumps and you can see them.
That is lame.
Hey, I'm
That
gonna throw
is
this joint in a wash or something.
Lame.
Too many people, bro.
You look Listen, the hot dog hat makes us all look bad.
gonna say, you already
you
look
look like
ridiculous.
an actual idiot wearing a toilet liner hot dog hat.
Yep, gotta make sure the ketchup and mustard don't drip on me.
Of all the dumb things, hold on. Let me get a photo of you to send to B. That is just so dumb and lame. White Brian, do you have anything to say to Jeff?
I'm lost for words. I can't believe
You're
what
wearing
I'm saying.
a hot dog hat condom.
Yes. Yep. Protection.
First time you wore one of those in a while.
Safe sex is great sex.
Oh, good night, everybody.
What's that?
All right, let's make some bets before we get thrown out of here.
Nationals.
Nats. All right. Just betting against the Mets. I love it.
Yep.
Zabe, anything? Knicks Hawks 2-2. The Knicks are -6.5 at home tonight. It's a big number for a series that's been very close so far, but I believe tonight is going to be one of those Jalen Brunson games where all ESPN talks about tomorrow morning is Brunson's 45 points. Give me the Knicks, and I'll lay the fat 6.5 because it feels wrong, and if it feels wrong, it must be right.
I'm taking the Mets.
Jeff, I don't even know what you're doing there. Oh, now you've taken the hat off. You have to wear it on for the whole segment, dude. Without the condom. Pause. Chris.
Let's see. Tonight, I'll take the Spurs.
Okay.
I'm working tomorrow, too, so
What's-
I'll be
what's
into
the
a
number?
hot dog hat if I lose.
What's the number?
-12.5, but I'm still going to take them.
Okay.
I'm going to take the points with the Sixers tonight. I don't think they win, but I think they lose by 7-ish. I see that-
7-ish.
I see that at 11. Wait, Brian, can you corroborate?
Yeah, I'll give you 11.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Josh Robbins and Dan Kolko for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Nobody go anywhere. Stick with the fan.
with vodka. Nationals, after a rare day off on Monday, back in action tonight. In New York, they'll take on the New York Mets. 7:10 first pitch here in the Fan. Mets have lost 15 of 17. They're tied with Philly for the worst record in baseball. The Phils try to get things turned around today. They have fired manager Rob Thompson after their worst start in more than 2 decades. Don Mattingly is going to take over as interim skipper. His son, Preston, is the GM there, so that's believed to be the first father-son manager-GM combo in baseball history. Steelers today put a seldom-used right of first refusal tender on quarterback Aaron Rodgers. He'll get $15 million next season. They get the right to match any offer he gets from another team. And the Commanders Monday invited former Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp. Today, the word is now that they're actually going to sign him to a contract. Baseball season's back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. April 28th, 2026. You are listening to The Fan. Danny's out today. Your boy's going to be flying this plane solo. We will be with you until just after 6 o'clock. The Nats are at Citi Field tonight to take on the Mets, back in action on your flagship home for Nationals baseball. 106.7 The Fan. Don't look now, but the NL East is turned upside down a little bit. The Braves have been outstanding. I think a lot of people felt like they were going to be good. They're the best team in baseball. But the Philadelphia Phillies, with Bryce Harper, who debuted on this day in Nats history, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and some other old friends in that organization, are 9-19. And the Phillies fired their manager today, tied for last place in the East, tied for the worst record in the National League. In fact, at 9-19, the Mets and the Phillies have the worst records in baseball, which brings us to the Mets, who the Nats play tonight, who have kind of inexplicably not fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza. I mean, in a world where Alex Cora, a World Series champion who's revered in the sport, has already lost his job because Boston is off to a disappointing 12-17 last place start, the Mets have hung on to Mendoza. But close your eyes and picture this with me if you're not behind the wheel. What if the Nats take this series from the Mets in a way that makes them look bad enough that it forces them to blow out their skipper? And now, a month into the big league season, the Nats are about a 500 team after winning their series at Citi Field. The Mets and the Phillies are staring the toilet bowl in the face as they're swirling around, possibly being sucked down 5 weeks into the campaign at the bottom of baseball's standings. The Mets have already had a 13-game losing streak. The Phillies lost 9 in a row at one point. I mean, those are ball clubs that have been really, really bad. So excited to see what the Nats can do in this set with the Mets tonight. Got a lot planned for you on the show on the draft and the Commanders. I'll let you know that my buddy Ryan Wilson from CBS Sports is going to stop by at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to him about some of the news of the day in the NFL, including what's going on with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. There's an update there. And then Scott Turner, former OC and play caller here in D.C. with the Commanders under Ron Rivera, was with the football team as well. He spanned multiple names, Scott Turner did. He'll be on the show at 5. I want to have him break down the Commanders' offensive rookies for us. I sent him some tape and some sizzle reels, some highlights of the various players they drafted, and he's been crunching that tape for us so he can give us a scouting report from the perspective of somebody who's been an NFL play caller and offensive coordinator. So I sent him wide receiver Antonio Williams. I asked him to watch both your new wide receiver, Kaytron Allen, the running back, your new center as well, Goldman. So we've got detailed reports coming from Scott Turner today on Grant and Danny. But I actually wanted to start the show with Brandon Ayuk, because I did some digging last night. I thought a lot about this. There was another report that came out from Adam Schefter yesterday that the Niners and teams that have been granted permission to talk with him, I guess, have had a hard time getting in touch with him this offseason. And it just made me freeze and wonder, are we even having the right conversation right now on Brandon Ayuk? Think about it. What has the dialogue been? The discourse has been, when will he sign with the Commanders, not if. This is no longer is he going to be released? Will he play in the league this coming season? And when he's released, will he end up in Washington? Discussion. I feel like that was yesterday, a month ago. That was a long time ago. This is now about, when will the Commanders put pen to paper with Brandon Ayuk? And will there be enough time for him to get into football shape before training camp? Will it be during camp? Will it be after at the start of the season? How's this going to work? We've also talked about why San Francisco is dragging their feet. Is this fair to the player? Is their pettiness excessive? These are the types of things people are talking about. How much is he going to make, whether it's with Washington or another team? Now it seems like everybody's just kind of, again, decided it's going to be with the Commanders, but he's not a certainty. This is not a locked-in production that you can just plug into your algorithm in the R&D department because you know what you're getting out of Brandon Ayuk. He is now very much a question mark because of his injury history, the character baggage he's providing. But we're drilling down on the particulars of a contract and the number he'll make. And I wonder if we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. Shouldn't we be talking more about whether or not this should even be something they're interested in? When did we stop having that conversation? And did we even have it thorough enough? I often reference one of my favorite scenes in film history from Jurassic Park. And this has now become a Jurassic Park situation where Jeff Goldblum, who's a great actor, was playing Ian Malcolm, who was the cynical voice of reason, a doctor in the original OG Jurassic Park. And he says something at one point that became one of the more iconic lines in that film and in film history, where he says, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could that they didn't stop to think if they should. And to me, this is where I'm at on Brandon Ayuk at this point. I feel like the national media, I'm guilty. I'll raise my hand. The Grant and Danny radio program, the local media, and I think fans locally are all so preoccupied with whether or not it's going to happen and when it's going to happen and how much he's going to make and the particulars and what it's going to look like that we are not stopping to ask a more important and more pertinent question, which is whether or not it should happen. This is a player who got $45 million in guaranteed money. $45 million at signing. That was a 4-year contract that San Francisco agreed to with Brandon Ayuk for $120 million. And the $45 million guaranteed at signing could have gotten bigger than that as time went on if you're healthy and on the field. $76 million in overall guarantees. Now, he subsequently tore his ankle. Not his fault. Bad luck. I have empathy for that. That's terrible. And then shortly after that, had some kind of falling out with the team because he stopped showing up at rehab and he punted on tens of millions of dollars, something we have not really seen before. When you get paid after you're at odds with the team, you win the stalemate. He was McLaurin. The 49ers were the Commanders. They're banging heads. Ayuk, younger, with a better season under his belt, was able to actually win the game of chicken. Then he gets hurt. This falling out leads to him saying, nah, not anymore. I'm good. Doesn't show up to rehab. Says he doesn't need the money. The Players Association swoops in and says, hey, this is why we're here. We're going to help you out. Let's go get your money back. What they did was wrong. And I don't know if it's Ayuk's deal or their decision or how we got here, but they decided, actually, never mind, we're not going to press this, which would tell you that they didn't feel like they had a legitimate case that the player got screwed over or wronged by the team. If it's in your paperwork that you signed that when you're hurt, you got to show up, you got to post, you got to rehab, or they're able to get the money back. I'm not taking you to court to get that money if you didn't do the things you needed to do, which is what seemed to me like from afar that's what happened. But how many guys ever have gotten that kind of cash and then detonated a deal? You're just not going to find them. On top of that, Brandon Ayuk will have not played in almost 2 calendar years when this season starts. 2. He missed most of the 2024 season. He missed all of the 2025 season. It's not just a torn ACL, tore the MCL in the right knee as well. So you're talking about someone who will be coming back after a 1.5-year hiatus. In and of itself, that much time away from the National Football League, see Le'Veon Bell and some other skill position players, even if you're not significantly injured, which he is, but that much time away, when you add in the injury, should mean you lower all the expectations in year one. Well, it's not like this is a multi-year deal. It would make no sense to sign him for 2 or 3 or 4 years. This is a one-off. This is a show-me opportunity if I've ever seen one. But you now lower what you're anticipating to get out of him early on because it has been so long since he played. He's going to be in let's get back into football shape mode initially. I think you're just hoping that he starts looking like the old Brandon Ayuk as the year goes along. That's basically the goal. And because of that, you're not going to give him a lot of money. You're going to say, hey, you're hungry to show everyone you can still play. We have a significant need at the position you play, outside wide receiver 2. You've got a great relationship with our quarterback. We're all pulling the rope in the same direction. We'll give you a few $1 million. We'll give you an incentive-laden contract. You come in here and you play for this amount of money. But when you take the injury history, the fact that it's going to be really difficult for him to look like a difference-making receiver early on, even if he's in incredible shape, and there's reason to wonder whether or not he is right now, that should be a significant red flag. It's not the only one. You throw in that his most recent relationship ended in flames with the team. He's sliding into your DMs. You Google his name to see, let's see what this guy's all about. And you find out he cheated, and that the ex is saying awful things about the relationship and him, and that the kids are mad at him. But he's handsome. So you're going, well, maybe it'll work out different with me. All right, I'm not telling you that you can't have a bad relationship with one team and a good change of pace with the next organization that gets the most out of you. But it's got to be acknowledged, right? And it is part of the equation here as we decide, is this worth it? What should this look like when the Commanders and Brandon Ayuk start chatting whenever they're allowed to? There's also some quirks here that bother me a little bit. This report yesterday from Adam Schefter saying that when the Niners need to reach him, they can't, or that other teams, and this one's odd, I'll say, because it's weird to me that other teams would be touching base with Brandon Ayuk. I guess it's possible, since we know that the Niners are trying to trade him and want to trade him. It is possible that he's saying when other teams have reached out to Brandon Ayuk, they have not been able to get in touch with him because the Niners have allowed teams to touch base with him. But if that's the case, by the way, that teams like the Commanders or others that are interested in employing him struggle to get a hold of him, to me, that's a deal breaker. That is a non-starter right off the bat. That's weird to me. I can even get past the lack of maturity and the decision-making when he posted a video a while back of himself driving 110 miles an hour past the facility, recorded it or live streamed whatever he was doing and posted it on social media. But all of these things add up to me going, we're talking about if they can. We're not talking about if they should. Isn't that the actual debate? I get it. You want a receiver. So do I. And in fact, Washington needs a receiver. But if you are going to be more discerning with Brandon Ayuk, if you're not sure, like I'm not sure, that this is something that can work, that it wouldn't end in flames, there's other options. It doesn't have to be Ayuk. It's not like the only guy you can sign is BA, And if you don't, then you just start the season with your current roster. There's a litany of players available in free agency. Teams that are desperate and act desperately, when you reek of desperation, things backfire. People can smell it on you. They'll take advantage of you. Jawan Jennings is still out there. Sign him. There's your wide receiver 2 on the outside. All fixed. What's next? Done. If you want to bring Deebo Samuel back and kick those tires, I don't love the idea, but it might be a better idea. If you don't mind going really old for a 1-year deal, and this front office has had no problems or qualms doing that at other positions, DeAndre Hopkins could be signed for a pittance. Josh Reynolds is coming off of a hip injury. If you're willing to take the risk on guys coming off of injuries, it seems like you are. That's a guy who could be an outside receiver who played in the David Blau offense. Might have even crossed paths, I believe, with Blau in Detroit and has been in this Ben Johnson offense, knows the scheme, would play the same role here. Tim Patrick has had a renaissance to his career. Wasn't overly productive at the end in Jacksonville last year. A couple of injuries removed a few years ago. But size on the outside. And if you want to roll the dice, by the way, on someone who has a checkered past with teams and is maybe a problem child, Stephon Diggs was a 1,000-yard guy basically last season. If you want to roll the dice on someone who's got injuries, Tyreek Hill's waiting on the phone to ring. I don't get why it's just become this formality that it's Brandon Ayuk or bust, and that Ayuk is a lock to come to Washington. I know that he wants to be here. I'm quite sure that Jaden Daniels would prefer that his guy comes here. But is that the best move for the team? And then the last part of this, when I reiterate over and over again, should they, is something else that could work against them. Let's say Ayuk actually is in really good shape. Let's say that Ayuk actually is not going to be a problem when he gets here. You have no control over when he's going to be available. And the Niners appear hell-bent on basically being as annoying to Brandon Ayuk as possible. Call it petty, call it small, whatever you want to. They're doing business right now in a way where they have decided that they are going to try to inflict as much frustration on him this offseason as they can. In fact, John Lynch's press conference, I don't know if you guys heard this, right after the draft, he was asked for an update on Brandon Ayuk, and he basically said, yeah, give me a call. We'll just sit and wait. Phone's on. This was Lynch.
No new update right now. We're available. Give us a call. Like I said earlier, I think it's the prudent thing to do. He's an extremely talented player. He's been an extremely effective player in our league. Situation didn't work itself out here. That's not to say that it can't be rekindled somewhere else, and we'd be happy to do something with anyone if the opportunity presented itself.
You're not planning on releasing it right now?
Not anytime soon.
What's that?
Not right now. Yeah.
Not anytime soon. Sound like a GM who's ready to just cut a guy free so he goes and signs with Washington and gets to hang out with his pal? It's going to be a little while. I mean, what if they wait until the actual last second here? What if it's until after cutdown day, through training camp, no time to work in the offense, no time to get on the same page with his old college buddy, not at LSU, but a school before that, a long time removed, in Jaden Daniels. TJ Houshmandzadeh is a former mentor of Brandon Ayuk's, was one of his coaches at one point in time in terms of route running and some things, and he has been very outspoken on this turn in terms of his actions over the last year or so, to the point where people are upset with Houshmandzadeh speaking out about Ayuk, who's been his guy. He was on a recent podcast with Emmanuel Acho and basically said, look, I got nothing personal with him. We had a great relationship. We haven't talked in a while, but I am worried about him. But he referenced what he would do if he was the 49ers. He thinks there's a chance that San Francisco could take this thing all the way up to the first week of the football season. Listen to this.
Niners, the way BA just acted this past season, ghosting himself and kind of alienating himself from the organization. I told somebody I would release his ass the day before the start of the regular season.
Yeah.
The day before.
Yeah. You ain't finna show him no love.
Why would I do you a favor?
If that's the case, and you got to wait until the week of the season, are you the same amount of interested in the player who hasn't played in a year and a half, who's got to get into football shape, and who you're not sure how well he's going to fit into the locker room in a building where all we talk about is culture, culture, culture? I mean, we've got the Brotherhood Bell. I guess he'll fit into the Brotherhood because he's Jaden's boy, but if we had a culture bell, we wouldn't be able to beep the thing anymore. It wouldn't work anymore. Culture, culture, culture. More culture than like a lab. So I ask you guys at 800-636-1067, should we be asking the question of whether or not Washington should acquire Brandon Ayuk rather than when they're going to acquire him? 800-636-1067. And is there a path for this thing working out really, really well? Wouldn't you agree that it's much more likely that a move like this, based on everything we know right now, doesn't work? And if your argument is, very simply, if you don't pay him a lot of money, if it's a few $1 million, then so be it. What's the worst that can happen? I actually tend to agree with that. I think there's something to that. But I'm paying him $5 or $6 million, something. I'm not giving him $15 million on a one-year deal. It's not happening. 800-636-1067. How interested should the Commanders be in Brandon Ayuk? We're through the draft. They went slot, not outside. Gives you a feeling. Tells you what they're thinking. They've got the answer, either internally or coming still, opposite Terry McLaurin. All signs pointing to Brandon Ayuk. Grant and Danny, no Danny today on The Fan.
NFL news, the Commanders were just going to invite Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp, but instead he has been signed by the Commanders. Other roster news around the NFL, free agent wide receiver Jawan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow, and the Ravens are going to be signing former Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia to a 3-year deal. He was supposed to try out this weekend, but the team signed him instead. Basketball playoffs continuing on tonight. Sixers and Celtics, Game 5, 7 o'clock. Darius' Boston Celtics lead the series 3-1. Hawks and Knicks Game 5, 8 o'clock tip-off for that one. That series is tied at 2 apiece, and the Trailblazers will take on the Spurs Game 5. 9:30 tip-off. San Antonio leads 3-1 in that series. Baseball, the Phillies have fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly set to serve as the interim manager. The Phillies did reach out to Red Sox fired manager Alex Cora about the job, but he turned it down. The Nats taking on the Mets for the first of 3 at Citi Field tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes on Clay Holmes. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Listen, man, I know BA. I haven't talked to him in a while. Know him very well though, but I haven't spoken with him in a while. Yes, they should want him.
Okay,
but you got to be careful. And I say this, I like BA, but I said this last week about Stephon Diggs, and this normally only happens when a player starts to get older. BA is still really young. Fast, quick, explosive. But what he did last year is kind of crazy.
That's TJ Houshmandzadeh, a former mentor and coach of Brandon Ayuk. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, without Danny today on the Fan. It dawned on me last night, we've talked more about Ayuk in this market probably than any player that isn't on one of our teams in recent history. And it just feels like an inevitability at this point that he's going to be here. Watching draft coverage, everybody, the moment they talk to Ayuk, here's how it went. San Francisco wants to trade him. They're not going to be able to. They're going to cut him. He's going to end up with the Commanders. It's just a formality. And I'm saying, whoa. Can we have a conversation first? Everybody knows the score here, right? Let's do some due diligence on this. When guys like Houshmandzadeh are coming out saying some of the quiet parts out loud that I'm worried about, as a dude that doesn't know Brandon Ayuk at all, could be a great dude, great worker, excellent teammate who had a falling out in a weird situation where he got wronged. That is possible. But when someone as close to you as Houshmandzadeh supposedly was, with him is saying some of these things, that's where I worry. And I was thinking maybe I'm overreacting, but it seems to me like one of the most damaging things I've heard yet is this idea that, according to Schefter, if he's right, via his reporting yesterday, the teams that are trying to reach out to him that have a chance to trade for him are having a hard time getting in touch with him. That's ridiculous. That's outrageous. That's insane. You won out of San Francisco, right? You have given $40-some million back, yeah? It's now time to go somewhere else. Teams can't get a hold of you? That's wild. And I'm not the only one that thinks this, apparently. The former receiver who knows him very well, Houshmandzadeh, also feels this way.
Should you want him on your team? I've said this. Yeah. I don't care who you are. If I can't get in contact with you, I can't contact your representation to get in contact with you, why the hell would I want you on my team?
Yeah.
Why the hell? And if you left millions on the table, over 40 million guaranteed that you just let go, do you really think he's going to play for 4 or 5 million? Because that's what he's getting from me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you the general manager, you come to me and I'm the owner of the team or I'm the president and you think we giving him more than that, you're going to lose your job just for asking me that question.
The other side of this was presented by Rand Carthon on our show yesterday. The former GM of the Titans. Before that, he was in San Fran when they drafted Ayuk, when he became a fringe all-pro wide receiver. He actually believes in the person. The guy that he got to know in San Fran, he believes to be a worker who's worth taking a chance on.
One thing you don't have to worry about with Ayuk is he's going to work because he's a natural worker. He's quiet by nature. And by no means is he a bad person or a bad teammate. I don't think you can find anybody that'll say that. I just think Brandon is the type of guy that he has principles, he has beliefs, and he has things that he's willing to stand on, and probably to a fault sometimes. And so I think that's the impasse where he got, unfortunately, with his time in San Francisco. But I'm pretty sure, and I probably haven't talked to him since, let's call it last preseason, but I'm pretty sure I would hedge my bet and say that he's extremely motivated.
I can't do it. I'm out. I'm not interested. And I want to hear from you guys at 800-636-1067. I think it's too important a year to roll the dice and to possibly bring in a significant distraction. It's too vital a year for the operation after double-digit losses. It's too significant a year for the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, after a really disappointing second season, injury-riddled. It's too important a year for head coach Dan Quinn. Your team got blown out by 20 or more points 5 times last year. He's got to show that this thing's back on track. A year ago in the offseason, after the NFC title game, timing was probably right. Stars might have aligned. Jaden Daniels coming off of an MVP caliber season. Everything's going in the right direction. All right, it's your guy. You want to play with him? Let's do this. Right now, I got too much to worry about. I got too many other things to sort out. And I just think there are other ways to try to improve at receiver. Now, someone hearing this might go, but you're not getting 70 catches anywhere else. You're not getting the 1,000 yards he can provide anywhere else. And to that, I would say, I don't think he's given you that. If he was giving you that, I wouldn't be spending time worrying about it because the juice is worth the squeeze. But a guy who hadn't played in a year and a half, coming off an ACL and an MCL, who is in shape that is completely right now unknown and supposedly isn't cooperating with the teams trying to trade for him. Again, I got to go with Schefter's legitimacy of the report. I'm assuming that's accurate. Nah, I'm good. That was the last straw for me. Let's hit Daryl in Upper Marlboro. Grant and Danny, no Danny today on the Fan. Daryl, everybody is assuming this thing's just a done deal. Should it be? Should they want Ayuk?
Hey, what's up, Grant? Hey, look, this is how I see it, right? Why we shouldn't even be worried about, what he can or can't do. We got guys, like you say, we got to get ready for the season. Let's let our guys get ready. And if he decides, if they don't let him go until, September, let him come in. What's the difference between, like, when we got to get somebody off the street? He's coming in off the street. Let's say that. Put him on the practice squad. Let him get, game ready. And then we see what he's going to do. When he gets here, he gets with his buddy, with his boy. He's going to definitely straighten up. I think he's going to, get his act together. And he's going to show you that I still got it because he's going to want to prove it. He's going to want to make some of that money back that he lost, that he gave away.
But Daryl, let me ask you this because I think it's a really good point. And I would, if I had to bet on either he walks the straight and the narrow and he gets right, or he doesn't, I would bet on the first one. Okay. Why wouldn't that have already started? How is it possible that with your career for the moment in shambles and smoke everywhere, you don't already have the fire suit on? The report in the last 24 hours is that he has not been easy to get a hold of for prospective employers, for teams looking to trade for him. Where is someone on his behalf telling you their side of the story about why San Francisco is the bad guy here? It just does not seem to me like he has flipped the switch yet to, when he gets with Jaden Daniels, when he becomes a Commander, now he's going to do things the right way. Why wait? Bryant's in Colorado listening on the always free and available Odyssey app. What's up, Bryant?
Hey, Grant. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of 50-50 before, but all this stuff coming out, I think it's too risky. It's like, do we need to take that kind of a risk? I don't think so. We've beefed up our defense so well. The narrative has always been kind of that, as long as the defense is serviceable, that Jaden has a much better chance of throwing to someone who's maybe not as good as Ayuk. But the problem is, for me, it's like there's a pros and cons list, and the cons list is just super high. And the only pro I can think of is that he might have a good workflow with Jaden, and it's not adding up for me.
That to me is the reason you'd bring him in. Like if you're juxtaposing options, give me Jawan Jennings over Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year deal. Give me Stephon Diggs even right now on a 1-year deal over Brandon Ayuk. The only skittle I'm putting in the Ayuk bucket, right, used to be the scales at school, the little trays. They were like little squares, and you would put M&Ms or Skittles one side or the other, and it was like a way of deciding something. I'm putting a lot of Skittles in the Jennings basket, the Diggs basket. The one that I keep throwing into the Ayuk basket is he's Jaden Daniels' boy, and Jaden wants him here, which isn't nothing to me. You're the face of the franchise. You're the starting quarterback. And if you think that you can get to this very talented player, get him back on track, and perhaps help me to unearth a 75-catch, 1,000-yard receiver, those are not easy to find. I'm all ears. But I was way more interested, still limited in my interest, but way more interested at the very end of the season when it was just kind of a he said, she said, this didn't go well. For them to be as petty as they're being in that building, I mean, there's real animus. What happened there? And some of the other things that have come out since the end of the season as to the fact that it doesn't seem like it's business time yet. It doesn't seem like he's turned that corner into being hell-bent on proving and showing, I'm just ready to play football. If I'm trying to make a call to talk to him or his agent, I can't get a hold of him. Ryan Wilson's going to join me in 20 minutes from CBS. We can talk about this. I'm going to hit some other big NFL storylines, but right now I'm trying to gauge your interest on Ayuk. Have we ever talked more about a player that did not play for one of our teams than we've talked about Ayuk this offseason in this town? All signs point to him coming here. And the question I've got for you today is, are we sure that's what's best for business? You just drafted a slot receiver. Makes it more likely, I would say, that he is a formality. I told Danny yesterday, I think it's a lock. I'll be shocked if he's not a Commander. If he wasn't coming here, I think you draft an outside receiver probably and not a slot receiver at 71. But they've got a plan. Should it be Ayuk? This is the Fan. Grant and Danny. Danny's out today. I'm with you all the way up to 6:20 on the Fan. Nats Mets tonight from Citi Field. Ryan Wilson of CBS joins me at 3. Scott Turner today to break down Washington's draft picks at 5. The other angle of this Brandon Ayuk story that I'm fascinated by is the way the 49ers are handling themselves, because they are now just putting their fingers in their ears, going full Lloyd Christmas, la, 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 la. They don't care what anybody's saying. They want to be as annoying as possible. Play the Lynch audio again from the press conference, Darius. I mean, he was asked again, there is no urgency here. He admitted it. We're not doing anything imminently. There's nothing coming down the pike on Brandon Ayuk. They know he's not going to play for them. He doesn't want to play for them. And they don't really care how long they hold on to him as long as he's annoyed by what they're doing.
No new update right now. We're available. Give us a call. Like I said earlier, I think it's the prudent thing to do. He's an extremely talented player. He's been an extremely effective player in our league. Situation didn't work itself out here. That's not to say that it can't be rekindled somewhere else, and we'd be happy to do something with anyone if the opportunity presented itself.
You're not planning on releasing it right now?
Not anytime soon.
What's that?
Not right now. Yeah.
Give us a call is hilarious. Has anyone ever been less likely to get a call? It's like walking up to the most beautiful girl in the bar with 8 of her friends, not saying anything, not buying a drink, just walking up, handing her your number and saying, "Hey, I'd love to hear back from you at some point," and walking out. You could do that if you want. Nobody's calling you. There's a better chance you get a ring the next morning than that phone's going to ring for John Lynch. How about San Francisco radio? How is The Game, our Odyssey sister station out there, handling this? They holding up pretty well?
It makes no sense to keep him on this roster like this. It makes you guys look bad. It's pissing him off. You're not getting anything from him. Everyone in the league knew that you wanted some sort of draft compensation for him. Everyone in the league knows that once the draft passes, you have no choice but to release him. No one's giving you a pick for him because everybody knows you do not want him. So every team is smart enough to know that we're just going to wait you out. At some point, you're going to have to capitulate and just get him off your roster, and we're going to sign him for money. Like, what the Niners are doing with Brandon Ayuk, you're not going to get your way, Niners, no. John Lynch. You're not getting your way. Give up. Punt. Let him go. Can we please move on? This is ridiculous.
It sounds like he's like, leave him alone. What was the Britney Spears thing years ago? Or there was some viral clip where someone was like, just leave her be. Just let him go. Just let him walk already. This is mean. Here's the problem with that dude's rant there, which was good. The Niners don't think they're going to get anything for him. This has nothing to do with them trying to win. This is personal. This is business. They think he screwed them over. They want to screw him over more. You got me, I get you back. You got me good, I get you more. You punched me in the chin, I take a bat to your shin. That's what's happening right now. Mark's in Largo. Mark, are you awake today? What's up, buddy? You had me worried yesterday, bro.
Yeah, I was out. That was funny. Yeah, I was out. But yeah, thank you on that.
We were about to send a search party over just to make sure everything was okay over there.
No, I'm okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. Hey, look, if I was Washington, I would move on, man. I agree with what you said, Grant. Look, if this was this time last year, yeah, you have that luxury and that cachet to wait. This is a big year for both Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and Jaden Daniels. I mean, you can't mess around with this. And Grant, you said something that I've been saying that I'm kind of a little irritated with. I was hoping Washington would have drafted Chris Brazil at 71 or Jacoby Lane or even Malachi Fields. Look, I have nothing against Antonio Williams. I think he's a great route runner. But the reality of the situation is, Grant, this is your third year that you're drafting someone that could actually play in the slot. Now, maybe he could play outside, and we've heard that, but that's a big stretch. Wouldn't it have been better to just draft the number one and then just in case if Terry leaves, and then just in case, even if you get Brandon Ayuk and that doesn't work out.
Yes, Mark, but they didn't draft Williams thinking that he wasn't better than the other guys. You and I like Ted Hurst. You and I like some of these other outside receivers who either are bigger or faster or both. They look at this player as a route runner who can separate, and they say he's better. So he's the closest thing, in quotes, to a 1. That's their eval. We'll see. So far, they're 0 for 2 at receiver. And Jalen Lane is a really good punt returner, 2 tutties last year. Luke McCaffrey's an excellent kick returner. So it's not like those are gigantic L's, but when you take a receiver in the top 100, and then the following year you take a receiver who gets more work than him in the 4th round, and then the year after that you take a 3rd-round receiver who's going to supplant him entirely, possibly, like it tells you the story. The moment that I realized the Ayuk thing is a lock and a certainty was when they took a slot wide receiver. Because I don't believe you're starting next year with Treylon Burks as your wide receiver 2 or De'Ami Brown opposite McLaurin. It feels like that was when they said, all right, Ayuk, whatever plan that is, A, B, C, D, we're putting the Ayuk plan in motion. Ron in Upper Marlboro, you're up on Grant and Danny. What's up?
So the last point that you made is the point that I'm making. Brandon Ayuk wants to be here, and it is clear that Washington wants him to be here. So, of course, he's not going to be answering the phone if New England or whoever calls. But you know who we will answer the phone for the first time it rings is our general manager, Adam Peters. So all of this, when San Francisco's done being petulant, when all of this is just over and done with, after June 1st or July 1st, whatever the day is, when they sign him that first day that they can, then all of this is going to be behind us. He's going to be happy here. Jaden's going to be happy. He's going to be happy. They're going to have their number 2, and everything's going to be fine. I'm not too concerned.
And
that
we'll
he
all
doesn't-
get to eat Oreos, and they'll win a Super Bowl, and maybe I'll go on some dates with Sydney Sweeney. Sounds great. You got it all worked out over there. The Niners thought that too when they handed him $40 million. By not answering the phone, he's saying, me, my way, my way, my way. It is a continuation of what was happening in San Francisco. Now, maybe it's as simple as, to your point, I'm going to the Commanders. I don't need to answer the phone from anybody else. We don't know if he's answering the phone for the Commanders. I didn't get that detail in that report. What if they're one of the teams that he's not talking to? I'm assuming that's not the case. But we got a lot still to figure out here. That is my point. Ryan Wilson, early next hour from CBS, talking Brandon Ayuk on Grant and Danny. Also want to look at the defense from 2025 and how it compares right now to this group they've put together in 2026. You're locked into the Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders were going to just invite Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to rookie minicamp, but instead they have signed him. Also in the NFL, Ravens are signing former Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia to a 3-year deal, and free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. Bruins and Sabres Game 5 at 7:30. Buffalo looking to close it out. They lead 3-1 in the series. The Wild and the Stars are tied at 2 games apiece. Game 5 tonight at 8 o'clock. Ducks and Oilers at 10 o'clock tonight. Game 5 of that series. Anaheim up 3-1 in the series. Baseball. Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. The Nationals taking on the other team struggling in the NL East, the New York Mets. They come off a sweep by the hands of the Rockies. 7:10 first pitch at Citi Field tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes on Clay Holmes. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny with you deep into the afternoon and all the way up to Nats pregame tonight as they take on the reeling Mets at the bottom of the NL East. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of this show would like to know. That's the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll help you with your last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention the show, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. A lot of ways to check us out. Of course, we're streaming on video always, the 1067 The Fan YouTube page, and you can listen all over the DMV via 1067 The Fan in Richmond right now, AM 910, FM 1051, and wherever you are, coast to coast on the Odyssey app, free and available. Take us with you. Pause, rewind the show. If you're in the grocery store on your way home, whatever you need to do, the show stops for you. But let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome onto the program, my buddy Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports, joining us on the Fan. Ryan, happy end of the draft. I know the workload was probably bountiful for you. Get a little downtime now.
That's a good one, Grant. They already have me doing 2027 mock drafts. So I don't. Maybe in the summer I'll take a little break, but it's always good to talk to you, buddy.
I got a text from someone about the 2027 draft today, and they had just started to dive in, and they're like, oh, my God, it's so much better. It's going to be so good. The quarterbacks at the top make it more interesting. And selfishly, I'm sitting in D.C. We've got this draft on the National Mall. I am jacked up about it already. The possibilities even grow when you think about how big the top of the draft could be.
That's a good point, man, because it's going to be in D.C. and we can draw a crowd on the mall when there's things to draw a crowd for. And it's my only concern, Grant, is this: that we say every year, "Oh, wait till next year's QB class," and next year we get 2.5 guys. So this does feel different. Like I was just going through the list. There are like 8 or 9 or 10 guys that are going to get a lot of buzz heading into the fall. We'll see how it shakes out. There's always 1 or 2 guys that weren't on our radars. Ty Simpson, for example, Joe Burrow back in the day, that you get added to the list. So it's going to be fun. I did love the draft that just concluded. I know the quarterbacks weren't deep, but there were so many good players that went off the board, and a record 21 tight ends, it turns out.
All right, so let's talk Steelers Aaron Rodgers here. A, he's definitely going to be their starter week 1, right? And B, what does this rare tender they placed on him today mean?
I think it means the first question you asked may not be so certain in Pittsburgh because it's rarely used. And Jonathan Jones is our CBS Sports NFL insider. He was weighing in on this, and he knows certainly much more than me. But the bottom line is basically it allows you to get compensation should he sign elsewhere, that being Aaron Rodgers. Because Omar Khan told us at the Combine, we're all watching him, that it won't be long where Aaron Rodgers will let us know one way or another. And here we are from late February to late April, and just like last year, there's still no word. I don't know if it matters whether Aaron plays or not in terms of where the Steelers are in their post-Big Ben journey. Obviously, they'll win more games with him than with Mason Rudolph or Will Howard or Drew Aller. But I think at the end of the day, this feels like a 6.5 win team who's going to have to take a quarterback, and fingers crossed for them, what is hopefully a deep quarterback class. So this feels less certain than ever in terms of what Aaron Rodgers' plans are. I would imagine, I don't know if he would go elsewhere. Retirement feels, just my gut feeling, like more probable than him not coming back to play in the league. But it is a curious decision by the Steelers, given that they were under the impression that Aaron was going to come back, and certainly before now.
Wow. So is that meaning that he could play somewhere other than Pittsburgh? That's their fear? Like, it's always felt to me like Steelers or retirement. Are you saying there's a third option here?
Yeah, I would imagine that's the only reason you would slap him with this tag or tender or whatever we're calling it, because I don't know if there are a lot of options out there. I mean, Arizona would be an obvious one. Other than that, nothing comes to mind. So unless they're concerned that he is not, in fact, coming back to Western PA, they wouldn't slap this thing on him if they thought he was going to retire, because who cares? You're not going to get any compensation one way or the other. But I don't know where the other obvious landing spots would be. Arizona feels like the only team in the running. They did draft Carson back, but I would imagine you would take Aaron Rodgers over Carson back for 1 year out there, especially if you're trying to save your job. But it feels tenuous. It feels the most tenuous it has in the last 12 months.
He's also going to be 43. And it's been several years since he played at a super high level. I mean, his touchdown totals last year, lowest since 18. Yardage was not anything like an Aaron Rodgers season, even in the per-game metrics. Is it worth all of this for teams at this point to do this dance with him in the offseason where you've got to make all these calls and read the tea leaves and wait for him to come out of the quiet room? Why is the juice still worth the squeeze at this point?
I'm not sure it is, Grant. That's a great question. Unless you're a team like the Rams, for example, when they went out and got Matthew Stafford, who was, he wasn't close to 40 at that point when they got him. He's still playing at a high level. But if everything else is in place, it makes sense. That is not the case in Pittsburgh. You could argue, by the way, the Browns roster outside of quarterback is better than the Steelers roster, and it may be by a large margin. It's just like we like to make fun of Cleveland for doing Cleveland things. It would make more sense on paper for Aaron to go to Cleveland than it would. I'm not saying he would, but just in terms of the better roster construction than going back to Pittsburgh to try to eke out 7 or 8 wins and backdoor your way into the playoffs. And the other thing, and this was Mike Tomlin, it wasn't so much a feature, it was more of a bug. He won so much, they were never in position to draft a quarterback. And the only time they traded up into 10th or higher was when they traded up to get a linebacker during the Mike Tomlin era. Because, if you're picking inside the top 10, you have a chance at a quarterback. If you're picking 20 plus, you get Kenny Pickett, and you're sort of left to try to figure it out. And I'm with you. I think it's okay to win 5.5 or 6 games and try to regroup with a quarterback that you can draft relatively high.
CBS Sports' Ryan Wilson on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I speak McVay a little bit because Sean was here and I covered him with the then Redskins. I thought right away that press conference was his way to try to diffuse any controversy. And I feel more confident in that now. But I got to ask, are they going a little overboard here? I saw Pro Football Talk wrote this big thing today about how's Matt Stafford going to react. They drafted a quarterback that would need to sit anyway. Matt Stafford is a future Hall of Famer who is coming off of an MVP season, 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns. Like, I know Brett Favre got in his feels about Rodgers and Rodgers with love, and this does happen. But this seems like not something to worry that much about. It seems like the Rams were very worried about it.
It was all very weird. And we've heard subsequent how Les and Sean are always on the same page, especially during the draft process. And Sean, I think Jordan Rodriguez wrote about this in The Athletic. Sean is never going to draft anyone that he doesn't love. So it sort of underlines your theory that Sean is just supporting Matthew Stafford. And my initial question when I heard that was, Matthew Stafford's a grown man who is one of the best players in the NFL, whose job is not in any way, shape, or form about to be lost. So I'm not sure why you have to placate a grown man on television for 11 minutes.
This is my point. It almost makes it weirder. It's almost like there's some behind-the-scenes thing where you're putting your Matt Stafford flag in the ground. If you just draft Ty Simpson at 13 and you say, yeah, he's going to be the backup, we've got one of the best quarterbacks of all time still playing at the peak of his powers as long as he wants to, there is no controversy after that.
The only controversy is why didn't you take Mekhi Lemon or Mark Cooper Jr. if you wanted to get better this year? That part, fine. The rest of it was incredibly odd, and it was a disservice to Ty Simpson, by the way. I know Ty Simpson has subsequently said that he had spoken secretly to Les and to Sean, but in the moment, people are probably wondering, why would you draft this guy that you clearly hate, and now this young man, as a 22 or 23-year-old, has to answer questions, which he did have to answer about why things are so awkward at your new job.
Ryan Wilson on Grant and Danny. We're bouncing around the NFL. All right, help me with this one. The Commanders need a wide receiver too. Why is the market for Jauan Jennings so small? What is the deal there?
I think he's a niche fit in that he's a bigger slot receiver who doesn't have a lot of juice in terms of winning consistently with separation. He wins with strength and contested catchability, and maybe that's not for everyone. And it's funny you mentioned that, because thinking about the guy they did take, Antonio Williams, he's as juiced up as they come. I was looking back at my way too early mock draft from 12 months ago, and I had him in the first round. He was hurt at Clemson starting in week 1 and wasn't quite himself for much of the season. Neither was Clemson for that matter. But he is electric, and he maybe is the flavor of ice cream that the Commanders are looking for in a slot, where Jauan Jennings, the other Jauan, is a little different in terms of his makeup and what he brings. And look, man, he can block, and he does a lot of things well. He certainly excelled in that Kyle Shanahan offense, but that may not be the slot that every team is looking for.
So it sounds to me like you really like Antonio Williams. The Commanders have said they think he can play outside. The couple people with other teams I've asked about that have said they don't see it that way. Do you think he can play outside, or is he slot only?
Can he play outside? Yes. The issue is when you're going up against ACC corners versus NFL corners, that's where you have to figure out if it's going to work. You can try it, just like when you talk about let's try the left guard at right guard and see what happens, and then you can go from there. I would imagine he was drafted with the idea of primarily slot with some outside abilities, but he's physical. I know he's undersized and that he's not north of 6 feet, but he plays physically. He's fast. He can win off the line of scrimmage versus press coverage. So all the things you want your outside wide receiver to do. I just know, when you're talking about the upgrade in cornerback talent going from the ACC to the NFL, that's a conversation that you have to wait and see on. But I would imagine slot first with some outside occasionally, but I wouldn't imagine he's going to be the guy you're going to line up outside on day one.
Washington ended up not having picks in rounds 2 and 4 and only had 6 players in the class altogether. But how did you feel about what they got done?
Sonny Styles. Here's what I'll tell you, Grant. I was talking to Rick Spielman, who's now with the Jets, prior was with the Vikings, and he had talked to Sonny Styles about a year and a half ago, and I didn't know who Sonny was at the time, but he came back and said, if I were starting the company tomorrow, I would want Sonny to run it tomorrow as a 21-year-old or whatever. That's how mature and what a leader this young man is. And then you just see what he does on tape, and you're like, sweet mercy alive. I didn't know they made people like this. He told us at the Combine that he was just sort of figuring out how to play linebacker because he was previously a safety, and we saw that development sort of in real time. I think they're just scratching the surface on what he can become. Joshua Josephs is a powerful edge rusher coming off the edge. I like that pick in round 5. That felt like some value there. Katron Allen, I thought, was the better of the 2 running backs coming out of Penn State. Nicholas Singleton's faster, but he struggled with injuries and inconsistency last year, and even a little bit the year before. But Katron Allen is like a between the tackles workhorse. It reminds me a little bit of what they had in Detroit before they moved on from not Jahmyr Gibbs. I can't remember his name
David
right
Montgomery.
now. Thank you. He's a David Montgomery type for me. And I'll just say this, and I'm laughing because I was talking up Ethan Kelly-McManus a couple of weeks before the draft.
Oh, you were the one.
He had taken a ton of 30 visits. I'm like, what's going on here? So I asked around the league, and guys were like, this guy can play, man. And if he doesn't get drafted, they're bringing him in as basically a recruiting tool. He did get drafted. He got drafted before Garrett Nussmeier, and he had to do a lot with a little at Rutgers. His Penn State game, the last game he played, he was absolutely slinging it. Did have some tough stretches against Ohio State and Oregon, but again, those are some really good football teams, and reminded me a little bit of Aiden O'Connell. So I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a way to make this team as QB3. That would be a fun story.
Ethan Kelly-McManus, Rutgers, the senior, was the 7th-round pick at 223. You mentioned Garrett Nussmeier, so just before I pivot, what happened there? I mean, I liked him coming into the year as like a first-rounder. I would have had him as my quarterback 3. I know he didn't play like that, but we're talking about Ethan Kelly-McManus and kind of looking through the trees to find the good. People didn't do that with Garrett Nussmeier, it didn't seem like.
No, Garrett Nussmeier was my QB4, in fact, so not far off. And it felt a little bit like Quinn Ewers syndrome from a year ago. Quinn actually outplayed Garrett Nussmeier in their final years of college. The difference is Quinn was certainly banged up. Garrett was banged up too, but there were some things you heard about him. Not necessarily, he's not a bad kid. He wasn't breaking the law, but just in terms of locker room leadership and whether it was where you wanted it to be as a guy you're going to take with a high draft pick. I'm guessing it had to do with the injuries. The size isn't ideal. He's 6'1", 6'2" on a good day. His arm is good, but not great. And I remember talking to a couple scouts early on in the year about both him and Kate Klubnik, and what I got back was they're not first-round players. So teams were onto that in September. They wanted to see a lot, and obviously they didn't see a lot. Cade went in the fourth round to the Jets, and obviously we saw KC take Garrett at the end there. It was a shock that he went that far down he lasted that long, I should say, in the same way it was for Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers played well, though, when he got the opportunity, and sometimes you get the team you need, not the team you want. And I think KC, they're worse landing spots for a young quarterback in Kansas City.
Totally. Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Giants, based on all the maneuvering, end up picking 4 times in the top 74, and their haul included Arvell Reese, the edge from Ohio State, a lot of people's top tackle with a little bit of a back question in Francis Mauigoa from Miami. They drafted corner Colton Hood from Tennessee at pick 37. And then Malachi Fields, the big wide receiver at Notre Dame. A lot of Commanders fans were hoping Washington would take him at 71. How did you feel about that quartet?
I mean, it feels like they're checking boxes. They got a defensive tackle with the very next pick, but they're going to have to do a lot of work to replace Dexter Lawrence despite that pick there. I loved every single one of those picks, save Malachi Fields. But that's right around the range I thought Malachi should come off the board. He ran a 4.61, and I thought he played at about that speed. So he is strictly an outside contested catch guy. And
he
that's
ran
okay
sub 4.6? I didn't know that.
No, 4.61. So he ran north of 4.6.
Well, sorry, that's what he ran worse than 4.6, I guess I should say.
Yeah, that's right. And
wow.
That's the speed I thought he played. Well, look, Denzel Boston didn't run at all. And if I had to guess, Denzel Boston is probably a 4.55 guy.
Yeah, I'm still looking for Katron Allen's 40 time.
That's right. So, you're taking a risk, and I do appreciate these guys that try to go out there and compete. Had a really good Senior Bowl. He's just a big outside target, and that's okay when you're playing opposite league neighbors coming back from injury. And if you're Jackson Dart, who likes to throw the ball up and let his receivers come down with it. So it makes sense in what they're doing there, and that's around the range you should have gone off. So I'm not going to push back too much on that. But all in all, it's a really good draft. They got to figure out the middle of the defense, but it feels like they're certainly helping their young quarterback, and we'll see if this is the step. If Jackson takes a step that the Giants figure he will. I'm still curious to see how that plays out, because for as fun as he was to watch, he didn't necessarily play on time, and sometimes it catches up with you in the NFL.
Ryan, don't get me wrong. I'm really happy with Sonny Styles and the way the top 10 unfolded for Washington. But I am kicking myself still about the Cowboys sitting there, watching Caleb Downs fall outside of the top 10, moving up a pick and pouncing, and that terrible defense coming out of round 1 with Downs and Malachi Lawrence to help upgrade things. That offense is cooked every year. As long as you got Dak Prescott, now it's CeeDee Lamb and maybe George Pickens. We'll see what happens there. But you had a running back have a career year as well in the backfield. I thought Williams was great last year. They just need to upgrade their defense. They're a playoff team. What do you think of Downs at 11?
It was crazy that they got him, and then Malachi Lawrence. I heard they liked him and Keldrick Falk, so Malachi Lawrence at 23, where they traded back. And to your point, Grant, they're just checking boxes of huge needs on defense. And your other point that, they can hang 40 in anyone, they just couldn't stop teams from scoring 40. This feels different. And their third-round pick, Jay-Sean Barham, is an absolute monster in terms of hair on fire. They moved him outside about a month into the season in Michigan because they just loved his athleticism. He's an off-ball linebacker, so he gives you that versatility. They have needs at off-ball linebacker. And it just felt like they were just checking boxes of getting better. Devin Moore, their fourth-round pick, I actually liked a couple of rounds higher. Long physical corner who didn't run great as well. He ran 4.6 the first time and then 4.5 at his pro day. But he is a long physical corner that gives them what they need. And I said this after the first 2 rounds, or the first 2 days, I should say. 11.5 feels like the over-under for Dallas. And I know they can win a lot of games and lose in the playoffs. But this feels different, at least as we sit here. And if you told me they win the division, I wouldn't push back too much on that, only because, Jaden Daniels has been hurt. We don't know what's going on in Philly with the quarterback and A.J. Brown, and the New York Giants are still trying to figure it out. This feels like this might be what gets them over the hump, but, this could be a Charlie Brown football situation.
There is also something weird going on in Philadelphia. I can't quite get to the bottom of it, not being around that building, but a 17-year executive who interviews for GM jobs every year, Alec Hallaby, left today. Their offensive line coach is on a podcast with one of his former players this week, bashing their old coordinator. They run through coordinators like you and I change underwear. There's questions about Jalen Hurts throwing to the middle of the field, and they bring in Mannion to bring an offense where they're going to throw to the middle of the field constantly, and that's where Mekhi Lemon basically lived last year. I got some questions about the Eagles right now.
I'm with you. And you brought up a lot more than I did when I mentioned them in passing. If you're a Steelers fan, you're probably not happy that they stole Mekhi Lemon from you, who's the obvious comp is Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I certainly loved his game. But I don't know if that and drafting a tight end, Eli Stowers, who doesn't really block, he's more of a glorified wide receiver, if that's going to fix all your problems. And, their draft was good. It wasn't great. Markel Bell is a developmental left tackle who they may try to move to the right side. He blocks out the sun, and he's like a legit 6'8".
He was the other tackle at Miami with Maui Noah, right?
Other tackle at Miami, and he has a long way to go. There's some really good tape, and then there's some stuff that leaves you going, "Oh my gosh, he'll get someone killed if you put him out there." He's young as well, so I get it. Cole Payton is the quarterback they drafted in the 5th round out of North Dakota State. He feels like a good fit as a backup to Jalen Hurts, but he's not going to provide you anything unless you plan on making him Taysom Hill. And he told us he wasn't crazy about that. So the draft it checks a few boxes, but in terms of ranking it with the rest of the division, I think it's probably last, and it may be a distant last.
Yeah, that's rare for a Howie Roseman operation. Ryan, great work all week and over the last several weeks. Been following all the content leading up to the draft. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Good talking to you, Grant. Anytime, buddy.
Yeah, you as well. There's Ryan Wilson. Does such a good job. CBS Sports on Grant and Danny without Danny today on The Fan. Our double plays 25 minutes away. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock today, your Beltway Blitz. Next, though, let's check in on the improvements made to the defensive side of the ball for the Commanders. How does it compare to week 1 of last season? This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders have signed kicker Drew Stevens from Iowa. The Ravens are signing Diego Pavia to a 3-year deal, and free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow. NBA playoffs continuing on today, 3 Game 5s. Sixers and Celtics at 7 o'clock. The Boston Celtics looking to close it out for Darius Dameron. They're up 3-1 in that series. Hawks and Knicks Game 5 at 8 o'clock. That series tied at 2 games apiece. And the Trailblazers and the Spurs at 9:30. San Antonio leads the series 3-1. Baseball. Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. The other team in turmoil in the NL East, the New York Mets, they host the Nationals for the first of 3 at Citi Field tonight. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell taking on Clay Holmes. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back. Grant and Danny without Danny today on the Fan. The Washington Nationals have had a pretty good season. They've been more competitive than people think. Their lineup is way better than people thought it was going to be. Starting pitching has not been great. Bullpen has been dreadful. But overall, you will have taken this beginning of the season through 29 games sight unseen. 13-16, hovering around 500. On the road, they've been outstanding. Home, 3-10, has been a struggle. The one area, though, where the Nationals have been terrible, and I mean terrible, is challenging pitches. In the automated balls and strike system, they are the worst in Major League Baseball at this juncture. You look at winning percentage in baseball, they have gotten all of 40% of their challenges correct. They have been right 21 times. They have been wrong 32 times. In 53 challenges. There are a few teams that have been wrong more often, but they challenge way more. Like, do you guys realize the Chicago White Sox, the Minnesota Twins, these teams are challenging 80 times already. There are teams that don't even have 40 challenges in Major League Baseball yet. So there's clubs that are way more aggressive, don't really have a philosophy, and most of those teams aren't hitting in a very good clip. But the Nationals, man, they just have not figured out the challenge system. And what is staggering to me is the amount of times they've gotten it wrong from behind the plate as catchers. Spencer Nussbaum, who covers the Nationals, longtime Washington Post writer. They blew up their sports section for some inexplicable reason. They've subsequently hired some writers back. I have no idea what the hell they're doing. I don't subscribe anymore. The people that are writing there, God bless you. I love you. It's not your fault. But now Nussbaum writes for The Athletic like everybody else in town that wrote for the Post. Anyway, he wrote a piece that was really good about the Nats catchers, saying they've gotten so much better framing and their defensive work has improved exponentially from last year statistically. It's been one of the huge jumps organizationally with this new staff. Ruiz's numbers, framing up pitches, Drew Millis and the way he's received as well, that they're actually tricking themselves. Maybe there's something to that, I don't know. But when you're a pitcher and you challenge, you're probably going to be wrong a lot. You've got the worst vantage point. First, you're 60 feet, 6 inches away. Second, most of the time you're falling off one direction or the other away from home plate. You're not really staring the entire time at the pitch necessarily with the best angle, okay? So that's why pitchers, by and large, have said, I'm not going to be the one challenging, and it's actually very rare. Does not happen that often. Batters have a pretty good feel, you'd think, for the strike zone, and the percentage in Major League Baseball has been much higher for batters challenging than pitchers. But as you'd imagine, the group that knows best is the catcher. You have the best seat. You are there at the plate. You're sitting right in front of the guy calling ball or strike. You're receiving the pitch. You can see, is it over the plate or is it not? Is it in that little invisible box of which you know exactly where it is, or is it not? And so the catching challenge rate around Major League Baseball is very, very high. That's where the majority of the challenges come from. You won't be surprised. That's where the best winning percentages come from. The Detroit Tigers, as an example, have challenged 21 pitches from the catching position. They're 19 for 21 because I'm a catcher and I can see the strike zone. So I know if a pitch was a strike or not. The Washington Nationals somehow have gotten more wrong than right from the catching position. 31 times their catchers have challenged, and more times than not, the catcher did not know that the pitch that they challenged was correct by the umpire. Crazy to me. They got to clean that up. That is something to get fixed. Paul Taboni and his staff got to get on that one, and I'm sure they will. But that is the one area so far where you look at the Nats and you go, with all the information and all the data and all the things that they're doing well, this should be one of those things that comes pretty easily. And what I would do is there's a couple of guys that have just lost their privileges. It's not even about how often you've gotten it right or wrong. Like James Wood's percentage on challenges has got to be close to zero. He has almost always been wrong when he's challenged pitches this year. But to his credit, at 6'7" with a massive strike zone, it's normally within a half inch, half of a baseball, quarter inch, that when challenged, the result is borderline. Most of the pitch is out of the strike zone, but a little bit is in, and he kind of gets screwed over by that. I can live with that. Nasim Nunez, who hits 114 anyway and gets on base 20% of the time, is challenging pitches in the middle of the strike zone. What are we doing? Keibert Ruiz, you're not allowed to challenge anymore as a hitter. You can't do it as a catcher. I know you can't do it as a hitter. But if you're one of these guys like Nasim, when I see twice you challenge pitches that are middle, or completely off the plate, done. Gone. No longer. And oh, by the way, the other thing would be, it's like my parents wouldn't let us stay home alone until we were a certain age, or they wouldn't let us, take a phone or something to school unless we'd proven or done all these other things right, homework and everything else. Unless you're hitting 225, you don't get to challenge. Average is a bad metric. Let's go OPS. So Nasim, this isn't going to work for you either. My lover bee. I mean, I love this dude. Stolen base maven, elite defender. But just from a hitting standpoint, anything you give me is a plus. You're my guy. Best smile on the team. Energizer bunny. Never challenge again. Not once. As long as I live, as long as you live, we don't get to challenge anymore. We've lost our privileges. But if you don't have an OPS over, let's make it low. Let's go 625. You do not get to challenge. Once you get to 625, you want to request a meeting in my office? We can sit down and talk about it. But until that's your OPS, no more challenges. All right, quickly, looking at the defense for the Commanders with all the work they've done. 13 free agents signed. They're going to help them a bunch. 10 of them on the defensive side of the ball. Then you draft Sonny Styles at number 7 as part of this draft class that comes in here with 2 defenders that I think will contribute next season. Because I could see Joshua Josephs, the edge in round 5 at 147, being able to get to the quarterback and stop the run a little bit as a rookie. Last year's defensive line, Dorrance Armstrong, Daron Payne, Javon Kinlaw, Dietrich Wise. This year's week 1 projected defensive line, Dorrance Armstrong, Daron Payne, Javon Kinlaw, and Odafe Owe. Much more capable from a pass rushing standpoint. Not quite as good stopping the run, but you still have Wise for the depth who was the starter last year. I think the key to the line, because it's not that different, is the depth where Tim Settle comes in as a run stuffer. He's this year's Johnny Newton who couldn't stop the run last year. Caleb Von Chason comes in as your extra edge on passing downs. That was aging Von Miller last year. I would bring up Charles Amenahu as a potential run stuffer. He's last year's Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Amenahu has a longer track record. So much deeper there. Not necessarily markedly better from a starting group standpoint. 3 of the 4 are the same. But Armstrong, off to the great start last year, I think you feel better about than you did a year ago. He found something in that defense. It's a different defense now. And then Odafe Owe, different looking front because he can rush the quarterback, whereas Wise will be out there helping to stuff the run on obvious running downs. The linebacking core is where you've made the biggest strides. This is where the biggest difference is for this team year over year. Week 1 a year ago, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, with depth of Jordan McGee and Kane Medrano. This year, Sonny Styles and Leo Chenal, 2 of the most athletic linebackers in the NFL, both ranked in the top 3 all time when they came out in terms of athletic score at the combine. So you've gone from being very slow, being unable to run horizontally sideline to sideline, and defensively not very capable at defending backs out of the backfield in the passing game, to having one of the most athletic linebackers and fastest linebackers in league history in Sonny Styles at the second level, and a top 5 athlete at the position in Chenal probably as the other guy there. And I bring up Frankie Louvu still because I think he's going to be as good a fit as any of the incumbent holdovers in this new defense. In fact, I remember on Take Command with Logan Paulson, right after they hired Durante Jones, asking him, of the guys that are in the building right now, who are you most excited about to play in this defense, as it pertains to this being a better fit than what they ran last year? And his answer was Frankie Louvu. And you still have Jordan McGee, who's a heat-seeking missile, who's a run-and-hit guy. Probably ends up playing a lot of special teams for you. But the biggest difference is linebacker, and that's where overall just the speed, the athleticism spike, which is exponential. I mean, it's massive. It's really at that position. I don't know that they've gotten much better at corner from a starting standpoint. If you're just looking at 11 personnel, 3 on the field, I think they are deeper at corner potentially, or at least hopefully will be when the season starts. But last year, going into week 1, it was Marshawn Lattimore, Trey Amos, and Mikey Sanders still in the nickel. Now, what we found out after the season started was that Lattimore didn't have a whole lot left before he got hurt. Sanders still in the nickel, not nearly as good as he was on the outside. And Amos, I thought, was very steady and solid as a rookie second rounder until he ended up getting hurt. This year, you're going to have Amos and Sanders still on the outside, and Amik Robertson, who they signed in free agency, on the inside. So is Lattimore, Sanders still Amos that different than Amos, Sanders still a Robertson? I don't know if it is. I don't think they've gotten much better there. Again, when you're talking about the initial downs of the game against 11 personnel, Akilo Witherspoon, his depth is comparable to one of the guys they had before, whether that's Noah I or John Jones. But I'll say that I do think they still need to sign another veteran, if not 2. That Igbenogany role, a Jones-type player, the former Patriot, now with the Eagles. And I think that's going to be easy enough to do. There's a lot of free agents out there, but they can't be done at corner. That's the one area after not drafting anybody where it's not a want, it's a need. You got to fix that still. Because I look at the D-lines, just went through the exercise, they've gotten considerably better. Linebackers, it's night and day. Corners, it's just kind of rearranging some deck chairs. And we're putting a lot of eggs in the Trey Amos is ready to be a corner 1 basket, aren't we? I mean, I don't know who the one is between he and Sanders still. Sanders still's been very good, has very good tape on the outside. But I will say that's one of the things, if we're making a list this offseason of just the areas where as Commanders fans, we just say things like, we don't have to worry about that. This is solved. One of the things that I think is most worth kind of going back and diving into is Trey Amos just becoming possibly the guy against a CeeDee Lamb or an A.J. Brown or whoever it is that you're facing as a 1. You're taking on the Vikings and it's Justin Jefferson. That's a huge ask. He was okay. I liked what I saw. I'm a big believer in the prospect. But you're asking a lot of him to just grow up and become a 1, essentially, this season. Safety, last year, Will Harris, Quan Martin. Right now, Will Harris and Nick Cross coming over from the Colts. I'll take this tandem over that tandem. But again, not that different. The front 7 is where it all is. And it's up to Durante Jones to mix some potions. Because I think getting the ball out of quarterback's hands quickly with pass rush, which they should now be able to get, and with scheme, which is the whole reason you hired him, has to make the back end better. Because the personnel is still lacking there. It's the area of that unit that you would look at on paper and still say, this is not 10, 11 wins good. This isn't going to work as a playoff team. But you would have said that over the years at times with the Vikings as they were winning 13 games too. That's what this scheme does. That's the whole point. Grant and Danny without Danny on the Fan. We'll get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Taking you up to 6:15 tonight on the Fan. The Phillies fired manager Rob Thompson today. In the NL East, they are rock bottom with the New York Mets, who the Nats play tonight. Couple of teams that were expected to make the playoffs. Meanwhile, it's the Nationals and the Marlins who have been vying for second place behind the Atlanta Braves over the last couple of weeks. The Marlins and the Nats tied for second, 3 under 500, and it's the Mets and the Phillies looking way up, creaking their necks. If the Nats can take the Mets out this weekend, or I should say in the series that goes through this week into the weekend, then maybe, just maybe, the Mets will be the next team in the division to make a change. We'll get a full preview of the Nats and the Mets coming up in our Beltway Blitz, but it is time for our double play on Grant and Danny. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now is the time to get you a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny's out. Grant Paulson solo with you. I saw this story today, thanks to producer Dara Stammer. Shannon Elizabeth of American Pie fame, that's Nadia. You'll remember Nadia's work. She did some great acting in American Pie. Let's just say Jim didn't deliver like he would have wanted to in his first experience with old Shannon Elizabeth. She is on OnlyFans. And she made $1 million in her first week on OnlyFans. Now, Darius, I asked you on behalf of the show. I'm a married man, right? But you are not. You're a single guy. I asked you to do a little more research for me. So what do we know about her OnlyFans page at this point? It's because there are OnlyFans pages where it's just people sitting there that are clothed, that are like having, these pep talks with people. She's making $1 million in her first week. Do we know exactly what her OnlyFans page entails?
We do not know exactly quite yet. The research will continue, and I'll get back to you on that. But yes, you're right. There are various types of OnlyFans pages. One would have to assume making $1 million that there's a particular type of page that she does have.
This is the assumption people make that I think is wrong. There are people that get on OnlyFans, and just because they got on OnlyFans, everyone goes, I'll give you my money. I'm desperate. I'm horny. And so they hand over a bunch of money, and then they realize that this person is just sitting there talking to you, right? Like, that's a thing that has happened. I can't remember the girl's name. There was this fighter in bare knuckle boxing, Paige Van Sant. And she was on social media, and little by little, she was getting a little more risque, and a little more risque, and a little more risque. And originally, she's like, only my husband will ever see me. And then like a year later, you're like, I'm not your husband, and I'm seeing a lot of you. It was just changing constantly, right? But then she got on OnlyFans. And I remember her like getting mad at people because she's like, you can be on OnlyFans and still not be showing you everything. But I think people were very upset, right? My point is, you don't have to bear all on OnlyFans. There are people that get on there and they treat it like is it called like a Discord or what is it? Where like, I could go to Darius Dameron's page and you just play video games, and I watch you, and I pay you to do that.
Like a streaming service,
right.
A streaming site. Yeah,
it's like a website.
Yeah,
people treat it like that. So maybe Shannon Elizabeth is treating it that way, and everyone was just excited because she's the girl from American Pie, and she made $1 million. But I guess when you're in a movie and you've already kind of shown everyone what you're working with, doing it on OnlyFans probably isn't as big of a deal.
Or is it?
I don't know. It has been almost 30 years.
It's been worth $1 million so far, whatever it is.
Here's what I'm going to say. So did you do the research or you didn't? I needed you to do the research.
I am working on it.
Okay. I don't want to know a lot more about that, for the record. If you are between your mid-50s to 35 years old, in that 20-year age range, 55 to 35, I say Shannon Elizabeth, American Pie, you know the scene. That is your wheelhouse. The amount of rewinding and pausing and rewinding and pausing that happened is a very high number if you're between 35 and 55 during the 1999 classic American Pie. But it got me to think about other people that could be in this lane where it's like, you're just preying on all the nerd kids in 99 that have now turned into grown-ups with money. And they want to stroll down nostalgia lane. They're like, oh, I remember Nadia from American Pie. So it got me to thinking about other crushes back in the day that I might have had. Topanga from Boy Meets World. Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell. Like, there's a lane here. I don't think they should go down it. They seem to think they're not going to go down it. But these are other crushes in that era, people that were very famous that would make a lot of money. Lisa and Jesse, Saved by the Bell. There are others on that list. But I wanted to ask you guys who your first crush was. Who in that era, when I was a big Kelly Kapowski guy or a Topanga guy, or I guess my number one seed, which Darius, you said this was actually someone that was very high on your list as well.
Yeah.
I think my first ever legitimate crush, like not the girl you skate with on couple skate on a Friday night at the rec center. Jessica Catlett, by the way. That was a real thing that happened. And like my mom was like, if you skate with Jessica, I'll get you Skittles after. And I was like, damn, Skittles, let's go. And so me and Jessica held hands. We skated around in couple skate. My hands were all sweaty. I was really nervous and I was embarrassed. But those Skittles were good, though. They tasted really good on the back end. My first real crush, celebrity crush, Kimberly the Pink Ranger, Amy Jo Johnson, now 55 years old. Kimberly the Pink Ranger. That was the first time I got the feeling in my belly, those little butterflies where you're like, what is this about? Who is this? Who is this young lady here? And why do I feel this way? Darius, your first crush.
So yeah, as we discussed, that was definitely my first answer for sure. Topanga also does rank very high on that list as well. I don't even know what Topanga's real name is.
I think it's Topanga. I think it's like LeBron. She just has one name.
She just goes by Topanga.
It's Topanga, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. So yeah, those would be my top two. It's just no question.
Topanga's real name is Danielle Fishel.
Oh, I knew that.
I did not.
I knew that.
All right. Nadine is in with us today, filling in for Strobes, who's just posting pictures of him like laying in the water with fish.
He's caught so many fish.
He keeps catching fish. He does the thing where he wears the whole body outfit so he can lay there and like smooch the fish in the water. He's a real, they call it an angler. Is that right?
Does he smooch the fish the way that you smooch a dog?
No.
No? Okay.
I smooch the dogs a lot more than he does the fish, yeah. Did you know he was such a fisherman? I thought Jeff was like the fisher guy on stage.
I know. I think he's now outranked Jeff.
He's literally in Montana, like in some weird, I don't even know what you call the body of water, where you stand there with a string and you just like walk around in tall pants.
Has Jeff gone to Montana? I don't think so.
I don't believe he has.
I think we have the better fisherman on 106.7 The Fan.
Pretty sure Jeff just fishes in the Potomac River and then eats the poop fish. I think he fishes, these are the same fish that are in the poop water. Like 2 weeks ago, I remember him like, hey, I got some fish here. I'm like, were those from the Potomac? Because I'm good. But Nadine is filling in today. Nadine, your first crush growing up.
I'm going to have to say it was Justin Bieber. It was like 2010. I think that's when the song Baby came out.
Okay.
And I was like watching it on YouTube in my room. And I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Biebs.
Yeah. And I just got obsessed since then.
Are you still a Biebs fan?
I am.
He was in the news for doing something the last week or two. He had his first show in a long time or something. Did he stop performing? What happened?
So I don't know exactly what happened. I do know he's done like Coachella.
Yes.
So that's like the thing he's doing right now. But I don't know where he's at, like where he's been at the past couple years. I know he kind of went ghost. People say like he hates the fame now, but I think he's like trying to bring it back with Coachella.
Well, I guess that was his first live performance in a long time because it was all over the place. All right, so Biebs was your first crush. How old do you remember being when you saw Biebs and you're like, I like this guy?
I think I was 9.
9 years old. That's Wheelhouse, by the way. That's Power Rangers GP. That's Kimberly the Pink Ranger. Darius, you and I are 8 days apart.
Yep.
Makes sense. Toby. I want to think about young Tobes. I've seen pictures of this guy in like a Santana Moss jersey. Little tiny Tobes. Who was your first crush?
I feel like it would be some sort of athlete because I've been obsessed with sports since I was 5, but the first one that I could think of was not a sports athlete. Britney Spears.
Ooh.
I don't know if it was, I think it might have been the music.
I bet you it was the video.
I didn't watch music videos.
You didn't watch Hit Me Baby One More Time?
No, I've never watched that.
By the way, Darius, Toby said, I think it was the music. No, I'm going to say it was the video. But you're saying you never saw the video.
Yeah, no, but I think it was Britney Spears. I remember telling people when I was a kid how much I love Britney Spears, so I think it's Britney Spears.
I think Biebs and Britney Spears are answers for a lot of people. You're 25-ish.
27.
Nadine, how old are you?
I'm turning 25, so I'm 24.
So that wheel, like me and Darius are in a bucket of old people. You guys are like the next generation down. I think those actually are probably answers that a lot of your peers would have. Jared in Rockville, really quick, your first crush.
Hey boys, I think I have you by like 5 or 6 years. I was born in '85, and in 1994, the Little Giants came out, and Icebox was a fox. She was a tackling machine, and I just couldn't get enough of her. I was about 9 years old. Little Giants, Icebox.
Becky O'Shea guy? You were a Becky O'Shea guy? Who are you, Junior Floyd over there? I was not a Becky O'Shea guy, I got to say. She was not for me. But I liked her as a linebacker. I'd have taken over Sonny Styles. She was just physical. She was going to meet you in the hole. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our Beltway Blitz is next.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Commanders are signing Iowa kicker Drew Stevens to a contract. Ravens are signing former Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia to a deal. And free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is going to be visiting the Vikings tonight and tomorrow. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 Game 5s in action. Sixers and Celtics at 7 o'clock. Boston leads the series 3-1. Hawks and Knicks at 8 o'clock. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Spurs looking to close out the series against the Trailblazers. They're up 3-1. That'll tip off at 9:30. Baseball, the Phillies have fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. The other NL East team in trouble right now is the New York Mets. They host the Nationals for the first of 3 at Citi Field tonight. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. Clay Holmes will start for the Mets. Defenders versus the Dallas Renegades, Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? Condorian Murad, the exclusive sponsor of this show, a law firm, would like to know. They will help you with your last will and testament, a living trust, or medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their teams today. KMLawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. They will take great care of you if they know you're a part of this G&D family. That's KMLawyers.com. We're covering the NBA, the NFL, and the Commanders, all jammed in to your Beltway Blitz. Let's get after it right now. NBA playoffs have been fantastic. Nick Ashew joins us to discuss the postseason. You can hear him on 106.7 The Fan. Nicholas, how about the Orlando Magic? 94-88 winners last night. Great defense down the stretch. They have a 3-1 series lead on a Detroit team that's supposed to be the best the East has to offer.
The Magic are doing what the Pistons were doing to teams during the regular season. They're tough. They're playing defense. Desmond Bane has started to find his shot, which is all the reason why they gave up all those picks to bring him in. And, you're watching a Pistons team get pushed around. Look, Detroit was great during the regular season, and I give them credit. When Cade Cunningham had that collapsed lung, if you looked at the usage rate of Cade Cunningham and how important he was to that offense, there's a reason why he was in the MVP conversation. I thought Detroit was really going to struggle, and they didn't. They kind of maintained until he came back, but it hasn't carried over to the postseason here. And I'd like to say that there is that inexperience in the playoffs that factors into this, but this Magic team has been in the playoffs, but it's not like they've had deep playoff runs. The Pistons have a lot of pressure on them and a lot of expectations, being the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, and they're just getting outworked by a Magic team that's literally beating them at their game right now.
Speaking of getting outworked, the Suns get swept by the Thunder, a 64-win regular season team. SGA from the defending champs pours in 31. They shot 17 of 34 from deep. Are you surprised at all that the series seemed to go this smoothly for Oklahoma City?
No, the Thunder just sweep every first-round series every year. Nobody can beat them in the first round. Guys, I'm telling you now, this Thunder team is going to be around for a long, long time. Everybody better get ready for a dynasty out of this team, and maybe the Spurs, and it's a rivalry there, but the Thunder are young, they're talented, they already have the playoff experience, they already have the championship. They've got what's about to be a 2-time MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh, and keep in mind, they still have a ton of draft picks, a ton of first-round picks coming up down the road where they can selectively decide who they want to pay, how they want to construct that roster, and then just keep drafting well because Sam Presti's incredible at his job, their general manager, and just keep this team going. I mean, the Thunder could literally be in this position for the next 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, the 1 seed, no issues with the 8 seed. The team that might be in trouble, though, that was a favorite is the Nuggets in the West. With the Timberwolves, they did get a win last night, 125-113. They were up huge going into the fourth quarter in that game. This is the NBA playoffs. It's kind of weird sometimes where it's just lopsided games. They can go in different directions game by game, but occasionally these end up being blowouts anyway, and you see the strategy of trying to maybe give up the battle to still go win the war. But what do you make of the Nuggets and the Wolves to this point and where this series is at 3-2?
I mean, Minnesota lost Dante DiVincenzo for the entire playoffs with a torn Achilles, and then Anthony Edwards on top of that's going to miss some time. And whether whether the Nuggets come back in the series or not, I mean, there's still a lot of basketball left to be played, but that's going to be a factor there for Minnesota. The thing with the Nuggets is you weren't getting enough out of even Nikola Jokic at the beginning of the series. They just weren't playing good basketball. And you watch Jokic have a triple-double last night and look like the Nikola Jokic we remember, and you get a little more out of Jamal Murray. I mean, 9 of 23 is not great shooting, but he still had 24 points. And, that's what they need. It can't just be Nikola Jokic. It's already hard enough. When you don't have a good shooting night or good shooting stretch from Nikola Jokic, and Jamal Murray's not playing well, and Aaron Gordon's missing time, and it just starts to have this trickle-down effect. But you got 18 points from Cameron Johnson. That's why they brought Cam Johnson in. Jokic played better. Jamal Murray played better. I mean, Denver can come back and win this series. I think there is a shot that they do it, especially with two key players being out for Minnesota, but it's still going to be a battle because, Rudy Gobert has been really, really tough on Jokic for most of the series.
Better game tonight. Game 5 of 76ers Celtics in Boston, or Game 5 of Hawks-Knicks at Madison Square Garden?
Oh, give me Hawks-Knicks, man. I mean, this is turning into a rivalry even without Trae Young out there on the floor. CJ McCollum, I'm happy for him. I mean, to see him get a chance to really compete with this Hawks team, who's played great basketball since they traded away Trae Young, just saying. And look, the Knicks have a lot of pressure on them. They look more like the Knicks that you would remember from where the expectations were supposed to be last game. But here's the key. The offense has to run more through Karl Anthony Towns. When you're seeing nothing but Jalen Brunson the entire time, the Knicks don't win. Karl Anthony Towns having that triple-double and really getting more involved in the offense. Going into that game, before he even had the triple-double, the Knicks were 5-1 in games that he had, I think, 5 or more assists. I mean, you need Karl Anthony Towns more involved in this offense if the Knicks are going to win this series. But Atlanta's tough. They've got a lot of talent on that roster. They're playing very freely. They're playing better defense right now, and they look like a team that's got very little pressure on them.
Nicholas, thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
See you guys.
You got it. There's your NBA breakdown from Nick Ashew. Tripleheader tonight. The Celtics hosting the Sixers at 7 East time, then an hour later for the Hawks and the Knicks, and at 9:30 Eastern on ESPN tonight, the Blazers, old friend Denny Avdia, and the San Antonio Spurs with Wemby back in the saddle as they try to win Game 5. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. Nate Davis, USA Today Sports, joins us now. Nate, we were talking earlier about this Aaron Rodgers situation. Is your perception on this weird tag being placed on him by the Steelers that they're preparing for him to possibly either try to play somewhere else or pull the okie doke? What did you make of the news today?
It seemed like a safeguard for a team that doesn't have a quarterback, doesn't have an answer, and gives itself an option. I mean, I've kind of thought all along that, prior to March anyway, that really the only other realistic place that he would go to me would be Minnesota, and go play for Kevin O'Connell. But I mean, that was out the window when they obviously signed Kyler Murray, who's only guaranteed to be there the 1 year. So, it's a fascinating kind of course of action. Given I'm not really sure there's another place that's looking to bring Aaron Rodgers in.
Who do you like better in that division right now? The Ravens after a down year where there was some weirdness with Lamar Jackson and the staff, or the Bengals who have tried to load up on defense?
Yeah, I like Cincinnati. I mean, they've got continuity there. I mean, the only team that without a first-year head coach, like you said, they've kind of loaded up on defense, and it looks to me like if it comes together decently, it should be average. For the loss of Trey Hendrickson, he is kind of a one-trick pony in some ways, and they've really kind of diversified the responsibilities there, I think, pretty nicely. So. Provided they keep Joe Burrow healthy, I kind of consider them the early favorite to win that division.
The Giants drafted Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, added him to Brian Burns and the rest of that edge core that's very deep. Of course, last year they drafted Abdul Carter in the top 5. They're saying they're not shopping Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't know how that would be possible. Do you think he'll be on their team in Week 1?
That's good. I mean, they've already shopped him. I mean, I think the Saints decided that the price was a little high, and that's when they pivoted to Tyree Wilson. So I think Kayvon Thibodeau is available. We'll see kind of what transpires over training camp if guys get hurt. I mean, obviously he can be traded any time, but this kind of might be more of a situation where, let's kind of wait and see who might have a need. Let's wait and see how Micah Parsons' knee is responding in August, for a guy we think probably is going to miss the first month of the season anyway, those kind of situations. But I mean, nothing surprises me. I mean, you don't, edge rusher is one of those positions that you generally can't have enough of them, but you would think that the Giants would like to offload that salary at some point, particularly if they can get some 27 draft capital back. But that could be the hang-up. I mean, getting the draft picks for next year could be the hard part of trying to get rid of Thibodeau if that's what they decide to do.
How soon do you think we see Fernando Mendoza, the first overall pick at quarterback? Tom Brady spent years essentially opining about how teams rush quarterbacks and shouldn't start them. Now he's got to put his money where his mouth is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to rush him. I mean, they've got, Clint Kubiak isn't under any pressure. I mean, I think they've done everything they can from a free agency and draft perspective to rebuild this roster as well as they could, at least in a couple months' time. And they've got Kirk Cousins there, a guy with experience. And oh, by the way, Aiden O'Connell too, who's played decently in spot starts. I think this is a really good spot to let Fernando Mendoza learn and watch and get used to the rhythm of what it's like being an NFL starter, preparing, over the course of a week for a regular season game. I mean, I think he'll get out there at some point, and we'll kind of see how the Raiders' schedule looks like. If there's kind of a natural, mid to late season bye, that it makes sense, but. I don't think they're going to be under any pressure to win, particularly in that division, where I think even if you start Fernando Mendoza in week 1 and he plays well, they're probably not getting out of last place, barring a catastrophe elsewhere. So I think that they'll probably largely stick to it. You'll probably see Kirk Cousins, I would think, for at least the first 2 months.
How about George Pickens in Dallas? Do you think there's a better chance he starts for them in September, or they've traded him by then?
I think that they're probably going to keep him. I mean, I don't think George Pickens is going to pull a Le'Veon and walk away from $28 million guaranteed for one season of work, and I understand why he would want more. But I mean, I also think that the Cowboys are set up pretty well to contend in this division, and I think part of that calculus is having George Pickens back. I mean, they're kind of Bengals West in many respects, I think, and that defense looks like it should be at least average. And if that's the case, I think the Cowboys, can contend for the NFC East crown. So I'm guessing he's going to be there for this year.
Nate, as always, thank you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Grant. You too.
Yeah, let's talk about the local ops. And that local operation just added 6 key pieces in the draft in 7 rounds. They did not have picks in rounds 2 and 4, but still managed to put together a class that's getting rave reviews. Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder. Michael, Sunny Styles at 7. What'd you think?
Pencil me in for a rave review, right? They got value at a position of need. Obviously, a lot of people wanted to trade back. I'm sure Adam Peters was exploring that option. Didn't come together. Ultimately, they had a great board of people to choose from. I think that you get a guy who has top 5 value at 7 at a position of need. Very hard to argue with that pick.
Were you surprised they went with a slot receiver at 71 rather than one of the bigger options who could play on the outside?
Well, I just think you have to keep in mind what round it is. Like, guys who are going to be bona fide NFL starters are not on the board. You're taking guys and hoping they develop into them. They succeeded a few years ago with Terry McLaurin in that role. But I also think David Blau is going to be very innovative in what he does, Grant. We've all talked to people now who know him, know his style, know what he's all about. And I think they'll tell you there's going to be a lot of motion. There's going to be a lot of misdirection. And I think he could potentially play well into that system.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond, and the Richmonder. I was going through the difference between their starting defense at the beginning of last year and right now. And I've got to say the one area where they aren't much better, in my opinion, is cornerback. And that was the one need they didn't address in the draft. What do you think the plan is there?
Yeah, I would have loved for them to have upgraded there. At the same time, I'm not sure you're giving anybody back. They had a glaring need at wide receiver, addressed it in the 3rd, and those are the 2 picks where you could have got an instant impact player. By the time you get to the 5th, you're not taking guys who will be on the field week 1, or at least hopefully won't be on the field week 1. I'm not giving back Styles. I'm not giving back the receiver. I don't know what you do there other than just lament that you don't have the picks. They need a plan. I'm a big Sanderstill guy. I think he bounces back. but depth is going to be a big issue for this year's team, Grant. I think we all see that coming, and corner's a position where it's just glaringly so. If either Amos or Sanders still gets injured, they're in a really bad spot.
Do you think they sign Brandon Ayuk after San Francisco inevitably cuts him? And should they sign him?
I think they will. I'm fine with them doing that. Debo's still floating out there. That wouldn't bother me one bit either. But I think the key here is look at what happened to Terry McLaurin last year. Wasn't part of the offseason practices. And look, I don't know that directly contributed to his injury. I think it probably did. It definitely contributed to a lack of cohesion offensively, that during the workouts, Jaden Daniels was not throwing it to his guys. I think the 49ers can hang out for a long time on Ayuk. If they push this into training camp, I'm really worried about his ability to come in. He's got a lot of questions. He's got health questions. He's got attitude questions. And now you're dropping him in 2-3 weeks before the opener saying, figure this thing out. That is potentially dangerous.
Michael, what should the expectation for the Commanders be from this fan base this coming season based on the fact now that essentially the roster is in place? There's going to be some rearranging of some deck chairs here, but what you see is what you're getting. What should we be expecting?
I mean, it all rides on number 5. Like that's bad radio to say that for the next 5 months, but I'm probably going to say that on my show for the next 5 months. If he's good, yes, they're a playoff team. Yes, they're a contender. Yes, they're going to win at least 10 and be in this mix. If he gets hurt, if he misses a lot of time, it's hard to forecast this as a playoff team. I think I'm going to set my expectations of Jaden plays 15 games. He gets back to the form like he did that rookie year. And yes, this is a playoff team, and I think Dan Quinn should be expected to lead that team into the playoffs. If Jaden doesn't play, if there's a major regression, I think it's probably unfair for him to take this team to the playoffs. There's a lot riding on that quarterback being healthy and being good.
I know a lot about my guy, Michael Phillips. All right, I do. I know that my guy appreciates breadsticks from Olive Garden. All right. I know that my guy is grinding to get people the latest and good journalism in Richmond. And I know that you're a planner and you like to attend things. 2027 NFL draft on the Mall. I'm steamed up already. We are under a year away, my friend.
They're going to smash the record for most people there because it's a venue that can accommodate a lot of people. Like I was actually at Obama's inauguration back in the day when there were, 1 million people out there. Like, I'm not saying there'll be 1 million people, but it's a venue that can hold a lot of people. We're all going to be fired up for it. I'm sure there'll be great performances. It's going to be a great week. I can't wait to see where we broadcast live from. Going to be a great class. Arch Manning in that class, right? Headlining it. So there's going to be a lot for people to see. I think they're going to make a great event out of it. I'm fired up, Grant.
Why don't you what about right at the top of the monument? Like set up a little, like outside though, put a little table out there, I don't know, a little walkway, and then you guys could just do the show from there.
I'm thinking double-decker bus driving around, just live show meandering around the city the whole time. We'll figure it out, though. Maybe hook up with a restaurant. I could shove food in my face before we walk down there. Fun fact, last time the NFL was on the National Mall, Grant, 2002, Britney Spears was the headliner.
Was that the opening night Redskins-Jets game?
It was, yes.
So they did, I was at the stadium for the game. That was the Jetskins, I think, with like Chad Morton and John Hall kicking a game-winning field goal. And they had just acquired Lavernius Coles from the Jets and a bunch of those dudes. Randy Thomas at guard. But was that the concert that they held, like crosstown? What was the deal with that? I don't remember.
It was right after 9/11, and it was Salute to the Troops. And they did Salute to the Troops with Britney Spears on the National Mall before the game, before they went over and kicked it off. And of course, I definitely want to go back and interview 20 years ago GP about how steamed up he is for that team and how this is the year the Redskins break through.
You know who was fired up for her that night was little Toby Altizer. We just found out that young Tobes' first crush was Britney Spears.
I mean, it's a great pick. I was more of a Christina Aguilera, genie in a bottle. That's all right. We can all have our preferences, though, and still get along.
Yeah, I liked that video as well. Michael, who was your first celebrity crush?
That is a great question. I'm too old for it to be Christina Aguilera. I had many crushes by the time that had happened.
That was your ninth.
Probably one of the TV stars, like a Topanga or somebody, right? Said somebody in that afternoon TV universe would probably be. early on.
Topanga's the right answer. As I said to Dare, she's like LeBron. She got one name. Everybody knows who we're talking about, man.
Everybody knows who we're talking about.
Thank you, Michael.
Take care.
All right, be good, buddy. He didn't know that was coming. Now, did he? Thought he was going to talk about Jaden Daniels. Not up in here. Not up in here. Scott Turner at 5 o'clock, 35 minutes from now, former coordinator, play caller here in D.C. I sent him some video to review of the newest Commanders draftees on offense, so we'll get a deep dive from him on those players. That's coming up in a little over a half hour. Next, though, I was really surprised with where The Athletic ranked the Commanders in a preseason power ranking with rosters mostly set. We'll tell you where they had them next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders have signed Iowa kicker Drew Stevens. Ravens are signing Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. Free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow, and also the Jets are having Russell Wilson in for a free agent visit. He would serve as the backup to Geno Smith. NHL playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 Game 5s in action. Bruins and Sabres at 7:30. Buffalo looking to close it out. They're up 3-1. Wild and Stars tied at 2 games apiece. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Ducks and Oilers at 10 o'clock tonight. Anaheim leads the series 3-1. Baseball, the Phillies fired their manager Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. Nationals begin a 3-game series in New York against the Mets at Citi Field. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes on Clay Holmes. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant Paulson solo today. Danny will be back tomorrow. Taking you up to 6:30. Nats Mets tonight from Citi Field. One of the few teams that still does the correct thing and starts baseball games in the 7 o'clock hour locally. The way Dad did it, the way Grandpa did it, the way we're going to do it. I think it's a 7:10 first pitch. So we've got you covered until then on the Fan. The Athletic is the first reputable place that I have seen put out a legitimate NFL power ranking since the NFL draft. And I think any power rankings done before the draft are useless and a futile exercise, just a fool's errand, and there's no reason to pay them a lot of attention. Because you have a chance to draft your starting quarterback or your wide receiver 1, or in some cases, you're revamping an entire side of the ball. What is the point? There are 2 legitimate exercises every offseason to dramatically upgrade your program. The first is free agency. The second is the draft. So anything done before the NFL draft, I think, is just too soon. But now the dust is mostly settled, and there's going to be some moving and shaking. There's going to be a trade here or there. A.J. Brown, June 1 or after, will end up a New England Patriot probably. The Philadelphia Eagles have prepared for life after him. They drafted Mekhi Lemon. They have made a bunch of moves at receiver. The writing is on the wall there. Schefter's reported it. We all know what's going to happen. There are other moves that might come down. Maybe it's George Pickens getting traded. I also think you're going to see the next wave of free agency come and go. Guys like Juwan Jennings visiting the Vikings, I think I saw today. Deebo Samuel, Stephon Diggs, maybe even Tyreek Hill, all at the receiver position. And there's players like that at every position. They'll get jobs. So I'm not sitting here telling you that we know right now, this moment, what every team's going to look like come week 1 in September. But we got a pretty good idea. And you can way more easily at this moment make projections for this coming season than you could have 2 weeks ago, or certainly 6 or 8 weeks ago before free agency. And with that in mind, for the first time, I'm looking at this power rankings that The Athletic put out, and they had the Commanders at number 26 in the NFL. 26. Now, my immediate reaction to that was to feel like that is way, way, way too low. I know a lot of times Commanders fans will take a poor ranking or something nationally said about the team in a way that is, that they're being disrespected. They will feel slighted. And I'm always the one that will say, hey, relax. There's 32 teams that they're covering. When they see Washington on primetime, typically, they've embarrassed themselves. Look at the recency, whether you're looking at a longer time, like 30 years, or even just the last couple of seasons. In this case, last year, this team lost double-digit games. And they just picked 7th in the draft. So it would be crazy for me to get up in arms over a team ranking 8th worst in the NFL in these power rankings when they finished last year 7th worst. But yet, here I am kind of frustrated by this. I think they're sleeping on Washington a little bit. I got a couple of significant reasons. The first is the defense has been dramatically improved. It has been completely reworked. That was the side of the ball last year that kept the Commanders from competing most weeks. They were terrible on defense. They aren't anymore. Even if they hadn't upgraded their personnel in any way, the addition by moving on from a defensive coordinator who got demoted in season and couldn't hack it to a scheme now that is all the rage in the NFL and an up-and-comer who's respected in Durante Jones. Yes, he's unproven. Yes, he's never done it. But assuming he implements the Flores defense, you're going from a scheme that is trending toward irrelevancy to one that is something that everybody's trying to incorporate. I think that's a gigantic win. I think that going with Durante Jones might still end up being one of the biggest moves of the offseason one way or the other. If it works out, it'll be the best move that they made this offseason. But then you get into the players. 10 free agents and 2 draftees that should help them on defense this year. They couldn't stop the run. Enter Tim Settle, Charles Omenihu. They couldn't run at the linebacker level. Enter Leo Chenal and Sonny Styles. They couldn't rush the quarterback. Enter Odafe Owe and Caleb on Chason. They didn't have enough speed in the secondary. Enter Nick Cross, who's sub 4.4 with his 40. And the other secondary mates, Amik Robertson and Akil Witherspoon that they bring in. Akil Witherspoon can run. They're just better on that side of the ball, so they've dramatically upgraded there. And then the other factor is Daniels. Do we really think the Commanders would be picking 7th if Jaden Daniels played 15 games last year? So if you're telling me you're having them in the bottom 8 in the NFL again, are you suggesting that you don't trust Jaden Daniels to stay healthy? See, to me, it would be really, really odd to both think Daniels will be on the field and think this team is going to be bad. I don't really get that logic, unless we're all wrong about the quarterback. And by the way, if that's the case, how did 2024 happen? People love to do the Robert Griffin thing where they go, well, what about Robert Griffin? He had the amazing first season. He had a good first season. That is true. There were things he did that were spectacular. He had a 76-yard touchdown run against the Vikings. He had a 4-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. He did not throw picks. He made plays both with his arm and with his leg. That Thanksgiving Day game with 4 touchdowns in the first half was amazing. But what people sleep on from that year, that 7-game winning streak, was, multiple of those games, you had a different quarterback in there. And in fact, the first time one of the other quarterbacks on the team ever played, they threw for the most yards that anybody did on the team that season. And I'm not knocking Griffin's rookie year. It was amazing. I covered it. It was incredible. I thought he was about to be a multi-time MVP and thought they drafted their franchise quarterback. But I would not relate it to Jaden Daniels' rookie season. I think Daniels was way more impressive and was just way more, maybe it's revisionist history, but I thought it was way more sustainable in a sense. Seeing what he did, the way he operated, threw the football in the pocket, progressed through things, it wasn't schemed up. Now, you take 2025 into account, and he did have games where he struggled. There were plenty of games where he was just okay, or that Minnesota game, Dallas on the road, Green Bay on the road in prime time, where he played poorly. But I don't think that's who he is. I think that was a lack of practice. I think that was not having enough time on task, something we heard a lot about from the coaching staff, with his teammates. So I'm assuming that Daniels is healthy and Daniels plays, and he plays at a level that immediately raises the tide. I think that when you have a player who is a franchise caliber, top 10-ish type QB in the league, a year ago, if you didn't say Daniels was top 5 or top 7, you were called all kinds of terrible things and awful names in town. Nowadays, I think you could get away with saying, if this is a top 10 to 12 quarterback in football this year, with the defensive changes they just made, they have no business ranking in the bottom 8 in the NFL. So maybe that's the other way I should ask you the question. Do you buy that this would be a bottom 10 team in football with the talent that they have right now? What is this roster? That's the question. Is this a bottom 10 roster? Is this a team that has a chance to lose double-digit games again that would be picking in the top 10? And if that's the case, is that an indictment on Daniels? You just heard Michael Phillips say it. If Daniels plays really well, they're a playoff team. A lot of us feel that way. Is there any way he's healthy? He plays 15 plus games and they're bad. Can you see that in your crystal ball? Or is it the binary where a healthy Daniels and you're playoff relevant, an unhealthy Daniels and you're bad again? I certainly get that vision. I have a much harder time trying to find a way where he would play a lot and they wouldn't be very good. Because if that happens, that's 2 years like that now where he has not played anything like he did in his freshman season, and now we're having very different conversations next year. But I'll pose that to you next. We'll open up the phones ahead of Scott Turner joining me, the former coordinator here in D.C. The number's 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The Athletic says the Commanders ranked 26th in the power rankings out of 32 teams going into the season. I'm expecting more than that from this team this year. I think they've got to be better than that. What say you? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Back in the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios in Southeast DC, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is out today. Taking your calls at 800-636-1067. The Athletic ranked the Commanders 26 out of the 32 teams in the NFL in their first batch of power rankings post-free agency and the draft. Rosters mostly reshuffled now. This is what Michael Phillips had to say when I asked him what our expectations should be for the Commanders this year.
I mean, it all rides on number 5. Like that's bad radio to say that for the next 5 months, but I'm probably going to say that on my show for the next 5 months. If he's good, yes, they're a playoff team. Yes, they're a contender. Yes, they're going to win at least 10 and be in this mix. If he gets hurt, if he misses a lot of time, it's hard to forecast this as a playoff team. I think I'm going to set my expectations of Jaden plays 15 games. He gets back to the form like he did that rookie year. And yes, this is a playoff team, and I think Dan Quinn should be expected to lead that team into the playoffs. If Jaden doesn't play, if there's a major regression, I think it's probably unfair for him to take this team to the playoffs. There's a lot riding on that quarterback's being healthy and being good.
If they're picking in the top 10 next year in the draft that's in D.C. on the National Mall, which, by the way, for that reason and that reason alone, that would be exciting on draft night. But it would be a disaster. I mean, barring having traded for a pick, and that's why you're in the top 10. If they finish with one of the worst records in the sport, if the Athletics projection of them being team 26 out of 32 or whatever they had them at is correct, that's a huge problem. And the only path to that would result in me possibly being able to stomach that result for a second straight year without making major sweeping changes would be if Jaden Daniels is not around on the field healthy enough to guide you. And if that's the case for a second time in 3 years and back-to-back seasons, obviously we're having a very different conversation about the 5-car. But if he's healthy and you're still losing, 10 games or whatever it is to be picking 7th or 8th next year on the Mall in D.C., I wouldn't want to be Dan Quinn. That would be after an offseason where you got aggressive, ownership gave you the cash, you went out, you fixed your defense, you had the mandate to be better on that side of the ball. You got to find a way to be in the postseason mix in December. I haven't drilled down completely yet on whether I think this is a playoff team. I don't view it as playoff or bust, but you'd better be a 500-ish caliber club. 9-8 and 8-9 is a floor for me in terms of an expectation. Let's go to Vic in Accokeek on the Fan. Hey, Vic, what's up?
Gee, what's up, babe? So what you just said is what I believe the prognosticators, the analysts, have an indictment on. It is Dan Quinn and the Commanders organization. They have gotten used to us being losers. Let's just call it that. And what they're saying is, based on what happened last year and based on what happened the year before, we are not confident. We don't trust in the preparation of excellence and the operation of football towards excellence that we thought we were going to see from the year before. So what you just said, if Dan Quinn cannot find a way to coach football, to manage the coaches that also coach football and the two different sides of the ball, if he can't find a way to manage that to a playoff team, or they are a team, again, that is at the lowest position of eighth of the last quarter of the NFL,
right,
then we have a problem. We have a problem as Commanders fans.
I think you're right. So I'm going to say something a little bit differently, but I think we're kind of feeding out of the same pantry here, if you will, Vic. This team on paper is better than being a 7-10 bottom feeder. You've made the decision to pay Daron Payne $28 million. You made the decision to pay Javon Kinlaw $15 million. You went out and you gave Odafe Owe $25 million a year to anchor this defensive line. You made Tim Settle a pretty highly paid, by the way, rotational defensive tackle at $8 million or whatever he got per season this offseason. You spent big on Leo Chenal. You drafted Sonny Styles at number 7. Secondary, there were not marquee acquisitions. Again, that's the one area where corner and safety, I don't think they're much better. And Nick Cross, Amik Robertson, these are placeholder, stopgap type moves. But this defense should be a lot better. You led the search that went with the Flores scheme and Durante Jones. So you got to be right on that side of the ball. And all of this, again, assumes that Daniels plays more like he did in 24 than 25. That's my only caveat. I put an asterisk next to that, and I believe that's the case. So if he looks more like 24 Daniels and not 25 Daniels, and you only go 8 and 9, you got some explaining to do. I think this defense on paper should actually be league average or even a hair better. We've said for 2 years, if they had a league average defense with this quarterback, you should be able to go rip off 11, 12, 13 wins. Now, 13 is a massive ask. I'm not suggesting that should be the expectation. But I'm saying if you have an upper echelon quarterback and you have an above average defense, that's how you win division titles. That's how you win double-digit games. That's how you go into playoff games as a home favorite. Sean in D.C., what's good?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
I have a question for you. Now, they said that we're going to be number 26. So that means we're going to be in the top 7th pick again. So what team above us, either the Raiders, the Jets, or the Titans, or the Cleveland Browns, who do you feel that they feel that's better than Washington? That means one team is going to be better than us. So who do you think that team is going to be if we're picking 26? That means we're picking the 6th pick next year.
So you're saying basically that this season they had the 7th pick. The actual math is that they would have the 8th pick, meaning they improved by 1 spot. So they're suggesting that after signing 10 players to help on defense, and they signed more than that, but those are the guys I think that'll contribute a bunch, and the draft class that they just had, and bringing in Durante Jones and going David Blau, all of the moves, everything they've done, they've moved up 1 spot. By the way, they don't have anybody moving back more than 3 spots from where they ended last season. That's the Dolphins, the Rams. In terms of best growth, it's 5 spots for the Kansas City Chiefs up to 20. They finished 25th, I guess, at the end of the season in their power rankings. They've got the Cowboys up 4 spots, best in the NFC, from 21 to 17. But you're asking more about the teams around Washington. Behind them, they've got the Browns, the Giants within the division, the Raiders, who are the number 1 pick, and then the Cardinals, Jets, and Titans. They think the Saints leapfrog the Commanders. They think the Dolphins are better than the Commanders. I also disagree with them on the Bengals, by the way. That might be the one that stands out the most to me. The Chiefs is right there, too. I guess they're thinking Patrick Mahomes is going to miss a big chunk of the beginning of the season to have them 20th. But I would say they're a way better team than that. Last year is going to end up being a mirage. Loaded division. Denver's the real deal. The Chargers are very good. I mean, that's not a fun division to play in, but they're better. And the other team is the Bengals at 23. Give me a break. Joe Burrow and an improved defense led by Dexter Lawrence on the interior. I think Cincinnati wins 11 games. I like them, either beat Baltimore for the top spot in that division or, be a wild card team at least. Aaron and Suitland, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, how's it going, man? My take on this is I think that it's going to kind of balance out from Jake Daniels' rookie season and injury-prone second season. I think it's going to be right around 7 to 10 wins. I think 7 is on the low end. I think 10 is on the high end because a lot of his first year was a lot of last drive scores, a lot of, Hail Marys and stuff, things of that nature. I don't think that he's going to get that lucky again, but I also don't think it's going to be as bad as it was last year.
I think that's probably the most realistic answer, and generally is the case, right? When you have the two extremes, 1 year where he was incredible and could have been an MVP, the other year it went really poorly. There's a big gap there. Somewhere in the middle is where this thing's going to end up. My curiosity is which one does he look more like on a binary, but I think you're right. If it's smack dab in the middle, that's probably, a tick above league average quality production compared to a season ago. Let's talk to a former play caller in the league, former offensive coordinator, and Scott Turner. I sent him some tape to look at of the newest members of the Commanders offense from this draft class. We'll get his breakdown next on The Fan.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders are going to be signing Iowa kicker Drew Stevens. The Ravens are signing former Vandy quarterback Diego Pavia. Free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings today. And also free agent quarterback Russell Wilson is visiting with the Jets. He would potentially serve as Geno Smith's backup. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 games in action. Game 5 between the Sixers and the Celtics. The Celtics looking to close out the series. They lead 3-1. 7 o'clock tip-off for that one. Hawks and Knicks Game 5. That series is tied at 2 apiece. That'll begin at 8 o'clock. Then the Trailblazers will take on the Spurs at 9:30. San Antonio leads the series 3-1. In baseball, the Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. The Nationals begin a 3-game series at Citi Field against the New York Mets tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes on Clay Holmes. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. Danny is out today. He will be back tomorrow, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Thanks for hanging out. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome onto the program, Scott Turner, former OC and play caller here in D.C., among other stops as a high-ranking offensive coach in the league. Just last year was with the Jets. Scott, it's good to talk to you again. It's Grant. How are you?
Doing well, Grant. How are you doing?
Very well. Appreciate a couple of minutes. Curious first. So NFL draft comes and goes. As a coordinator, what's that night like for you? Where do you sit? Like in that, we've seen the War Room a million times where they've got the two long tables and then all the important decision makers at the front. Like, where are the coordinators at? How often are you asked questions of or talked to? How much say might you get in what happens?
So, we've already had a lot of discussions leading into the draft. So kind of the work is done. And normally as the coordinator, I would just be in my office, kind of watching the draft, maybe working on some other things. Always a good food spread at the facility during the draft. So probably eating too much. And then if they needed me, or like if we were going to pick an offensive player, I would go into the war room, or like if it was getting close to our pick and, they wanted to ask an opinion, they would call you into the war room, or maybe, the head coach or general manager would come into my office and just, ask a couple questions of, if I still felt the same way about these certain guys, or, give a couple guys and what my opinion was. But for the most part, I would like to kind of stay out of there, and just, give you time to get some more, because as you know, the draft is a long process and you're following it, in your office, but no, I'd stay out of the war room.
So I've heard some stories over the years. Last year, Cliff Kingsbury was here, and he basically wrote a note and left it on the desk of Adam Peters a la draft day, where he asked him, Josh Connerly, like, get me the tackle from Oregon. And they wouldn't have told us that story after the draft if they hadn't drafted Connerly, but they did, and then they mentioned that story. I thought about hearing one time that it didn't work out, but when the Redskins at the time drafted Josh Doxson out of Texas Christian, they were having this debate where McLuhan's running point, I think it was at the time, and they were asking the defensive coordinator about, I think it was A'Shawn Robinson maybe, and they're like, will he be on the field on third down? And he's like, no. And then they said to McVay, is Doxson going to be on the field in week 1 on third down? He's like, you betcha. And they took him. Right. So, like, in that way, like, how does that work with the coordinator? And were you ever willing to go up to the GM or something and say, hey, I really, really want this guy. Get me this guy.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, like, I always tried to make sure that how I felt about a certain player was conveyed in our meetings, and then also just through conversations leading up to the draft. Now, if someone was still there and especially as you get later in the draft and you really felt strongly about them and you tried to make a push for it, then yeah, absolutely. I would go to the GM, or he would maybe ask his opinion. But a lot of times, like I said, you already kind of set the draft order, especially in those early rounds. And like I said, the work is kind of done at that point. It's just a matter of how these players are going to come off the board.
So we had Scott look at some of the sizzle reels and some of the production of some of the offensive players in this draft class for the Commanders for us to just get his initial thoughts on what he liked and what he sees, what he wants to see more of from some of these guys. So let's start with the wide receiver out of Clemson, Antonio Williams. They took him at number 71 overall. What'd you think?
I think he's an interesting player, pretty decent size, that 5'11", 185, 187, something like that is still a pretty good sized player. He played a lot in the slot for Clemson, but he can play outside as well. There were some clips of that. Seems to be a really good player is with the run after catch. He's also a punt returner. Normally those things go together pretty well. You did see some contested catches, but he was more of the type of guy that would throw the quick screens to, the quick slants, type of catch and run type player. I think, as far as like his skill set, the 40 time, like his speed, everything looks good. And it's just a matter of, evolving his route tree. The interesting thing to me, because I know in, David Blau's offense and, coming from the Lions scheme, there's a lot of option routes. You really want to run a lot of different option routes. So is he going to be able to do that? I'm sure when they evaluated him, they see him in that role, because those are the types of balls where, the guy makes a good decision, quarterback throws him the ball, and then you can get some run after catch and get some first downs, whether it's on first, second down, or third. So I'm assuming that that's the role that they're looking at him to have, and it'll just be a matter of, can he do that, and then how evolved can he get in the route tree, and then what's the idea for him? Do they see him as a slot or an outside player, or kind of both? Because I think he has ability to do some different things. And then they hand him the ball as well, and you even saw him throw a touchdown pass against North Carolina. So it seems like this is a guy that is a playmaker, that you want to get the ball in his hands, and then the defined details of running routes and the passing game. Like that's, I think, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying he's going to have to develop that. And to continue to grow in this league and be the player that I'm assuming they're anticipating he's going to be when you pick him at 71.
Former Washington OC and play caller Scott Turner. So I think most of our listeners know what an option route is. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? How does it work, though, especially at the receiver position and on a given play? Like, how many options do you have? Are you reading a defender and the quarterback's got to be on the same page as you? Like, take us through that.
No, everyone's terminology is different, but like what we had in our offense would be like if we had an option route and then we had a choice route. So an option route, the receiver had two options, if you will. Okay, he could either turn arc release and then turn in and hook up. Like if it's a zone defense, you fill a void in the zone, you turn around and hook up, and then if it was man and you're getting matched, then you can break out and run out. Okay, so those would be the two options on an option route. And then the other one we had would be a choice route. In a choice route, you have the third option. So the third option is the ability to break in. And when you call a choice route, that's really what you want the receiver to do, is break in, because that's where you can get the big catch and runs. And then, so if you get man defense and the guy's head up to outside leverage, you want to cross his face, the quarterback can hit you, catch and run. If he's hard inside leverage, then you'll break out. And then, like I said, if everyone's dropping in zones, and you can see the eyes on the quarterback, and now you're just going to find the hole, turn in, hook up, and expect the ball for a completion.
So if it's all based on the rules, like what you're getting from the defense, theoretically, the quarterback and the receiver, as long as they see everything the same way, should be on the same page. But I'd imagine that takes a lot of time on task.
It does. And we would have certain guys like, all right, these are our option or choice route runners. And it's not something that you necessarily train your whole receiving core to do, because you want the quarterback and the receiver to be on the same page. The big coaching point to the quarterback is always just trust the route runner. You know what I mean? Because if he makes the right decision, then he should be open. Now, where you get into some issues with that is like if what we would have called 11 hole defense, or like man free, where there's a hole player or like a linebacker that doesn't have man responsibility. He's just reading the quarterback's eyes. The defense is going to play with outside leverage in that case, and now you'll get a break in by a receiver, but there's an extra defender. They're playing outside leverage because they know where their help is, and that's where the quarterback just has to read it, and then he progress through in the offense. So really, like what we'd always say on choice routes and option routes is you should be throwing that player the ball unless they're doubled, and then if someone goes to double them, whether it's a man or zone, then now you work through your progression off of that.
Scott Turner on Grant and Danny. So one of the things when I watched him, he was not on my radar because I didn't think they were going to go slot guy there, and I thought one of the bigger, faster guys on the outside was kind of going to be the play. So it just wasn't someone I'd studied a lot. But one of the things that I saw when I watched was 2 years ago, ultra productive. I know he had some hammy issues last year, but just 55 catches for 600 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 of them were against FCS, and he only had 8 catches of 20 or more. And so when I started asking people about that, a lot of smarter people than me that studied him said, this offense, it was gross, or the quarterback play from Cade Klubnik was why. So I wonder from your perspective, you've had to have studied a lot of guys like this where they might have been a really good player and they didn't get to show it. How do you bake that into the evaluation?
I think just kind of what you said, like you got to look at their whole body of work, and he's been more productive in the past. And then sometimes like you look at like you give the initial stats and you're maybe a little underwhelmed, and you're saying a lot of the production came against FCS. But then you look at the tape and you're like, man, this guy was open. Like they just couldn't give him the ball. Whether like it was, especially from the receiver position, like whether it's like a breakdown in pass protection, the quarterback misses a throw. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that going into it. So you just grade the player, and a lot of times like a positive play from the receiver might not result in production. And then, you also got to, you have a chance to evaluate that player. And this gets more into the interview process, which, obviously I'm not a part of that, but like whenever a player would have that type of issue for my person, it's like, I'd ask him about it and like ask him why. And it gives you an opportunity to kind of evaluate the person too. Like, how are they going to respond to your question? Like, are they going to blame their teammates? Are they going to blame their coaches? Are they going to take accountability? Because the film tells the truth. Like if he's open and the guy's not getting him the ball, but then you want to see what he says. Like, well, coach, I was open. They wouldn't give me the ball, or like they would throw it. Like that's not necessarily the number one thing you want to hear from a player. So I think it's all it's all part of it. I think you just got to do the full evaluation.
Scott, you were here in 22 calling plays. So you had Brian Robinson as a rookie. You would have been a part of that draft process. I bring him up because Katron Allen, the pick in the 6th round, is a sledgehammer. I mean, this guy's 215 pounds. He's not fast, didn't run the 40. Nickname is Fat Man, but he's one of the most productive backs in Penn State history. 1st in yards, 3rd in touchdowns. My preference is always the shiftier, more elusive, and a scat back who can catch passes. But it seems to me like coming out of Penn State, this is a guy who could be super productive in a role like a David Montgomery in this offense.
Yeah, I've always kind of liked this player. I've just, obviously when you go to a big school like Penn State, some of those games are going to be on TV. Like, so I've seen him over the years. Obviously, like it kind of is what you talked about with the receiver. Like last year, I mean the 2-headed monster between him and I believe Singleton is his name. I mean, that was a very productive backfield. Tyler Warren, like they were really a good offense. And then, kind of everything fell apart for him this past year. But you just see the vision. Like this guy's a downhill, no-nonsense runner. He makes people tackle him. The ball goes where it's supposed to go within the run scheme. You're right. He's not going to necessarily catch the ball in the backfield, but I don't think he'll be fine on like check downs or those. You're not going to like split him out in the slot or anything like that. But like, on hard play action pass where everyone thinks like he's going to catch the ball just fine. Like he's not one that he doesn't seem to really necessarily fight it. He's just not, the receiver type. I think, when you talk about, backs, I think it's good to have kind of a array of them. And I think that he fits in to the personnel. And I think what you're saying is probably true. Like they probably see him as that David Montgomery role. And, but this is a guy that, I think he's going to, number one, get what's there, but I think he's got ability to get more than that just because of, he is a very decisive runner. And like I said, like he wears the defense down. Like those are body blows of making them play the run and making them bring that big body to the ground.
Well, to that point, 27% of his carries came against heavy boxes, which was number 1 in this draft class, and he still averaged 4.8 yards per carry. But what I loved about him, you talk about wearing a defense down, he was number 1 in America last year, 8.2 yards per attempt in the fourth quarter. So as the game went on and they started going, I got to tackle this dude again. And that's got to be the intrigue with these backs. Danny and I laugh all the time because, it's just not, if it's one of those things where if I was a GM, I feel like all my backs would look the same. I would have a bunch of dudes that look like, I don't know, Reggie Bush or something. Like the Brian Robinson, like 3.5 yard thing.
They're not growing on trees, though, Grant. You can't just get
that's a good point.
3 Reggie Bushes on your team.
Let me be clear, okay? Because he was a top 5 pick. I would have like 3 Bucky Irvings or something. Like
I understand what you mean. I'm giving you a hard time.
Yeah, and you make a good point. But here's, I guess, what I'm getting at is what is why is it that in the league, you guys like coaches, actual executives that know what they're talking about, that care about complimentary football, there's always a spot for Brian Robinson or like some Frank Gore dude who's going to average 3.3 when I'm going, get me a guy who's electric. Like, as you said, there's not enough Jahmyr Gibbses to go around, for sure. But I want someone who runs a 4.29 who I could draft in the 7th round or whatever, 4.31, who might not be able to play dead in a Western. Like, I'll try that out. Why does the big guy always have a role?
I think it's the big guy, but the big guy, he has to have the vision. Like, he's got to have the vision, and he's got to be decisive, and he's got to play downhill, and it just applies pressure to the interior part of the defense. You make the defense play their blocks. You force them to make tackles. I agree with you. Like, you can look at my track record. Like, I've always preferred what you're talking about, but I do think there is a place, whether it's short yardage, the goal line situations. I mean, I remember, again, I'm not going to pretend like I don't hear the things you guys are talking about, but I remember in 2020, like, you guys were not the biggest Peyton Barber fans, and he had the low yards per carry, but like, I would always laugh. It's like, yeah, well, we only give him the ball when it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1. Like, he's not going to break a 50-yarder. And we knew what Peyton's, role was on our team, and that is actually kind of an extreme example of what we're talking about here. But like, he got some big conversions up for us in big games, and I think the biggest thing is what I'm saying. Those big backs, like, they just can't run in the back of the defense. Like, they got to be able to have good ball placement, decisive runners, and then being able to finish and make people actually bring them to the ground. They should never let the first guy tackle them.
So it's funny you mentioned that because, yeah, if you're an and one guy or in that role, you want that. Like, to me, that's always been the B-Rob way. Kaytron Allen seems like he's way more capable because of the vision, some of the success that he had. But I've always thought, like, Danny and I were debating this yesterday, and my point is, I just think that in reality, it's almost like this fantasy football world where, like, give me Devin Achane, right? That style of back, as an example. I think he was like a 3rd-round guy. But my point is, it's more of a pain in the ass maybe to play Kaytron Allen. Like, if you're talking about 15, 16 carries or something like that. And I just feel like it's the same as, like, I would never run on 2nd and 10. I could say that sitting in this chair as just a fat guy. But, like, occasionally, you've got to worry about other things than that you're going to be in 3rd and 9. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think that, like, you want the defense to have to chase Jahmyr Gibbs all around the field, and then all of a sudden they got to freaking meet David Montgomery in the hole, on 1st and 10 on a downhill run, and I think that's what we're looking for here with Kaytron Allen, and it's making the defense defend a lot of different things as opposed to just the same type of player over and over again.
Montgomery's such a good example because, like, I'll use fantasy community, whatever that means, but, like, the people that are live watching on Twitter, every time he gets a carry in Detroit are screaming, right? It's like, give Jahmyr Gibbs the ball. And then you look up at the end of the game, and the team they're playing is gassed, and Montgomery's got 75 yards on 11 carries or whatever it is, and he rips a big one off to put the game away. There is a role for a guy like that, and I love that pick. I'm excited about Allen. I think he's going to help them. The one guy we haven't talked a lot about as a show, and I'll just be honest with you, Scott, it's really hard for us with offensive linemen. Like, there's no numbers I can look at. I can tell you PFF liked him. They had him as their number 2 run blocking center, their number 5 pass blocking center. He's 6'3", 305. He played at Michigan State. I like that he's in a big conference against good competition. And he went in round 6 at 209, which was lower than he should have gone. But that's kind of what I got for you. What'd you see from Golban on tape?
Yeah, so I thought, the one thing that stands out is he's a big physical player, and he can really maul guys in the run game. That stood out right away. I think that the fact that he has the size that he does, which is good because he's not someone that's only going to be pigeonholed as a center only. Like, I think he'll be able to play guard as well, which is good. I know that, with the need at center, like the Washington Redskins need to want him to play center, but, you always want to just get your best 5 out there, however you can do that. So, him being able to play, I think physically it looks like he's going to be able to play any of those inside 3 spots. That'll be good to see. I think the one thing he's just good, and you'd rather have him this way than the other way. I think he's over aggressive at times. And so, whether it's run blocking or pass blocking, some of the stunts or movements can be an issue, which, you see a lot of in the NFL. So, but that's, he just wants to come off the ball and maul people, which is great. You know what I mean? He's just got to learn to play a little bit more under control, which I think he'll be able to do that. But he's a physical player, and he's going to set the tone in the run game. And you want to be under center, run the ball, play action team. He's going to fit that mold for you.
Asked Scott Turner to break down the offensive players the Commanders draft. You can see why. Very, very sharp insight from him after looking at some of the tape. All right, the last one then is, you'll be surprised to hear this, but there was quite a reaction when they drafted a 7th-round quarterback in Ethan Kaliakmanis, this kid from Rutgers. What did you think of him when you watched?
I was surprised by the pick. I think everyone was a little bit, especially with some of the players that were still on the board. But this guy's played a good amount of football. He started at Minnesota and then transferred to Rutgers, so he's got a lot of snaps. I mean, his completion percentage improved this past year. He's got good size to him. I think he's just a project player that you'll probably hope to stash on the practice squad and get developed and then kind of see where he goes from there. A lot of times with these types of players, especially guys that you're looking, anyone you draft, eventually you want them to be a starter, but at this position, it's a little different, right? At quarterback. So I'm sure they're thinking of him as like, hey, if we can get a cheap guy that could potentially be a number 2 quarterback for us in a year, it helps, now, and then Jaden would be going into year, 4, you're getting to the point where you may have to pay him. Now you don't have to pay the backup. That type of guy, a lot of the interview process, all that stuff plays a big part of it. So not being privy to that, it's hard to do a complete evaluation. But the one thing you do like about him is that he has played a lot of football. Obviously you're playing at Rutgers in the Big Ten, like you're going to be fighting an uphill battle most of the time, but he hung in there. You saw him make a lot of good throws. I think he's average arm strength. And I think it's just a project type player that they're going to be looking forward to work with.
How overstated is this, or how off base am I, Scott, to say with a 3rd-string quarterback, you're kind of looking for a vibes guy who is really good in the room and who's pretty non-threatening. Like, I'm going to help you with the quiz before the game. I'm really good between the ears. I'm going to help you with the study and the review, whatever you throw on my desk when you got to go out to dinner with the wife or whatever. And I'm a vibes guy that people want around. Is that too overstated?
I think it's a little bit overstated. I think the number one thing you want is someone that you feel like is going to develop into someone that can help your football team. Now that might be as a backup. In this case, probably the backup, but potentially, obviously most of the time it's going to be someone that's going to develop into someone that's going to be a starter for you. But as a quarterback, you want to develop into potential backup role. That's number one. And then, number 2, you don't want a guy that's a bad guy or someone that's going to come in and, ask why he's not getting more reps because he thinks he's better than Jaden. You know what I mean? Like, obviously that's an extreme, but I've encountered some situations like that where you kind of caught off guard by the conversation. Guys that are just happy to get the reps that they get, they're going to make the most of it. And then, like you said, they're going to work hard in the film room, prepare things for the older quarterbacks, like all that's part of it. But, I believe first, you want someone that you think is going to end up being a player at some point in this league.
Scott Turner, you can see why I wanted his insight and him to check out some of these prospects for us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate the time.
No, it was great, man. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it. Former OC here in D.C. with us on Grant and Danny. I like that he remembered the Peyton Barber discourse. Now, Danny, not a Peyton Barber guy. I can just anytime he ever got a carry, I think like one part of Danny died. And I was kind of with Scott. I'm like, dude, it was a third and a foot. He got 2 feet. What the hell do you want from him? Danny's like, not 2 feet. Not touching the football. That's hilarious that Scott dropped that and remembered that. Really, really funny. A G&D on the Fan. Let's look at some best case, worst case for the rookies in year one. As we continue, we're taking you up to 6:30, and that's pregame tonight. Hey guys, it's GP. What is up? Who's ready to go see the UFL's DC Defenders? I love spring football. I love Audi Field environment, and I love Defenders football games. You got to get out there if you haven't been this season. If you've never been before, what are you waiting for? You got kids? Take them. You got a fam? Take the whole crew. It is family friendly. It's so much fun. Saturday, May 2nd, the Defenders are back for a noon game. Audi Field against the Dallas Renegades. It's high stakes. These are good football teams. I got to tell you, I've been to multiple games already this year. They played a couple of home games. We have had a blast enjoying the food, the drinks over at Audi Field, the atmosphere, watching the beer snake get built. You guys need to get over there and see a game. Wear your red and support the Defenders. Tickets start at just $26. Your tickets are available right now at ufldefenders.com. That's ufldefenders.com. There's on a bad seat at Audi Field. Go get your ticket, ufldefenders.com.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders signed kicker from Iowa, Drew Stevens. The Ravens are signing Diego Pavia to a 3-year deal. Free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow, and free agent quarterback Russell Wilson visiting with the Jets today. He would serve as Geno Smith's backup if he were to sign there. Playoffs continuing hockey tonight. Bruins and Sabres Game 5 at 7:30. Buffalo looking to close it out. They're up 3-1 in the series. The Wild and the Stars are tied at 2 apiece in their series. Game 5 tonight at 8 o'clock. And the Ducks and the Oilers. Game 5 as well at 10 o'clock tonight. Anaheim up 3-1 in that series. Baseball, the Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager, but not before. The Phillies did reach out to the Red Sox fired manager Alex Cora over the weekend, but he turned it down. Nationals taking on the Mets for the first of 3 at Citi Field tonight. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell set to take on Clay Holmes. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
No Danny today. Grant hanging out with you. We'll take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Nats baseball. They are at the Mets. I want to get you a preview of that series and also what has been a fascinating start to the season in the National League East and what it means for the Mets and the Phillies that they're off to these brutal starts. Meanwhile, you've got the Phillies on the day that Bryce Harper first got to the major leagues many, many years ago. He has started to, I'd say, turn the corner onto the back nine of his career. His own GM was questioning if he'd ever be elite again this offseason, and it looks like those days are behind him. That's an aging team. They're in last place. They fired their manager today. And then you got the Mets, who are on the verge of firing their manager if things don't go well this weekend with the Nationals. Meanwhile, in D.C., even though they're sub 500, they're tied for second place. Looks like things are trending up. They're getting a lot out of their roster with a much smaller payroll than those two teams. They're finding solutions. They're finding answers. That is a very healthy, exciting thing if you're a member of a fan base that hasn't had a whole lot of answers, that hasn't been able to maximize young potential in some time. So we'll get into that in just a bit. I wanted to quickly, though, go through this draft class and go best case this season, worst case this season, and then maybe the realistic output for these players. And I'll tee this up for you guys to tell me what you're expecting and who you think actually could reach their best case. So Sonny Styles is the easy one, I think. The best case scenario for a guy that made 130 tackles the last couple of years combined at Ohio State is an immediate day one starter who, as soon as week one, is making impact plays. I think about Ryan Kerrigan in what was, I think, the first game of his NFL career against New York Giants, having a pick six at the line of scrimmage that he brought back against Eli Manning on like September 14th at FedEx Field many, many, many years ago, 2011 or so. Sonny Styles having a pick, batting a ball in a big spot in the fourth quarter, making a chase down tackle, having a hit on the quarterback, immediately showing why they drafted him. I think he could have a huge season. He could completely change the defense. And in this Durante Jones unit, I think he's got a chance to give you the results that you couldn't get out of the linebacker position from a speed and athleticism standpoint right away. That's best case. Worst case, I've tried to think about this because I'm very high on the player. I guess he doesn't look natural. He looks like a project at linebacker. He's more of a positionless guy. You know, he played safety, then linebacker at Ohio State. Maybe you stand him up, come off the edge a little bit. But maybe he's a little hesitant coming downhill into a hole at the line of scrimmage, filling gaps, making tackles. The stuff that Bobby Wagner actually did really well in the box, Sonny Styles struggles with. I do think when you watch him, you'll see a little hesitation or sometimes not always reading everything out perfectly correctly, and that's going to happen. He's not a natural linebacker from day one. So maybe that takes a little bit longer at the NFL level, or as fast as he is and as big as he is from a length and height standpoint, it's not like he's going to be a thumper. Maybe he's the anti-Bobby Wagner, where he does all the other stuff that you couldn't get out of Wagner, but he struggles with some of the interior stuff in the run game. I guess that'd be the worst case for me. Antonio Williams, best case scenario, he's your slot receiver. You're starting in 11 personnel, and he's on the field. He's catching 50-plus passes as a rookie, and as advertised, he is a perfect fit for David Blau. Screens, crossers, drag routes, slants, all the stuff he did, the hitch routes that he ran at Clemson. 20% of his routes were screens. You get the ball in his hand, you line him up in the backfield occasionally, he gets some jet action carries, that they immediately have a plan for him, and he's able to help them right away. That he looks ready. They took Luke McCaffrey, who was an elite athlete RAS-wise, wasn't ready for the bright lights of the position, had recently been a quarterback, and was raw. Similarly, Jalen Lane, I watched him route people up all training camp long, and I felt like this guy's going to help them in the fall. And then you turn the lights on come the season, and they were a little bit bright. Non-punt return division for him. Antonio Williams just looks like he belongs, where it might be 3 catches for 27 yards some weeks, 1 catch for 9 yards another week, but he can give you that 6 for 59 and a touchdown, and he just looks like an NFL slot receiver right away. That's best case. Worst case, I think you've already seen it. They like a guy a little more maybe than the industry. They took him at a place where there were other players at the same position that a lot of people thought could have gone before him right there after his final year in college. I do think if he got drafted a year earlier, he would have gone around earlier because of how monstrous his second season in college was with the 70 catches and the 9 touchdowns. But after that final year, maybe the worst case would be we fast forward to the end of the season and you've now drafted 3 receivers that we're wondering, what are they going to become? How much are they going to help? If his rookie year looks a little bit like that of McCaffrey or Lane, I'd say that's probably the floor. But I do have hopes that he's going to be able to outcatch, out-target, probably even out-receive those other 2 guys in year 1. Joshua Joseph's best case, he actually gets into the mix. He's in the rotation. He's playing. He's active on game day. And he's hitting the quarterback once every few games. He's making his presence felt. His number gets called over the loudspeaker at Northwest Stadium. Worst case is probably doesn't show up in camp. We're kind of wondering after a slow start in the preseason how long it's going to be till he helps. And while he's on the 53, maybe he's inactive or something like that. I'll go through more of the class. Katron Allen, Golbin, and Kalakmia Menace next. But I want to hear from you guys. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Best case, worst case for each of the draft picks for the Commanders this year. And if you had to bet outside of styles on who reaches their ceiling, who do you think's most likely to? G&D on the Fan. Nats baseball tonight. Citi Field takes over on the airwaves in about 45 minutes right here on The Fan. Best case, worst case for the Commanders rookie draft class. We'll hit the phones in a second at 800-636-1067. I'm halfway through the group. I think best case for the running back out of Penn State, Kaytron Allen, would be he's a fixture. He's not just a short yardage goal line thumper, which he could be that. He scored 13 touchdowns last season in college. In fact, he ended up with 15, I believe, at the end of the season. But that he also is sharing time or splitting carries in some capacity with Bill. That when they're cooking, I think ideally you've got Bill on first and second down with Kaytron Allen. You've got Rachaad White on third down, pass protection, and pass catcher out of the backfield. Worst case, game doesn't translate as well right away. Maybe he doesn't pick things up very quickly. He gets a few carries here and there. It's very Chris Rodriguez-like. There's games where he isn't involved, disappears. Maybe he's inactive from time to time. But he's going to be on the 53, and by the end of the season, he's going to be getting touches. It's just a matter of how many. Matt Golban, best case, I would say, is that he plays by the end of the year for him. If you show that you're worthy of being on the active roster, that's a gigantic win as a sixth-round center. If you can eventually push a healthy Nick Allegretti, and if he plays, maybe it's a bad sign that the team's not that good because they're in developmental mode. But just for him, best case scenario would be getting on the field. I think more likely and worst case is this is a practice squad player. And obviously for Ethan Kaliakmanis, the quarterback from Rutgers, you'd say the same thing. Best case is at some point he gets to spend a game day on the 53-man, if you will, as like the dressed third quarterback, rather than just having two active QBs and him staying on the practice squad. But different tier for Kaliakmanis and Golban at the end of the draft than the first four, all of whom should help this year. Styles, Williams, Josephs, and Allen. Let's go to Bernie in Potomac Falls on Grant and Danny. What's up, Bernie? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks a lot for taking my call. So, I mean, I know it's the easy way out, but it's the top two picks because that's where the biggest needs were. Here's what I'm hoping for Styles. On the same possession, he gets a tackle for loss. He carries out a tight end 15, 20 yards downfield, and he's covered. And then later on, he's got a back that's running a wheel route and he's carrying him. And that is, we haven't had that player that can run 20 yards downfield with the tight end and get behind the line and tackle. And, of course, we don't have a true slot receiver. I know Zacchaeus was as close as what we had. Zacchaeus was key that year, for James' rookie year. There were so many hooks, there were so many 7-yard conversions on third down. I think he's going to have just exactly what you said. 6 catches, 54 yards, but 3 first downs. I think those two are going to be massive. And I know it's the easy way out taking the top 2 picks, but I think that's who's going to have the biggest jump.
Well, here's the bottom line, Bernie, is there is a unfettered path for both of those guys to play and play a lot and to thrive. I mean, there is no excuse. Obviously, I'm going to separate Styles because he's going to be a starter barring something crazy happening, right? But if you're Antonio Williams, there is no reason you don't come into training camp and take this job. Luke McCaffrey's been here for multiple years. They have seen a lot of Luke McCaffrey, and they still chose to draft you at 71. 30 picks before they drafted Luke 2 years ago, and after they drafted Jalen Lane last year. They watched Jalen Lane all season. They saw him at camp. They saw him at practice all season long. They still chose to draft you. And by the way, it's not a new regime. It's not a new group, but it is a new offense and a new scheme. Luke McCaffrey was drafted when they ran a different scheme, as was Jalen Lane. You know who the only receiver theoretically tailor-made for this offense should be? Antonio Williams out of Clemson. So, yeah, it would be a significant disappointment if he is not their slot receiver in a 3-receiver set in week 1 of the football season. It's not like he was drafted in the 4th or the 5th round. It's 71 overall. I mean, it's closer to the 2nd round than the 4th round. And we've had multiple people, including a former GM, Rand Carthon, who ran the Titans last year, came on the show yesterday, tell us he was a top 5 receiver in the draft for him coming into this season when that offense and that quarterback, Klubnik, took a big step backwards in the ACC. I have my questions about explosiveness, only catching 8 balls of 20 or more yards, using him outside to an extent as well. These are things that I do care about, that I worry about with him. But if we're talking about slot only, There is no hurdle here. There's no obstacle. The job's yours. Go seize it. McLaurin on one side, whether they sign Ayuk or not, and it really is going to have nothing to do with your role. They're not going to put anything to impede you in the slot position. Grant and Danny with you, No Danny, today on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In the NFL, the Commanders have signed Iowa kicker Drew Stevens. The Ravens are signing Diego Pavia. Free agent visits. Jawan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings, and Russell Wilson is visiting with the Jets. In the NBA, some news just coming out from Shams Charania. NBA's disclosed to all its general managers a new anti-tanking reform that expands the draft lottery to 16 teams, flattens the odds, and has a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams are penalized with fewer lottery balls for the number 1 pick. Playoffs continue on tonight. Sixers and Celtics game 5 at 7 o'clock. Boston up 3-1 in that series. The Hawks and the Knicks are tied at 2 apiece in their series. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock tonight. Trailblazers and Spurs at 9:30. San Antonio up 3-1 in that series. Baseball. Phillies fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly going to serve as the interim manager. Nationals begin a 3-game series at Citi Field, New York against the Mets. 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell going to start for the Nationals. Clay Holmes starts for the Mets. Defenders versus the Dallas Renegades, Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, wants to know. They'll get you a last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney, whatever you need. These are the important things you've got to do. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you so that they can take really good care of you and get you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. So I mentioned that the Nats are in action tonight. Citi Field against the Mets. First pitch is a little over an hour away. Pre-game is about 40 minutes from right now with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. The Nationals are 13-16, 7 games behind the Atlanta Braves. But they are 2.5 games above both the Phillies, who fired their manager today, and the Mets in the standings. So first things first on the Phillies, who fired Rob Thompson. Today is the anniversary, 14 years ago to the day, that Bryce Harper came up and debuted in Major League Baseball. And that Phillies team, don't look now, all of a sudden, is starting to get a lot older. The arrow on the Phillies, a team that made a couple of straight league championship series, got to the World Series but didn't win one, is aiming down. It was not me or some hot-taking radio host in Philadelphia. It was the general manager of the Phillies, Dave Dombrowski, this offseason, asking if Bryce Harper, 14 years after his debut, is still elite. Can he play at an elite level? Last year he hit 260. Right now he's hitting 260. Last year, before those comments, he had a 360 on base. This year it's 345. Last year his OPS was 844. This year it's 845. Still a very good player. Ops Plus is a stat where 100 is league average, gives you an indicator of how much better or worse than league average a player is. And last year he was 30% better than the league average hitter. This year, again, he's 30% better. This is still an all-star caliber, good baseball player. He hit 27 home runs last season and drove in 75 runs. But he is no longer a superstar. He is no longer going to compete for MVP awards playing at this level. Maybe he's got one more late career last gasp in him, I suppose, where he finds superstardom and plays at the level he did here in 2015 or in Philadelphia in 2021, the years he's won his MVP award. But it feels like those days are past Bryce Harper, who is 33 years old. And in fact, he turns 34 years old at the end of this baseball season during the postseason. They also have Trey Turner, who they gave an 11-year, insane $300 million contract to. That will age very, very poorly. They also have money tied up into Bryce Harper, the 13-year deal, through 2031. So you're looking at a run now that goes through this year, 27, 28, 29, 30, and then 31. 5 more seasons of paying him like they did when they brought him over at $27 million a year. That contract's not going anywhere. He's already moved from the outfield to first base, where some of the productivity is less valuable offensively anyway. And who knows, by the end of this thing, he's probably going to go first base to DH so that you can get another bat in that lineup who's a little more capable and maybe athletic as he slows down more in the years ahead. But if you just look overall at that Phillies operation, that roster, some of my favorite Nats of all time, in the case of Bryce and Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber, it's going in the wrong direction, and they fire their skipper today as a last-place team who's been the worst team in baseball by way of record so far with the Mets. The Mets, who somehow, some way, have not fired their manager so far. That could be coming with Carlos Mendoza if they don't have a better series against the Nats, which is why I bring up how nice it would be if Washington was able to somehow break out the brooms and sweep New York over the next three. The second worst offense in all of baseball, only the San Francisco Giants going into play this week, had been scoring fewer runs per game than New York. If the Nats can take even 2 out of 3 from the Mets in this series, there would be a lot of pressure and plenty of calls on the Mets to make a managerial change. And then you would have the 2 clubs with the highest payrolls that came in as the favorites in the division, the Mets and the Phillies, around 10-20 through 30 games, looking up at the Nationals having blown out their manager and parts of their staff. And I got to say, you can call me a loser, Beck style. I'm a loser, baby. I take as much glee right now at this point in my baseball fandom in the rival teams that spend a lot of money to be good, imploding and being bad, than I do in the Nats results during this rebuild where the results aren't that important. The development of the players are. And yet, they're the team that is actually playing better baseball. Here's the credit I want to give Paul Taboni, President Baseball Ops, who's going to be on with the Junkies, by the way, at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Here's the credit I want to provide for Blake Butera on the bench, the field manager, and his staff as well. This group is getting more out of this team than the previous staff did, and it's not particularly close. I don't just mean the carryover players like Brady House or Dalen Lyle, the young ascending players who are playing better like Jacob Young or, Jose Tena or something. I'm saying top to bottom, looking at the 17-game stretch that the Nats just had, when they finished that stretch 9-8, without a day off, with a bullpen that is not good, with a pitching staff that is under-talented and undermanned, dealing with injuries, there is no way that over the last several years, a Davey Martinez-managed team with the previous coaching staff would have been able to go 9-8 in those games because they cut corners all the way to the finish line. When Luis Garcia starts a game against Reynaldo Lopez, the right-handed pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, and then he's lifted from the game in the second inning, they immediately go to Curtis Mead within 3 innings into the game, the right-handed bat, because a lefty reliever came in as if it's his start. They're just playing the numbers. They're playing the data. They're playing the matchups relentlessly. Not occasionally based on feel. Not every now and then. Constantly. They have true platoons. The best embodiment of just how much chess this group is playing right now was indicated by the call-up of Andres Chaparro for 1 game as a right-handed hitter from AAA the other day against left-handed pitching in the White Sox series. They made the decision the night before they were going to call him up. He played in the game, and they sent him back down as soon as the game ended. They did the same thing in the first game of the series with one of their top pitching prospects, Riley Cornelio, who's right-handed, which they thought they wanted against the White Sox for some length out of the bullpen after Miles Mikolas, rather than having him be piggybacked by a Mitchell Parker or somebody else from the left side. They also dive into things like his pitch shapes and not just his velocity, but his repertoire and his pitch selection and how will that play against these hitters. And guess what? They call him up. He pitches a couple innings. Now, in his case, I didn't love it because they used him as a reliever, which he's not used to. You're already nervous. You already have anxiety. Now you're trying to execute a new role you never have before. Doesn't throw as well as he had been in the minor leagues, and he goes back down. But the point of this particular observation is they had a plan where they called him up for a day knowing he was going to go right back. They've done this with other guys at different points, Paxton Schultz among them. Every single game, all 9 innings, they are giving themselves the best chance to win. And for them, a lot of the time, it might be 39% or 43%. But if it means let's call up the bat for the day to get one more right-hander on the bench against a lefty-laden group of who's available in their bullpen, we're going to do that. That's how you have to win when you don't spend money. You know who they look like right now as a team? The Kansas City Royals clubs that got to and won a World Series back in the day. Way more talent. Mike Moustakas, first-round pick. Eric Hosmer, top 5 pick, American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida. Lorenzo Cain in that outfield. Nasty bullpen. Wade Davis and Kelvin Herrera. There was a third reliever that was part of that trio that was just ridiculous back then as well. But that Royals team that won the championship and got to LCSs under Ned Yost a few times, what did they do? Couldn't spend money. Didn't have 40 homer power. Didn't have 200 strikeout arms. They grinded every at bat. They had a high on-base percentage. They put the ball in play. They put pressure on a defense. They had bat-to-ball skills and the ability to draw some walks. They played really good defense. That's something this team is not capable of just yet because they don't have the personnel to do it. Their shortstop, C.J. Abrams, is never going to be an above-average shortstop. I like the player a lot. He's an outstanding hitter. I'd pay him and keep him if I could. Tomorrow, they're probably not going to. They're going to trade him. But defensively, right now, he's graded as a first percentile player who's the worst shortstop defensively in the league. You're just not going to be a great defensive team. There's not enough really good defenders. They've got Jacob Young in center and Nasim Nunez at second. Brady House is a pretty solid defender at third, but they're weak at first base with the glove. They're weak at shortstop. Catching situation, as long as Ruiz is a fixture, is not going to be great defensively, although he's much improved. But they look like one of those teams that's just a pain in the ass to play offensively, where they pass the baton, you throw a lot of pitches. I mean, they won a game last week against Atlanta where the Braves had to throw 200-plus pitches. 200-plus pitches for the Braves. That's lick your lips, like salivate over it kind of stuff. I love it. They remind me, you know who else? The Milwaukee Brewers of the last couple of years. You think that was a fun team to play? They had the most wins, I think, in the league last year. And then they ran into the Dodgers in the National League Championship Series and got bounced. The Dodgers would go on to win a second straight World Series title. Maybe even got swept in that series. But that was an awesome ball club. That's a 100-win type team that just does little things really well. That's what I see in this group. They're thinking about everything. They're analyzing everything. And I think a lot of these games, you can't really fully manage a game before it starts, but you can go through all the permutations, and they do. Their lineups are churned out at the front office level largely. You can kind of tell sometimes that only a computer could put something together where you've got like Jacob Young hitting third or Curtis Mead will be randomly like one day hitting eighth and the next day hitting fourth. There's no rhyme or reason for anything. But that's Ani Kalambi in his bag. That's their new general manager who's just punching numbers and data into a computer. It hits print, and then he hands it to Blake Butera and says, here we go. And they are, I'm sure, going over, okay, here's what we're thinking in this sequence, in this situation. There's going to be times where Butera is going to have to operate with feel as he gets more comfortable. I think you saw one of those last week where the book is, and they follow this book religiously and meticulously, go get the pitcher. He walks out to get Foster Griffin. Griffin's been dealing. Butera has a quick conversation, turns around and leaves him in. And by the way, Foster Griffin gets the next out. They go on to win the game. It was a pretty seminal moment, I thought, not just for Butera, but for the staff and kind of the relationship of everyone as they grow as a ball club. But they're a fun watch. This is an exciting team right now because you've got a superstar in James Wood who's got 10 homers in 29 games. Because Abrams, even with a struggle here over the last 10 days or so, with an OPS up around 900 playing well. The most important thing is how are the kids that mean the most faring? Dalen Lyles hitting 280. With an OPS close to 800, James Wood looks like an MVP caliber player again in the National League. And C.J. Abrams is off to a start where if you do end up trading him, you're going to get a lot back for him at the deadline. Check, please, on offense. Those are the things I care about. I'd like to have gotten a better start from Brady House. He had a great first week after a really good spring training, and he's regressed pretty significantly since. So that would be the one in the column where you'd go, of the stuff I really care about, this hasn't gone that well. But look at some of the small moves they made on the back end of the roster, where they went out and claimed Curtis Mead, right before the start of the season, made a move to get him. He's got 3 homers already and has driven in 10 runs. They acquired in a deal Yorbit Bibas, who they play way more than I thought they would, and he's one of the leaders in on-base percentage in the National League. It's come down in the last few days, but he's right around 390 on base, 727 OPS. That's worked out. There's a little bit of a every button Paul Taboni's hitting is working kind of thing going at the major league level. And if your expectations are this team has to go make the playoffs or you'll be disappointed, well, get ready to be really angry. They're just not good enough. They don't have the talent to do that. They're going to have to spend some money. And they're not trying to, by the way. They traded Jose A. Ferrer for a player who's in the minor leagues. Every move they made this offseason screamed 2028, 2029, not 2026. It's just that because there is some very quality young talent and because they're smarter as a staff than most of the staffs they're competing with, they're accidentally hovering around 500. And it's pretty cool. This Foster Griffin revelation, by the way, what a story he is. I mean, Foster Griffin through 6 starts. They sign him from Japan, 3 years overseas, lefty with 7 pitches, 30 years old. He comes over, he's striking out a batter per inning, and he's got a 2.6 ERA to this point. If you want to hear a really good interview with him, he was on Bustin' Loose Baseball, the podcast I do with Toby Altizer. Toby caught up with him this week. I think he's got to be right there with Jake Irvin, Tobes, as the best interview on the team, right? I mean, the interview you did with him, I listened to it today, was fantastic. But he's got to be having a blast. He's throwing all 7 pitches. He's 3-0 with the 2.6. He's been waiting to get stateside for years. And the Nats look like geniuses right now.
Yeah, he's been awesome, and he is a fantastic interview. He's willing to give you some stuff, maybe a little bit more than some of the other pitchers, and willing to have a conversation. He's a little old school. Like you said, 7 pitches. It's kind of hard to keep up with all that. But, yeah, he's a really good interview, and he's been off to a fantastic start. The Nationals look like they found something with him.
In the rotation right now, he gives you a chance to win every time he pitches. Cade Cavalli's numbers are a little skewed because he had a stinker. The Pittsburgh game, where he just couldn't throw strikes. But his ERA is a hair over 4, 6 starts. He's now it's 28 punchies in 24 innings, had a double-digit strikeout game for the first time, starting to put it together. And I think Jake Irvin has made major strides from last year. It's very early in the year, so when you're 6 starts and 30 innings in, if you have one bad outing, your ERA is going to be higher than it should be. But if you look at his average against, Jake Irvin's got a 212 right now. Like his whip is 1.18. We've talked a lot about this on BLB. They're not asking him to be the horse, the innings eater, go give us 7 innings, save the bullpen. That's his role the last couple of years. So he goes out there, he's throwing at 80% capacity, trying to conserve till the late innings. They're going, redline this thing from the jump, get 15 outs, and pitch to the best of your ability for 5 innings. And I actually think it's played so far. His stuff his velocity's up about 1 mile per hour, but his stuff is better.
Yeah, I think if you look at what he's done so far, it's generally been about 5 innings, 3 runs, which that would usually be about a 5.40 ERA. So you'd like it a little bit lower than that, but his last start out didn't allow any runs, 9 punchies. He's looked a lot more like the Jake Irvin that looked like he could potentially be a middle-of-the-rotation guy versus what we saw last year where it was innings eater, really high ERA, and you're kind of questioning the future of what he could be.
I mean, the question for me in that rotation is how long of a leash are you going to give the veterans that you paid, in Miles Michaelis' case, very little money to? Zach Littell's case for them, actually significant money, $7 million, which is this is sad to say, like the 3rd highest amount they've paid in free agency for anybody since they won a World Series. But Littell's given up 11 home runs in 25 innings, has been throwing batting practice, and he now has become the least effective of their starting pitchers because Michaelis has thrown okay the last 2 times, but he's got an 8.5 ERA and has given up 33 hits in 23 innings. I just don't think you can continue either of those experiments when you've got younger, capable pitchers like Riley Cornelio who needs a shot in AAA. Even the guys that aren't long-term big league solutions, Andrew Alvarez, Andre Lara, Mitchell Parker. I'd almost rather struggle and fail with higher upside, younger, potential future pieces than continue to watch Michaelis or Littell. Littell's a little bit of a different story because the last 2 years he's been very effective with a sub-4 ERA. So he's someone maybe I stash on the injured list if he has a rough start tonight and if it's another clunker where he's given up 3 or 4 home runs or something, you can't continue to pitch him. I mean, it literally is like a batting machine right now. So if that sustains, you got to put him on the shelf, shut him down for a couple of weeks, restart him in a rehab, and kind of kick it down the road as he works on some things in the minors. As far as Michaelis goes, you're probably one more stinker away from maybe pulling the plug. Whenever you start opening with a guy and having someone behind them to piggyback them, that they're basically like pulling out all the stops just to get into the 5th inning on the days where he pitches before they have to go to their 4th pitcher of the game. Like that doesn't work.
Yeah, if they're trying to control innings for some of their guys in AAA before having to call up some of these guys and get opportunities later on in the year, they've at least bought themselves a month. Now you're getting into May, and you try to figure out, okay, can we maybe get these guys to control their innings and still have them out there? And also understanding that you've got more guys, like you said. It's not just like last year, Mitchell Parker and Jake Irvin were stuck in the rotation because they had no one to take their spot. This year, you've got a Mitchell Parker who could take a spot. You've got a Brad Lord who could potentially take a spot on the big league roster. Down in AAA, you mentioned Cornelio, Lara. They've got enough arms now that if Michaelis and Littell aren't giving you competitive outings, then you can move on, and you've bought yourself a month now where they took those innings for the first month of the season. Now some of the younger guys who might be more effective or at least deserve a shot can step in and take that role.
Let's go beat the Mets a couple times, and let's end a managerial tenure, shall we? I mean, I'm never going to call for someone's job in D.C., but might as well annoy some Mets fans, because there's nothing I like doing more than riling up Mets fans. I mean, they are the worst fans in the division. I argue with people about this all the time. In fact, I went to a game with my buddy Michael from Pupatella the other day. We're sitting there at a Braves game, and he goes, GP, which divisional fan base do you like the least? His was the Phillies, and I couldn't disagree more with that. They stink too. They don't worry, they can get some, okay? But they've kind of been irrelevant to me long enough, whereas I find Mets fans the most insufferable, certainly on social media as well. Braves fans stink on Twitter, but in real life aren't as bad. And I actually have enough respect for like how they operate as an organization. They're not playing checkbook baseball. They don't have the richest owner who's just spending $400 million. So my order of who I hate the most in the division goes Mets 1, Phillies 2, just because A, their fans are insufferable, but B, they have all the Nats after I wanted to keep the Nats. And then I would go with the Braves after that. And then the Marlins might as well just be like they're harmless. They are actually the guy that she tells you not to worry about. Like, you really don't have to worry about the Marlins. Let's go to Jeff in D.C. What's up, Jeff? How are you? Jeff, you there? You will get nothing, and you will like it. Jeff wanted to ask about Dylan Cruz I saw on the call screener. I got good news, bad news for fake Jeff, the silent guy who just called in and wanted to ask about Dylan Cruz. The bad news is he's hitting .222 at AAA with a .652 OPS. Very cold right now. And this has not gone the way that the Nats probably wanted. You send him down, he rakes, he forces you to call him back up. That's the bad news. The good news is, because he has struggled and he's been in the minors now for 90 at-bats and going on a month, he is not forcing you to return him to the major leagues. They're going to be able to stretch this out for a few more weeks and save a service here out of Dylan Cruz. So he got called up early enough and basically was rushed to the major leagues, as we now know, at 24, the way he's played, where you were going to lose a year on the back end of Cruz as a national before he hit free agency. And in the event that he becomes who they want him to, former number 2 pick, the floor is still very high, winning ball player. You want him under contract and, as far as service time goes, available to you as long as possible. So we're at a point now with Dylan Cruz where they could probably wait until about a month from now if they want to, call him back up, and they get the year of service time back that it looked like they had lost.
The tough part about early season baseball is you can have one bad week and it sways your numbers so bad. So on April 19th, finishing up their series against Buffalo, his slash line was 284, 388, 418, which is more than acceptable. Right. And then he had a week where he only got one hit. So that's the tough part.
You're right. I'm not trying to pile on Dylan Cruz. I actually think at that point, you and I were talking on BLB pod, and we're like, all right, he's doing the things you wanted him to do when you got sent down. He is not dominated. Like at AAA, when Dalen Lyle was there at the end, he was raking. When Brady House was there at the end, he was raking. When James Wood was there at the end, he was hitting 320 with power. You're still waiting on that from Dylan Cruz. He still struggles with spin. He still strikes out a bunch. He's hitting the ball very, very hard. I'll give him that, but it's on the ground way too often. I was looking at some of the underlying numbers somebody posted the other day. Like the stuff that they were trying to fix, it hasn't taken yet. But I will say this really quickly, and then we'll step aside as we get closer to Nats baseball here on the Fan. Their minor league system is off to the best start it has had in years. And I'm talking about maybe in its existence, period, full stop. From an offensive standpoint, what they are doing right now with their young, talented hitters far exceeds anything that we saw the previous group do at any point. Their number one pick last year, Eli Willits, is killing the ball. They've got this kid, the Cruz in the system right now that looks like he's going to be the star in this organization is Ronnie Cruz. C-R-U-Z. That's the Cruz you want to board right now, okay? They got him in a trade for the Chicago Cubs last year for Michael Soroka. He looks like the next really good prospect in all of baseball. The trade they made where they gave up Mackenzie Gore, everyone was upset with the return. One of the kids that came back in that deal was a 19-year-old Yeremy Cabrera. He's off to a fantastic start. Strikes out a little too much. Power, speed, credible blue chip type prospect potentially. Another player in that deal, Devin Fitzgerald. Awesome start in the minor leagues. Luke Dickerson, who they drafted a year ago, has bounced back with this staff. Looks way better than he did. Ethan Petrie, who they drafted this past summer out of South Carolina. Really good start. Coy James, who they just drafted this past year. Very impressive beginning to his season. Some of the guys that were in the system look like different players now. Seaver King walks all the time and is starting to hit for some more power. Yoandy Morales has been fantastic. Caden Wallace has had the best stretch he's had as a national in the minor leagues. So all of a sudden, the depth from a hitting standpoint exceeds anything we've seen in a long, long time. There's a lot of reasons to feel good. But nothing would feel better than going out and whooping up on the Mets while they're down. So let's not let them get right. All right, next, you will hear more on the NFL and the draft as we continue. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders signed Iowa kicker Drew Stevens. The Ravens are going to be signing Diego Pavia to a 3-year deal. Some free agent visits. Wide receiver Juwan Jennings is visiting with the Vikings tonight and tomorrow. Quarterback Russell Wilson is visiting with the Jets today. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets at Citi Field tonight. First of 3 in New York. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell set to start for the Nationals. He'll take on Clay Holmes. The Nationals looking to get back in or keep their winning ways going as they took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. They had a day off yesterday. The Mets also had a day off, and they're coming off a sweep by the hands of the Rockies. Littell starts for the Nationals. He's 0-3 with a 7.56 ERA. Clay Holmes starting for the Mets, who is 2-2 with a 2.10 ERA. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.